You're listening to The Chronomancer in the Book of Worms, Book 1 of the Destiny of the Void Triangle. Written by Jason Harrington. Narrated by Mason Hamilton. Prologue. Malkanor strode aimlessly through the aftermath of the last battle of his life. The land was parched dry and cracked. A flat barren landscape stretched beyond sight. It was littered with tall heaps of rotting corpses. The stench of rotting meat filled the hot, windless air. There were hundreds of thousands of the dead, maybe millions. He didn't know how many, honestly. What was one undead slave among so many? The Blood Gauntlets, the Void Triangle's specialist sect of necromancers, corpse manipulators, and summoners, had enjoyed an era of blood revelry. They made artifacts from the dead. They aided the masters in entering the world, and every living human was a slave in their eyes. They created shambling ghouls by the thousands, only slightly less of the crazed blood drinkers, a few hundred of the vengeful, terrifying revenants, and even a lich. Malkanor kicked the burned head of a dead ghoul. Blood and brain matter splashed against his shiny black boot. His large chest heaved a sigh of celebration's end. His almost colorless eyes surveyed the ruins of the armies that the Void Triangle once commanded. His tiny black pupils, in milky white, shifted from one heap to another. He remained careful not to disturb the ash piles, as these were likely the remains of their masters, now returned to the Great Mother, Oblivion. As he looked, Malkanor's eyes had to tolerate the glare of the sun. He would have liked something to strangle as he thought on it. For over a decade, most of the world was covered in perfect blackness. The darkness blocked out the uncomfortable light of the sun. During that time, his powers of shadow reached an apex he didn't know existed. His mind was so focused and clear, it felt as though he was becoming a god, with so many souls swallowed up into his will. How could he believe otherwise? Malkanor looked down at another corpse, and a smile played on his cold blue lips. The body belonged to the King of Terrell. The former ruler had been killed, reanimated, and brought halfway across the world. His final end was in the middle of the Kassaran Empire, thousands of miles and an ocean away from his farming kingdom. The entire world was so very nearly nothing more than their collective source of unlimited power. This king and his nation were the third kingdom conquered by the Order of the Void Triangle. Terrell was home to the healers and geomancers of the Earth Phoenix clan. Of the 4 remaining mage clans, they had been the second easiest to wipe out. Their greatest challenge was the Crimson Imperial Flames, the Kassaran Emperor's personal combat magi. They were violent, brutal, and well-trained. The Hellfire-imbued sect had enjoyed literally fighting fire with fire against them. In the darkness, the Crimson Imperial's fire clashed with the purple, blue, and emerald fires of the sect's annihilation worms. It was their favorite and most devastating hellfire spell. In some places, Malkanor could still see the mile-wide trenches of black glass where the worms left a path of burning destruction. In the end, the Imperial Magi were also defeated, burned away until not even their souls remained. Malkanor pulled the hood of his long black cloak forward, giving his cold, pale face more shadow for comfort. He rubbed his short-trimmed auburn beard, feeling the accursed sunlight spill into the sleeves of his black tunic and onto his bulky arms. "Malkanor Eternal!" came an intrusion from behind. Malkanor turned his bear-sized body to face the lanky, tall shape of a youth. He was anything but the grinning child he seemed. He wore the traditional black tunic, pants, boots, and gloves. His long black cloak draped his back and down to his heels. The hood was pulled forward, hiding his colorless eyes and short, white blonde hair. "Great Mother embrace you, Hellfire Emil," Malkanor greeted the leader of the Hellfire Imbued. "What brings you to my melancholy retrospect?" Emil was generally a playfully giddy pyromaniac. Malkanor thought his remark would earn some crazed, optimistic retort. The boy's pale face was set and grim, though. It even seemed it would stay that way a while. "The Oblivion emissary wishes to speak with all of us." Emil answered as dispassionately as he could manage. Macorin, leader of the Shadows Eternal, nearly supreme patriarch of the Void Triangle, wasn't as successful at hiding his anger. His gloves creaked as his fists clenched, his teeth grinded.
I think we should speak indeed.
Macorin usually held back his feelings behind a cold facade. It was part of his training to emulate the part of the underworld he would wield. Soul Fearist translated. Feast of Souls was a pitch-black hunting ground. There, the greatest of attacks and madness. In Soul Fearist, terror was the absolute ruler. But this last battle, this ending, stoked hot fires of rage in Macorin that were better suited for a hellfire imbued.
I want to know why we were told to hold back against an enemy that was cutting us to ribbons!
Macorin growled as he followed Emil back to the massive command pavilion. Macorin knew that his complaints would be lost on Emil. Though his fervor for hellfire remained unchanged, something caused him to become more devoted to the little prophet. It happened all at once and very recently. When Macorin brought it up, Emil was at a loss for a reason. It seemed the prophet gave the young hellfire imbued an almost religious zeal, but took away the memory of why. Macorin wanted to know how a speaker for the masters could perform such a flawless manipulation of the mind. After half an hour of walking around the piles of bodies, carefully avoiding the ashes, they finally arrived at the pavilion. It was several stories tall and half a mile wide all around. It was made of black material that blocked both the heat and light of the sun. Though it was as large as a small palace, a number of Void Disciples managed its location and storage within seconds. Emil turned to face Macorin.
I know it all looks bleak, Macorin Eternal, but have a little faith.
Macorin couldn't tolerate the young fanatic's rhetoric.
Hellfire Emil, every Void Disciple is trained with the knowledge that faith is one of many illusions. It is used by those with the illusion of power to abuse those they view as inferior. I expect better of you than absurdly blind devotion. Such self-abusive notions are exactly why I abandoned the Emerald Spectre clan.
Do you acknowledge the goal of the Great Mother?
Emil challenged calmly. Macorin blinked as if struck. The question was posed to new Void Disciples by the voices of their masters in the underworld. It was asked as a way to measure commitment. The goal of the Great Mother, the primordial essence of nothingness, was the end-all of life and death, a return to perfect stillness. Until that goal was achieved, the children of nothing, those that people called demons, were free to do as they wished, so long as it furthered the goal. It was the same for their students, the Void Disciples.
That's a foolish and poorly misplaced question, Hellfire Emil,
Macorin growled.
My ambitions are always on the interests of the Great Mother and her goal. Do not think to take me.
He does no such thing, Macorin Eternal,
came a cracking voice from within the pavilion. The voice belonged to a short, stick-thin man, wearing a hooded robe so red it was almost black. His eyes were shadowed, but his mouth was a broken, toothy, cracked, endless grin. His madness was as tangible in aura as the rotting flesh and sulfur.
Emissary.
Macorin inclined his head in a bow.
That's a half-hearted gesture from you, Shadow Eternal. Give me no respect I do not earn. Speak your mind.
That was the only floodgate Macorin needed open.
The Magus Warrior King sliced us to bits, and you forbid us from combining our powers to crush him. This didn't need to be a defeat that the rest of the world could seize upon.
How are your skills growing, Macorin Eternal?
The prophet challenged. The question seemed obscenely out of place and off-balancing.
My capacities were growing in leaps and bounds until today.
Can you chasm walk?
The prophet pushed. Macorin didn't know what was more baffling, that the prophet held knowledge that belonged only to Void Disciples, or that he was referring to purely theorized skills. The chasm walk would allow a Shadow Eternal to walk the distance between worlds.
Can you sunblight?
The prophet pressed, still grinning with mischief.
Do we have any who can call on the burning scour? Or the enslaving winds?
Macorin had had enough of the little prophet.
No, and none among us can cause a rain of gold, turn the moon back in the east, or catch a falling star with their teeth either. We were still powerful enough to bring this world to its knees.
The prophet's grin widened, exposing yellow, jagged teeth. His feet lifted off the ground, and he was close enough to Malkanor that he could see the mad gleam in his bloodshot yellow eyes.
Can you escape execution with the repulsing word?
The prophet challenged in a playful, hissing whisper. Of all of the skills the prophet listed, that last ceaselessly vexed the Shadow Eternals faction for more than 5 generations. It was a ward that reversed any form of death. It was a true gift of immortality. But there was a balance and precision required that was tenuously dangerous. Void disciples always lost more of their soul to their own magic, but the loss in the ward could be sudden and total. It often left behind raving, violent husks. Their memories and their thinking could be so absent, leaving nothing of the person warded. It was supposed to be gradual, only a little at a time, but no one perfected the cost of each resurrection. So far, everyone who had cast the ward were nothing more than rabid, soulless animals after their first death. Fortunately, their madness was so thoughtless that it was easy to strip away the ward and put them out of their misery.
No,
Malkanor growled between clenched teeth.
Then you admit your capacity to serve the Great Mother is limited. No one here can do what needs to be done. You can silence this world, to an extent, but no other world will be returned to silence. The infinite eternity of the afterlife will never be washed away by anyone here.
Malkanor felt his failure keenly. He could find no riposte for the Oblivion emissary. His accusations were correct. He could be a king over millions of souls, but how would that repay his masters, or the Great Mother? Just as any Void disciple, the absence of his own soul created a craving to return to the Great Mother. Yet he had no viable path to attain that goal.
Take heart, Lord of the Gathering Shade,
the prophet reassured, using Malkanor's formal title.
If there was no solution available, I would have allowed you to overwhelm the King of Demon Slayers. Come, join your brothers and sisters, and I will share a vision that will truly renew your faith in our dark path.
Malkanor entered the colossal pavilion beside the Oblivion emissary. A truly monumental event awaited him. Chapter 1. The Earth remembers when everyone forgets. In the previous months, there were deep ensnaring drifts of snow that left the streets empty and silent. Families huddled indoors, seeking warmth from fire or each other. Weaker huts and hovels collapsed, casting families into the bitter cold. The already meager food stores were gone, leaving them to wonder if they would freeze or starve first. The starvation passed when the king's personal retainers were dispatched to distribute loaves of bread to the families. Now only the remains of fallen huts and the gouged earth told winter's tale. About a week ago, the rains began, gently wearing down the ice and snow, eroding the last of the bitter season. Wooden buckets were placed in the rain, collecting water that would be clean enough to drink. Now the pail and the snow were gone, and only the round depressions in the clay-like mud told of the merciful rain. Rylin was only a boy of 14 years, so it was a simple thing to forget a season's torment. He barely remembered how the generous loaves of bread were never dispersed in previous years. He forgot about cramped muscles or an aching belly. He only understood that the sun was soothingly warm on his light tan skin. It was good to let his wiry legs step so carefree in the streets. The rays of sunshine and the bustle in the streets brought a smile to his narrow face, further creating the illusion of a glow in his brilliant blue eyes. He was here to retrieve a spade and a tilling hoe for his father, and a basket of seeds for his mother. In previous years, none of these were present. The farmers always used whatever rocks and sticks would break the soil. They often carried handfuls of seeds for miles. Rylin's father told him the king won an argument against the nobles on their behalf. King Malaric would do so much more if he could. Rylin's mother added that the king only needed practical arguments that would win over the self-interests of the nobility. The outskirts, as they were called, were a series of huts and low mud hovels nestled a mile away from the edge of the capital city of Pallinsor. At last, Rylin found a thick throng of villagers. They were surrounding a high-walled cart, warded by a pair of brightly colored soldiers. They held their halberds loosely as they glanced about with boredom. Between the two disinterested guards, a pair of garishly dressed merchants distributed the promised implements from the cart. Their faces displayed barely concealed contempt and disgust. The merchant's displeasure for the outskirts could not extinguish the sense of relief or joy that filled the air. This planting season would be far easier and more fruitful than any before. There was certain to be excess in the harvest. The farmers might hold greater food stores for the next winter. Men and women were crowded, patiently waiting for the new tools. Rylin was the only child in evidence, and the other farmers allowed him to move freely. They gently urged him forward, with a smile, in greeting. The other children would be playing in the woods between the village and in the fields to the south, staying close enough for their parents' liking. Rylin held few similarities with boys his age. Many of them were his friends, true, but he spent much of his time helping his mother and father however he could. For now, this meant they would be able to find a patch of field and prepare it, while he fetched their implements. They wouldn't be able to do much else, but his effort allowed them to rest before their toils began. And that was enough for him. Rylin was close to the cart now. He stood still and closed his eyes, allowing himself to feel the pleasant warmth of the sun soothing his scalp under his long, shining black hair. Heat gathered between his drooping patchwork shirt and pants and his stick-thin body. His skin barely concealed his bones with little bumps of muscle from labor, but that was scarcely different from any other farmer. His hide shoes were so worn and aged that he no longer felt the blisters or cuts from walking unprotected. But Rylin didn't think of these things that marked his impoverished life. It was a warm start of spring. He had eaten more today than the last 2 months, and farming was about to become easier for everyone. It felt like a very promising day to him. At last, Rylin stood before a short round man in a maroon velvet doublet and hideously tight leggings.
"Go away, urchin. I have nothing for children here," the man growled irritably.
"I am here in place of my mother and father, sir. They are making ready a patch of field." The rotund merchant rolled his brown eyes before forcibly retrieving a shovel, hoe, and basket from his cart and shoving them angrily at Rylin.
"Whatever gets you to cease wasting my time?" He turned, grumbling with annoyance.
Rylin began a measured run to the edge of the village. He resisted the impulse to close his eyes as he fast approached the cemetery to the south. The spring, the tools, and the fresh food lessened the memory of the bitter winter. The fresh shallow graves mounded at the edge of the village were a constant, painful reminder. The winter claimed 20 lives before departing. Half of them were infants too weak to withstand the hunger or the cold. Mothers and fathers often went into the harsh blizzards simply to gather rocks and dig their children's graves with cold, bleeding hands. When he was smaller, it was only a thicket of crossed wooden poles over mounds of dirt. He could no longer ignore the melancholy scent so easily now. His steps slowed slightly, and his smile faded. He wanted to think on the spring, on anything pleasant, but his memory would not yield. During the long nights of the last winter, Rylin lay close to the hearth in the hovel. He heard the moaning of the cold wind seeping through the cracks in the mud and straw. In that wind, he heard a sound that caused him to weep instantly. There was the sound of a woman wailing in the cemetery, unfazed by the cold. The sound of her tormented cries and the moaning wind were like tortured screams of the damned. The pain cut deeply into his being without mercy, as uncaring as the wind it rode in on. The tormented memory was cut abruptly short. Behind Rylin to the east, shouts and commotions filled the air. Unable to resist his growing curiosity, Rylin turned around to investigate. There was another larger crowd of villagers at the eastern edge of the outskirts. It was difficult for Rylin to see behind the thick mass of men and women bunched close. It was harder still to hear anything distinct over the angry shouts. But Rylin didn't need much more than that to understand. The villagers were generally a friendly and enduring people, helping each other and strangers in need. But a rotating shift of miners had returned from the mountains far to the eastern border of Malkanor. That alone would be enough to turn every good mood sour. Rylin could make out the large burly figures swaying drunkenly and towering above the farming villagers. The miners were originally from the outskirts. A long time ago, they would have been greeted with cheers and open arms. It was hoped then that they would mine for greater pay than the farmers could ever dream. For a while, that's what they did. But that changed. The nobles of Malkanor believed paying a silver piece for every mined pound was too generous. To avoid losing their precious money, they established a series of taverns, gambling houses, and pleasure dens at a discreet distance from the iron mines. At first the miners held their earnings, wishing only to help their families. In time, the seduction was too great. The miners began to squander all their earnings. When a new rotation of miners arrived to take their place, forcing them to return home, They came first with the guilt and despair. As this betrayal continued with each shift, they spent money to drink away their guilt. They became drunk and useless, even when they returned home. Their guilt changed into anger, and they lashed out at friends and family alike. Life without the miners in the village was a blessing. Now the farmers simply wanted them gone. Rylin watched as one of the large figures pushed through, shoving men and women aside, moving to the other side of the street. He halted before a middle-aged woman with dark hair, sitting with her hands in her lap. She stared ahead, her bloodshot brown eyes blank, her jaw gaping open. She seemed not to notice the miner towering in front of her. Her mouth twitched as though beginning to form words that would never finish.
"Is that all you've been doing since I've been away?"
His gruff voice demanded, slurring. A faint moan escaped her, and that was when Rylin remembered that this catatonic woman was the one he heard in the late winter nights.
"Have you made a single copper piece at all from those silly dirt piles? Anything for me?"
His voice climbed angrily. She had buried their child alone, while he was away. Rylin knew this man drank and gambled, while she was left alone to her pain. She held no easy escape as he did. Rylin also knew that this miner would beat his wife unless someone intervened. A boy against a giant. Rylin dropped the tilling hook and basket and approached with a spade in his hand. Chapter 2. Rylin remained undetected as he covered the distance in a few steps. He raised the shovel high, but before he could strike, the shaft was caught in a powerful, unyielding grip. Rylin looked up to see a hand as big as his head wrapped around the handle, holding from behind.
"You've a grand heart, Rylin,"
boomed a friendly low voice.
"but you'd better leave this to me."
Rylin was eclipsed in the shadow of a giant, muscled man 4 times as tall as him and 3 times as wide. He wore an oily black leather apron and pants over sweating skin. His back was turned, and Rylin barely saw the few strands of singed auburn hair on his bald head. He raised one scarred and calloused hand to tap the miner on the shoulder, when the miner raised his fist to strike his wife. The miner jumped, startled at the intrusion, and turned around. Without word or further warning, the miner was punched squarely in the face by an arm bigger than the average tree. The miner fell, instantly unconscious before his head hit the ground. Ernik the blacksmith turned away and winked at Rylin with a mirthful blue eye.
"He would have tried to hit me first anyway."
Rylin chuckled. He doubted anyone would have tried to strike the village's beloved smith. Ernik's skills as a blacksmith were without equal for miles. People thought he might have been a smith in another nation. His hands were certainly fast and strong enough for such a career, but he never spoke of it. He refused the better pay and living conditions simply to help the village, where he believed he was needed the most. Ernik's skills were welcomed and appreciated. There was no metal shape he could not craft, and nothing he could not repair. If the smith had the materials, they would all live in cabins and houses instead of hovels and huts. For refusing to sell his skills to the capital, the aristocracy would not allow most iron and metal goods to go to him. So Ernik's help was a meek effort that couldn't improve the village as much as he wanted. He and his daughter Ishell were simply 2 more peasants in the village.
"Ishell has been asking for you, Rylin. I believe she wants another day with you,"
Ernik informed pointedly. Ishell and Rylin were friends almost as soon as they were old enough to walk. They dueled with sticks, chased each other, or attempted to catch fish together. Rylin's days playing might not be frequent, but he did enjoy spending time with Ernik's daughter. It was not a boy's attraction for a young girl, though many villagers thought so. His relationship with her was no more than a close sister, and he liked it that way. "I've got to help Mother and Father with the planting. I've no time for play." Ernik sighed.
"You're a strange one, Rylin. You know Kylor and Liane don't demand this of you."
Rylin nodded, but didn't say he believed his youthful energies were invaluable for the farming effort.
"At least come to my forge when the sun is high. Ishell will be there, and you could give her a greeting."
Ernik paused to examine Rylin's spade and hook.
"You'd better come over anyways. By the looks of it, the lords have found a loop in the king's orders again. Honestly, wooden pegs at the base of the metal? It'll be a wonder if they last the day. Tell Kylor to be gentle with them until I get a moment with them."
I will return when the sun is high," Rylin promised before he turned away, beginning his run to the fields. Rylin spared no thought for the growing cemetery this time. He possessed no spare movement for anything but his pumping legs and his farming burden. He was a fast runner, and he covered the distance fairly quickly. leaping and ducking in the woods without slowing his pace. Rylin didn't realize how unusual he would appear, running at almost a blurring speed as he effortlessly navigated the dense woods. Within minutes, Rylin stood in the fields and searched for his mother and father. He began to steady his breathing when he spotted his father's long, wild brown hair and his dirty brown clothes. His back was turned so he didn't see Rylin approaching. Rylin didn't see his mother immediately, but as he drew closer, he saw her sitting down in the tall grasses. They were both almost stick-thin figures. His mother was a woman of very graceful beauty that rivaled the highborn ladies. She was clearly the source of his shining black hair, though hers was tied behind her neck before it fell to her lower back. Her brown patchwork dress covered a petite body shape that had once been slender and curved. Her dark skin was marked with labor scars, and her hands were calloused. His father's shape told a very similar tale. His labors forced him to keep some of his younger muscles. His scars and his deeply sun-browned skin were a reflection of his work. His drooping clothes and drawn-tight skin attested to starvation and sacrifice.
There was no need to rush, Rylin. The spring has only begun. You could have greeted your friends.
Kyler laughed and smiled warmly. There is too much to be done. Rylin shook his head. I'll give it my all now. We need not starve this year. If we make more, they will simply take more, Liane reminded. Don't ignore your friends to work pointlessly. Rylin knew she was right, but he thought they could hide a greater portion of their farmed rewards. He thought it might be possible to talk the village into creating a hidden food cache. Let me help today, Rylin pleaded. Ernik wants to make the spade and hook stronger tonight. When I bring them over, I will tell Ishell I will spend tomorrow with her. Just let me help start the planting. Kyler and Liane shared a considering gaze before Kyler answered.
I suppose there is no talking you out of this, is there?
Rylin shook his head fervently. His father sighed.
Very well, but only if you spend the morrow being your age.
I will, Rylin promised before he picked up the shovel and began spearing and turning the soil around them. Rylin's father followed behind him, breaking the clumps into soft soil while his mother pulled the unwanted grass, tossing it aside. Rylin thought they could accomplish so much simply because they were a united family in their task. Hours passed without notice, and the area they tended grew. The seeds continued to wait for their places in the earth. But Rylin's mother and father would see to that when he returned to the village. He could hear and feel the wood groan at the base of the metal, threatening to crack. It was just as Ernik warned, and Rylin made sure to apply careful pressure. When a cool spring breeze caressed his sweating skin, Rylin looked to the sky and noticed the sun found the center of the sky. A lot of work was complete, but it was not as much as he had hoped for. Regardless, Rylin gathered the hoe and shovel after sharing a brief farewell with his mother and father. Rylin returned to the village and Ernik's forge within an hour. Ishell sat waiting on a makeshift stool, a safe distance from the forge, kicking her bony legs with boredom. Her light brown hair fell to her shoulders, tangled with bits of straw. Her hazel eyes rolled with impatience. Her father was dirt-streaked and lightly sun-darkened. She drummed her fingers to the sound of Ernik's loud, clanging hammer until she saw Rylin standing in front of her. Instantly, her small lips unpursed from a scowl and burst into a cheerful smile. You're late, Ishell chided. Rylin shrugged but said nothing in his defense. When spring came, I wanted yours to be the first face I saw, Ishell pouted. Don't be such a girl about it, Rylin teased. Anyway, you know the first day of spring is the hardest labor of the season. My ma and da will have aching backs for days without me. If you want to help them so much, then come with me to the river. You can come tomorrow, can't you? Rylin remembered his promise to his parents and nodded. Good. Then we can catch lots of fish and our families can eat well. We don't always have the best luck with fish, Rylin reminded her. Tisk. Ishell wagged her finger at him. I have a plan. The fish don't stand a chance.
Cooked fish does sound like a great meal,
Ernik chimed in from his forge. I'll catch a big fat one for you, father, Ishell vowed, drawing a low chuckle from Rylin. Rylin continued to plan with Ishell, while Ernik improved the tools. He had to admit to himself, it was good to speak and laugh with Ishell after the long isolation of winter. It made him look forward to spending the day together. As Rylin gave the forge a cheerful wave farewell, he allowed himself to bask in the thoughts and memories that gave him the most pleasure. Chapter 3. The next day, Rylin woke to a bright sunrise of crisp air and chirping bird songs. He still felt tired and sore from the sowing labor of the day before. Every seed in the basket now nestled in the soft earth. He spent much of the evening with his family foraging in the woods for supper. There was not much to be found, yet, and his stomach growled, unsatisfied. Hunger could not diminish the giddy sense of excitement Rylin felt with the promising dawn. Perhaps Ishell did have a plan that would satiate them all, or maybe it would simply be a day spent relaxing with his closest friend. He couldn't discount the possibility that Ishell's plan would succeed. She had always proven to be as intelligent as she was resourceful. Rylin hurried out of the bed and into his worn brown clothes. He would have fetched something to eat, if there was anything. Instead, he diligently clung to the hope that fate would provide. In minutes, he dashed out the door of the low-ceilinged hovel and rushed to the shack by Ernic's forge. Many of the villagers already left for the fields. The dirty streets were mostly quiet. A few people remained, carrying broken farm tools. Ernic didn't have enough time to warn everyone, so it was to be expected. Rylin could hear the angry shouts from the forge long before he arrived. The yells of profanity belonged solely to the bear-like smith, and Rylin knew the farmers would be keeping a tentative distance. Rylin drew himself to a halt a few yards from the cautious villagers. Not surprisingly, Ishell was seated on her makeshift stool, a bored, impatient look on her face. She seemed oblivious to her father's tirade, creating a comical contrast between her and the nervous farmers. Beside her, on the ground, was a wooden crate. Its contents of rope and bits of metal seemed like no more than scrounged materials. But these were the pieces she scavenged for after the first failed attempts using vines and broken branches. "Finally!" Ishell sighed with equal exasperation and relief. "It's so tedious listening to my father swear about the merchants. I came as fast as my feet would carry me." "So, you were about to sleep the day?" Ishell teased as she gathered her crate and led the way. Rylin looked at Ishell and her crate, then shook his head. "It looks the same, Ishell. What plan could you possibly have?" he asked as they walked. Ishell feigned an offended expression. "You doubt me now? For shame!" "What is your plan?" Rylin pressed. "A surprise and a secret," Ishell played. Rylin lowered and shook his head, chuckling. Knowing Ishell, she held a few pieces of bread from the winter that she meant to use to catch a more filling meal. Her improvised bait tended to vary, depending on what she could find. It only worked half the time. They walked into the woods for an hour. As the number of trees thinned, Rylin heard the sound of churning water. Their favorite narrows were close by. It was a place where the current slowed sufficiently. They approached the break in the trees and sat on two low, round boulders. Sunlight spilled through the canopy and glistened over the river's bubbling surface. The waters were waist deep and good for catching fish. Ishell quickly rummaged through her crate and produced two lines with metal hooks at the end. Rylin eyed her dubiously and said nothing when the bread was impaled on her line. Ishell turned her intense focus from the bait, meeting Rylin's expression. "You know full well this is neither a surprise or secret. Just you watch. We will eat well tonight." Without another word, Ishell turned her full attention to the hook. Her gaze became distant, and her mouth moved soundlessly. Her hands circled and twirled about the hook. As she did this, Rylin felt a stirring of gentle air all over his body. It tickled and caressed him, teasing his skin and nerves. Ishell's task was complete within seconds, and Rylin gasped with the realization. Ishell smiled jovially as she looked up to meet his shocked expression. "We should have brought big pails for the fish." Ishell cast the baited line into the water. Instantly, the water around the hook boiled fervently as the fish struggled for their prize. The first fish to bite the hook was a trout the size of Rylin's arm. It required both their efforts to wrench it free of the water. The strain wasn't small, leaving both of them winded on their backs. "Sorcery!" Rylin managed as he struggled to regain his wind. "When did you know?" "Before the first snow," Ishell answered, slightly less exhausted. "At first, only lighting fires for my father. I can't do much yet. Only fires and fish." "The Enlightened Sun?" Rylin offered. "Doesn't even know our village exists, Rylin," Ishell snapped. "How do you forget that everyone's eyes are away from us?" Rylin thought about that a moment while he laid on the riverbank. The Order of the Enlightened Sun was a gathering of sorcerers that aided every nation in Stratia. They advised kings and rulers, sought arcane wisdom, and even settled wars for 2,000 years. Ishell's newfound talent would be a welcome addition to them. But the nobles of Malkanor wanted every lowborn resident to remain as they were slaves. "Come on, Rylin," Ishell ordered, standing and ending any further thought on the matter. "The fish won't catch themselves. It's too fine a day to brood." Rylin complied, and the day continued without any more to darken the mood. Ishell wielded her newfound magic again and again, and their pile of fish became considerably bigger. In time, Rylin was forced to find some branches and vines to tie the fish onto. "We should stop now," Rylin suggested in the late afternoon. "It's already getting too heavy." Rylin resisted the impulse to tell her that he could read Ishell's exhaustion plainly. Sweat beaded on her forehead and soaked her hair. Her breathing was labored and her eyes drooped wearily. Clearly, her magic was taking a toll on her. Ishell decided she would leave her crate in the lee of a tree until the next day. Rylin knew she could only do so much now, and did not challenge her decision. It would be enough just for the two of them to haul so much fish at once. Halfway on their trek back home, Ishell's fatigue began to take greater hold. Their pace slowed greatly. Sunset was beginning to darken the woods, and she could barely keep from tripping over her own feet. Rylin drew them to a halt, placing his end of the branches down adamantly. "You need to rest a moment, Ishell. I don't know what your magic did, but I think it made you more tired for it somehow. I've never heard of anyone from the Enlightened Sun becoming so tired." "Then they know something I don't," Ishell countered irritably. "Where did you get so many fish?" demanded a boy's voice accusingly, before Rylin could sit down. Rylin rarely heard that voice, but he both dreaded and knew who it would be before he turned around. The Crown Prince of Malkanor. Amorlik Morinroke was well known to every villager, and as welcome as any catastrophe. Roughly the same age as Rylin, he was extremely well muscled for a boy his age. He was blonde-haired and blue-eyed. His pale complexion showed little exposure to the sun, and no scarring from labor. He wore a velvet azure doublet and pants trimmed with artful gold embroidery. He also wore shining black leather boots with brass buckles. He scowled, an expression that seemed permanently chiseled into place. Beside Amorlik stood a middle-aged woman only slightly taller and slender. Her long dark hair was tied behind her neck. Her skin was only a little darkened, but her face showed the worry lines that reflected wisdom and struggle. Her dark brown eyes spoke of exasperation and annoyance with the Crown Prince. Her favored plain, thick brown robe and sandals only told Rylin that she was anything but ordinary. The woman was Ard Solis. The whole of Malkanor knew the sorceress was originally sent by the Grand Illumination to advise the king. Due to the queen's scheming, however, Matesius's role was reduced to watching over Amorlik. "I asked you a question, animals, and I expect an answer now!" Amorlik's voice grew louder as he approached them. We caught them," Ishell answered, still fighting to steady her breath. "Pathetic answer! No manners!" Amorlik continued as he closed the distance to Ishell. "And you animals always seem to forget to kneel to your future king!" he shouted as he rammed his fist into Ishell's belly. "Enough, your highness!" Matesia shouted. "Beating the villagers is behavior beneath your station!" Amorlik spun and faced Matesia, furiously. "Silence, witch! What can a nursemaid like you possibly know of my station?" Chapter 4. 3 times, Rylin thought to himself, Amorlik continued to land hard punches into Ishell, beating her for a crime neither of them understood. 3 times the thought repeated in Rylin's mind. No one had lifted a hand to defend Ishell. Matesia cast no spell to defend her, and Rylin was forbidden to help. 3 times, now the thought stirred something new in Rylin, stoking the low embers of anger that sat deep in Rylin's belly. By law, Amorlik could beat Ishell to death, and no one could do anything about it. The punishment for striking a lord or lady was immediate death by beheading. Any defense for Ishell would only result in an additional death. 3 times, our rulers and betters have cast their shadow in the past 2 days. Rylin thought this was a fury that exploded out of him and threatened to devour him. "I'll not stand this cruelty this time. Not now." Acting on instinct and the guidance of his rage, Rylin lifted his arm. His palm directed at the Crown Prince. All at once, the consuming anger collected in his belly, then blasted up through his chest and arm. It was a tangible force now, creating a wave of burning heat that seared his blood and bones. It reached his palm, tingling his fingers with pins and needles. The ball of anger passed through his skin and dashed across the air to slam into Amorlik. Rylin only barely heard the sound of cracking bones as the blast struck the Crown Prince. Amorlik flew backwards into the air. He would have been crushed against the trees, but an intervening invisible force halted him mid-air. Amorlik was frozen a few feet above the ground. He was caught between 2 unseen forces, fighting against each other for his fate. Rylin's blast didn't vanish with its initial failure, and Matisia's magic held a Morlek protecting him. Rylin didn't will his blast to continue. He lowered his arm, looking to the Ard Solis. Her brow furrowed deeply, and her arms were raised and tense. Her breathing was hard, sweat beaded and trickled down her forehead. Her mouth muttered words quietly. Panic and focus played turns across her face. Seconds ticked by slowly as the two forces battled for supremacy. After what felt like hours to Rylin, his wayward ball of anger dissipated. Matisia gasped and slumped her shoulders in relief. A Morlek was gently lowered to the ground. Matisia approached him and placed her right index finger softly against his left temple. Sleep overcame a Morlek in an instant, causing him to collapse in a snoring heap.
He won't remember any of this, and that's for the better,
Matisia informed Rylin. So, we won't be executed? Rylin asked. Matisia shook her head.
You wouldn't be, regardless. This is an affair of magic, which is the strict province of the Order. This just means he won't come looking to beat you to death.
Ishell stood up, slowly massaging her fresh injuries gingerly.
Then what will you do if it is only your concern?
Ishell asked, worried.
Take the prince back to the palace before he wakes,
Matisia shrugged.
And?
Ishell pressed.
And the rest is the Order's business, not yours,
Matisia evaded sternly.
You both run along home now. It's getting dark. I will tend to His Highness's wounds. You should do the same for her.
With only that strange tickling of the air to warn Rylin, Matisia and Amorlik vanished. Rylin walked over to Ishell, appraising her injuries. The welts on her face and legs were an angry red that promised quick, dark bruising. She winced as she held her left side under her ribs. He knew it would be more difficult for her to walk than when she was simply exhausted. I'm all right. I can walk. Ishell feigned a brave smile before trying to stand. The pain forced her back down. This might be painful for you too, but I'm carrying you. Rylin didn't wait for an objection, reaching under his legs and behind her back. Ishell let out a startled cry, but didn't fight.
What about the fish?
I will tell your doll where they are when we get to the village. You just worry about what you're going to tell him. Does he know you have magic?
He knows. I help him in the forge if I wake early enough. What about you?
Ishell stabbed a finger at his chest accusingly.
Do Kylo and Liane know you can do magic?
Rylin looked away, guilty. His first magic was determined to crush a boy to death. Never mind that a Morlek's violence threatened Ishell's life. Rylin could only acknowledge that he nearly killed someone.
Rylin,
Ishell pressed gently now.
Do they know?
I didn't know until today. I didn't know and Rylin trailed off, fighting the oncoming tears.
Rylin, you saved me. If you didn't do what you did,
the only reason I'm not a murderer is because Matisia was there to prevent it, Rylin retorted, sobs breaking free of his control.
If you hadn't struck Rylin, I would be dead,
Ishell snapped. Rylin didn't say anything more about it, and Ishell pressed no further. He continued carrying her through the woods in silence, dwelling on his nearly fatal outburst. It was unfair and infuriating that the leaders of Malkanor could back him into committing this crime. If the village wasn't so subjugated, maybe his first demonstration of magic wouldn't have been deadly. Maybe Ishell and Rylin could have been training in the Enlightened Sun. They could be learning how to help people, understanding the power they had been given. Maybe their families could have been looked after in their absence. Darkness settled over the outskirts when they staggered into its muddy streets. It didn't take long for them to find their parents. All three of them were searching for them, worriedly. Relief settled over the three of them only seconds before Ernik scooped Ishell out of Rylin's arms.
It's all right, Da. I just fell hard,
Ishell lied convincingly.
I did too much to catch the fish. I was tired and it got dark.
First, we'll see about your wounds,
Ernik told Ishell as he carried her.
Then, we'll see about the fish.
You made us worry, Rylin,
Liane cried as she held him tightly.
It was so dark. We feared for you.
I'm all right, Ma. Rylin managed a weak smile, though he felt anything but. Kylo raised a questioning eyebrow and quirked his mouth, skeptically. There's a lot you're not telling us, but it's just as well that you're safe, Kylo told him before he knelt and embraced him. Hand in hand, Rylin returned home with his mother and father. He didn't say anything more of what transpired, keeping introverted for the remainder of the night. Bleak thoughts paraded his mind as he sat apart. Ernik knocked on the door late in the night. He visited them, briefly, leaving them with a considerable share of the fish their children caught. Ishell had given her father clear directions to their earned catch. Ryland's mother cooked a portion of their catch, but he ate little. The near death of the crown prince weighed heavily on him, robbing his appetite. He thought he might be tired, so he quickly went to bed. After long hours, Ryland did finally sleep, but with one thought accompanying him. What would Meticia do about this? Chapter 5. Meticia's swift, purposeful steps echoed loudly in the marble and granite halls of the palace. Her sandals clacked against the ivory-white floors. The lavish tapestries and brass decorations would have caused her disgust on any other occasion. Meticia held no time to think on Pollinser's excesses, though. She already wasted enough time convincing Queen Mayselin and her entourage that Amorlik was simply too weary from his day, and that she brought him home asleep. It was a necessary lie. Meticia had no intention of letting Mayselin know what really happened to her son. It would only have made the next task more difficult. Brass and steel lamps hung from brackets in the wall, set at intervals to create the best illumination for the palace at night. As dark as the moonless night was, the light was welcome to speed her along. Healing the crown prince swiftly was challenging enough, almost as taxing as the effort to save his life from a powerful killing blast. Meticia only had minutes to heal Amorlik at the palace before the queen stormed in. His ribs were cracked badly, and his arms and legs were nearly shattered. The initial impact from the boy's magic was far too great for less. If Meticia was absent, Amorlik would be in gruesome pieces all over the woods. If she had not cast a slumber spell over him so quickly, Amorlik would be screaming in pain. The outskirts might have heard his agonized cries. If that had happened, they might have no choice but to find out and report what had happened. So much quick, intuitive reactions, and Meticia's work was not yet done. She wanted to sigh wearily, but she refused to show her limits when she was in view of Malkanor. Mayselin had reduced her to Amorlik's maid, a role that endlessly infuriated her. But she still needed to create the illusion that no accomplished practitioner of the Enlightened Sun could be so easily broken. As long as people believed her to be invulnerable, she could salvage a degree of respect. Meticia closed the door to her private subchamber behind her. She slumped against the door, closed her eyes, and sighed. It wasn't yet time to relax, but away from prying eyes, the small gesture was enough for now. The subchamber, which was next to her bedchamber, was originally a woman's sitting den. Meticia felt no need for such wasteful frivolity. Within days, she had the brightly colored furniture and crystal decorations removed, in favor of desks, bookshelves loaded with her studies and findings, and some of her handcrafted pieces. She did enjoy perfecting her enchanting. Meticia rummaged through her desk, rifling through sheets and rolled parchment. After a few minutes, she found a blank roll covered with a faint blue dust and edged with gold. She laid the sheet flat on the desk and stood straight, concentrating. Her breathing slowed, and her thoughts faded, one by one. In place of her disappearing distractions, her calm invited a soothing current to pass through her. Invigorated with the power of the current, Meticia allowed the energy to flow into a feather quill, dripping with ink, and she began to write. There was another sheet of parchment, identical to this one, hundreds of miles away. What she wrote on her sheet would be scrawled on its twin. If Meticia wasn't mistaken about what she discovered, she believed she would soon have much more support in dealing with Malkanor. That would certainly be decided when the Grand Illumination read her message. Elysian strode purposefully down the bustling cobblestone avenue at the heart of Catan. His favorite ashwood staff made a measured cadence that was instantly lost among the hundreds of voices. The mid-morning heat of the harbor beat down on his hooded head, while his light brown cloak billowed in its wake. He would have preferred his blue linen robe, but it would have drawn too much attention. A breeze from the south stirred the air and brought Elysian a mix of smells. He allowed himself to inhale deeply, breathing in the aromas of the bakeries, fresh fish, and sea air. Other odors were present as well, but they were too faint and few to identify. Elysian's magic scanned ahead invisibly, finding an unerring path through Catan's citizens. After another hour of striding down the sloped avenue, he rounded a street corner before his destination. The Tea and Candle was a quiet, fashionably decorated tea house. It successfully serviced the majority of the Enlightened Sun for more than 200 years. It was a wide, one-floor establishment, large enough to keep conversations private while secluding those who just wanted to drink and study. Elysian entered, giving a greeting wave to the owner as he passed. His attention was already on Meticia as she sat at a discreetly shaded table towards the back. Whatever she had to tell him, it was very important. He greeted her with a smile. Meticia would always be a friend before being a fellow light of the Enlightened Sun. Whatever happened to the Azure Gardens between instructions? Elysian attempted humor. Maticia looked up from her tea, and Elysian could read the gravity on her expression instantly. No humor would break the stress that weighed on her. Those were replaced by the Gathering Foyer years ago, Light Elysian. Maticia smiled wanly. Light was the title that every Magus of the Order addressed each other by. Calling one by rank was either done in formality or by those who were not a part of the Order. Elysian sat down and noticed that his old friend held more worry lines on her face than he last remembered. Gray had begun to streak her hair since last he saw her. Maticia was an extremely skilled art soulless, not a woman easily broken. For such fatigue to show in so few years, Malkanor would have to be a very great trial. We've been led to overlook much, old friend, Maticia stated directly. Elysian sipped at the cup of peach-flavored tea that Maticia purchased before his arrival. He took a moment to savor the taste of peaches imported from the Tyrillian farms. Their sweetness was a brief pleasure, before the sheer gravity Maticia would soon set upon him. The other night, as I walked, playing nursemaid to the crown prince, we chanced upon a couple of village children, Maticia began, visibly attempting to steady her nerves. Her hands fidgeted restlessly. They were of Malkanor's impoverished, but they were carrying a wealth of fish, enough to eat well for a week. Elysian opened his mouth to argue for good luck, but Maticia raised a hand. Let me finish before you speculate. The prince took offense to their prize and began to beat one of them. The other watched. I saw him war with his anger before it bested him. Maticia paused to take a deep breath. The blast he unleashed on the prince was devastating. I nearly fell over from exhaustion trying to save the prince. Elysian's brow furrowed over the unspoken implications. Maticia had stilled quakes and tamed volcanoes with little visible effort. For propriety, he dared not conclude that Malkanor might be aging her quickly. As her frown deepened, Elysian knew that she had current read him. It was a skill that Lights of the Order used to peer into the thoughts and feelings of other people by sending the endless current through them. My faculties are as able as ever. We can test them if you wish, Maticia defended irritably. There's no need. It was a foolish thought, Elysian apologized. But the other possibility is that Malkanor has a vast wealth of untapped potential. Malaric and I are old friends. I didn't think he would mistrust the council so. It's neither him nor the ancient mistrust that created this secret. The nobles of Malkanor simply wish to keep their lesser class as slaves, Maticia informed with unveiled disgust. I see, Elysian sighed. I thought it strange that all their offered potentials were so well dressed. Maticia nodded. They fear and detest any chance of the meager rising to be more than meager. Elysian's shoulders slumped wearily. Then it seems I must conduct an inquiry. Maticia's expression paled. An inquiry was an imposed search in a nation's boundaries. It was meant to seek and claim any persons or items of interest to the Order that may have been hidden. These generally happen as the result of the ancient mistrust, as the Order had named it. This was the result of the feuding mage clans and the cataclysmic war that followed 2,000 years ago. There was no denying that kings and rulers held a right to be wary since those nightmarish days. But the Enlightened Sun would not allow dangerous persons or items to remain unchecked. The last inquiry took place in Narrenmore 6 centuries ago. The Enlightened Sun was forceful, but only because of Narrenmore's devastatingly powerful artifacts. The king intended to conquer his neighbors and enslave all who survived. The result was several destructive skirmishes that scarred Narrenmore permanently. Now, it simply existed as little more than a waystation province. Can we not simply request they allow testing for all their people? Maticia offered, even while knowing Malkanor's nobility would never completely agree. Elysian shook his head. If such massive power has been kept from our eyes, there may be other dangerous secrets. An aggressive hand may be called for. All right. Be that as it may, why must you conduct the inquiry? We could form an effective team with any number of solars. Elysian raised 2 fingers. 1. As I said, Malaric and I are old friends. 2. A show of strength. Their nobles are already afraid. They fear their farmers might break their chains one day. They are cowards. A little extra muscle might loosen their iron grip. Or back them into a corner and create a struggle the whole world can see, Maticia countered. Chapter 6. After their day of fishing, The next few weeks were a mask of normalcy for Ishell and Rylin. Ishell continued to keep her father company at work, while Rylin continued to labor in the fields. The boys and girls of the outskirts attempted to goad both of them into acting their age. But even Ishell, the more playful of the two, declined instantly. Many of the children began asking questions about Ishell's injuries. She lied, telling them she slipped and fell down a jagged ravine. Their expressions told her they didn't quite believe that. Perhaps it was the immediate flat terrain, or maybe they factored her ability to navigate in the dark. It didn't matter, because neither she nor Rylin were ready to reveal the truth. There was the obvious fact the truth could result in their immediate execution, but that was far less relevant to Rylin and Ishell. Ishell knew Rylin still failed to convince himself that he was not just a murderer. No matter what anyone might say, the events of that night cut him deeply. Ishell believed he simply needed time to work through it and see the truth she knew so well.
If you sit like that much longer, I'm going to mistake you for unworked iron.
Ishell's father teased. One rainy spring afternoon, Ishell blinked away her brooding trance, suddenly aware of her father's jovial gaze. My head was just in the rain, Da, she lied. Ernick continued to cool the forge. Preparing to close shop for the day, he gave her a sideways expression that had become very familiar within these past few weeks.
The inquiry will come and go, and you'll still be sitting there dreaming away.
Ishell blinked a few more times in confusion, as lightning flared in the gloomy downpour. Inquiry?
Aye, girl, an inquiry. Likely the biggest thing that happened here in hundreds of years. Might shake the highborns into sense, or shake the ground at our feet.
Ishell knew her father preferred to keep pace with distant going-ons, such as what the king and queens decided upon. Most days that would only bore her, and she would tune out his tirades. She thought old people always ranted about their leaders. Though there was something different in how he used the word inquiry. There was a grim weight in his expression when he said it. I know I'll be sorry I asked, but what is an inquiry, Da?
It's when the Enlightened Sun get a bit of iron about them.
By which she knew he meant they would get mean.
And come knocking in a country looking for anything of magic, even if they have to knock some heads about it.
Ishell tried to keep her expression unfazed, but she felt fear create a cold point deep in her belly. She knew, instantly, what caused this inquiry. What do they do when they find anything? Ishell tried to sound merely curious. Something of it leaked through her facade, and Ernick turned and sat on his large stool in front of her.
Look, Ishell, it's a wondrous help that you can heat the forge in a breath, or tell a feast of fish to bite your hook quickly. But it means you're a special girl. You're a kind of special no good Da can keep to himself. Everyone needs your help now. Not just me.
Ishell fought back a few tears and attempted a smile. And what about silly old men who complain too much and can't wash their own aprons? She chastised playfully. Ernick shrugged.
It's got something to do with the river, doesn't it?
Ishell laughed. You're hopeless, old man. The news of the inquiry did not take as long to reach Rylin, but he continued to keep secret its relevance to him. Word of the inquiry reached the fields less than a week and a half after the night in the woods, and it spread to every ear as fast as any wildfire in the grasses. Rylin kept his head lowered and into sowing the fields, digging trenches to direct the nearby streams. Perhaps minding his work would better conceal the truth. As Rylin trekked home, wearily brooding and cold on a late spring evening, his solitary thoughts were cut short. Sunset came early, creating a thick down of pink and orange clouds at dim twilight. He didn't see Ishell waiting for him before she grabbed his arm and yanked him away from the muddy streets. Working a little late on a rainy day, aren't you, Rylin? Ishell chided. It's late spring, Ishell. Summer will dry the fields without trenches. Rainy days ruin what you dig. Even I know that. Ishell paused before her brow furrowed. I left you alone for a while because I know you hurt. It's why you're working longer than any farmer I know. But we need to talk. Because of the inquiry. Rylin cut to the point. Ishell gasped as if she had been slapped. How long have you known? Rylin shrugged. It's been the talk for more than a week. And you didn't think to talk with me before? It won't affect me, Ishell. Because you won't tell anyone you fought for my life. That's not going to work, Rylin. Matisia knows. They will know. You can't leap into a heap of straw and hide until they go away. The magic only happened once, Ishell. It will never happen again. I don't know if that's true, Rylin, Ishell told him with wary concern. Since I called my first flame, I am happy every morning to call another. And you think I'll be happy to blast the Morlock every chance I get? Rylin snapped. I help my ma and da in the fields, Ishell. It makes their life easier. Or did you forget? Ishell sighed. I can't believe you're being so hard-headed about this. You always are when it comes to helping them. I can't understand why you've changed your mind so quickly. Rylin toned his anger down. In the woods, you sounded like you wanted to keep it secret from them. Ishell shook her head. I didn't think they could find us. I never said I didn't want them to. They still might not, Rylin countered. Maticia didn't know we had magic just by looking at us. She wasn't really looking either. A Morlock took all her attention. Why are you being so bad about this anyway? I'm not. I just don't have my head in the clouds seeking magic and adventure, Rylin defended. Rylin could tell those words stung Ishell, but he didn't believe he was wrong enough to apologize for them. I am not abandoning my father simply to be some absent-minded wanderlust. Ishell's voice cracked with a choked sob. He is the one who talked me into this. He made me realize I can do more for him in the Enlightened Suns than staying and lighting fires. I think you should think about that while you're moping. Ishell started to walk away with her tears, but then turned to confront Rylin further. Nothing of magic can hide from an inquiry, Rylin. You were seen by an odd solace anyway. Ready yourself for them, and think on this when you do. You are the first to strike a highbone and live to tell of it. If you could do that, imagine what else you could do if you trained with the Enlightened Sun. It was Rylin's turn to feel stricken as Ishell walked away with her hidden tears. Some truths could be more solid and forceful than others. Their weight and impact could be more crushing. In the cold twilight, how could Rylin deny that Ishell hit him with two such truths? Rylin's response was stupefied silence in the empty, muddy streets. Chapter 7. Swift, determined footfalls filled the darkened corridor, approaching the light beyond a white marble archway. A rhythm of thud, thud, clack echoed in the dark. A perfect cadence created from the discipline of trained solas walking with wooden staves. Elysian walked at their lead. He now favored a blue robe with silver trim, and a white cloak embroidered with golden runes. He now carried the more traditional silver staff that was a trademark to the order. Gone was his casual meek scholar appearance, replaced with the imposing raiment of a sorcerer accomplished in varied forms of living magic. War was not frequent in the age he lived in, but he had been forced into it more than once. He wanted Malkanor to know that while he was not seeking a fight, they should not test his resolve for one. Elysian and his selected solas emerged into the daylight of an open courtyard where apprentices waited in silent rows. These were the torches that would accompany the inquiry. They were clothed in brown robes with their hoods drawn up. Glittering white granite surrounded them in the walls and floor. Above a massive double door was a large gleaming brass sun, reflecting the blinding light of the actual noon sun. Elysian halted, allowing himself to feel the gentle heat of a late spring sun. This inquiry would have been underway already, but he felt the delay would lower the guard of Malkanor's highborn. The last thing he wanted was an aristocracy prepared to try to hide secrets. "Torches and solas!" Elysian shouted. "You have been called upon to assist in an inquiry. As you have all learned, the Enlightened Sun does not often seek to use a forceful hand in dealing with nations and people. Their mistrust and wounded regard for us is historically justified. However, the powers we study are dangerous, and some rulers seek to subjugate others with energies they cannot fathom. We inquire of these hidden powers, not to control, but simply to protect. Such decisions of conquest are a threat to the rulers who make them, and the people they are sworn to serve. Seek to ask and request first. Demand when that fails. If you must strike, take no joy. You may claim only regret, never supremacy. Take their pain as your own. Above all else, do not hate them and strike them with rage. Love them enough to protect them and strike only with a stern reprimand." Elysian paused before letting his silver staff float beside him. He put his palms together, fingers up and close, and his inquirers followed his gesture. "All is known in the light," Elysian intoned loudly. "Light exiles the shadows!" The gathering lights responded in unison. The air stirred heavily as the energies of the endless current gathered. The officials of Malkanor's inquiry vanished from their home keep. The inner-city streets of Palantir were not as crowded for late spring as they should be. Malaric observed this with a furrowed brow as he walked with only 2 guards flanking him from behind. As a boy, he remembered the summer streets so full that he barely managed elbow room. Now, barely 24 people were in evidence. Most of those were shopkeepers, sweeping their front steps. Lost and dejected expressions filled their gaze as they absently tended one of the few tasks left to be done. The bear-sized king attempted to give encouraging smiles with his bushy, black-bearded, square face. They could only reciprocate with weak, sad half-smiles of their own. What more could he do? Malaric thought this desperately as he ran his hand through his shoulder-length black hair. His hair was streaked with silver, as a price of his stress. Malaric would offer coin assistance to his people if he thought it would help, but there were simply too few customers. These last few merchants were often the older citizens who remembered his father's reign. They believed their king wouldn't give up on them. They were right, of course, and he did have a plan. If his wife and her courtesan suspected he was doing more than casually strolling the streets of his capital, his plan could be twisted into disaster.
"Don't hurry your steps," Malaric thought with caution. "Just a little more, and it all starts."
Malaric never fancied himself a schemer. In fact, his plan wasn't entirely his. If he were as clever as his father, then his wife and her sycophants wouldn't have done as much harm to Malkanor. All he truly had was a decent education and good intentions for his people. Maysellen was manipulative and ruthlessly calculating. Her contacts with Malkanor's aristocracy were well established long before she married into the royal bloodline of Morinroke. It was almost instantaneous for her to reduce him to a figurehead. As devious and cunning as Maysellen was, Malaric knew she neglected to notice how many nations were poised to put Malkanor out of its economic misery and annex it. All of this would change today, Malaric thought with determined satisfaction. His black leather boots made their heavy steps into the cobblestone town square. No one else graced the historic heart of Palantir, so Malaric knew he was on time. It was an unfinished project for his wife. She wanted a statue of herself erected, made of pure gold. The task came to a standstill when the craftsmen informed her that they could only complete it in brass. Malaric absently kicked a rock at the unfinished project to her vanity. Palantir City Square had been the site of an ancient legendary battle. The desecration was vulgar and insulting. All at once, the summer air pulled and cooled into the center of the square. Before he could comment, the square was filled with easily more than 100 robed figures holding silver staves. Malaric instantly beamed with a broad smile as his fellow student and longtime friend materialized before him. Malaric stepped forward and grasped Elysian's forearm in greeting.
"Very well met, Your Radiance,"
Malaric bowed.
"None of that, old friend.
I came here for our trade, not to make a king bow." Elysian rejected the formality. Malaric laughed.
"I think I'm getting the better end of this deal."
Elysian's usually stern face lit up jovially. "Only because I let you think it."
"Don't make me tell Master you're being smug again,"
Malaric teased. "I'll make you comb your hair with a brick if you do," Elysian laughed.
"I can't tell you what a relief it is that you came,"
Malaric murmured. "Depending on your code, you may take back your thanks," Elysian warned, keeping his voice low.
"This way."
Malaric led Elysian to the palace, a massive following of trained solas in the wake. In their walk, Elysian tried to gather as much information as he could.
How many deep digs occurred recently? Did the fields ever become livelier on any particular day? Did any of the farmers hold any unusual authority?
Only to the last, Malaric answered.
The only unusual authority is my wife, and there's no magic about it, old friend. I've sent all the people I know of to you, and I've tried to keep alert. My current information is considerably filtered. I know nothing unusual unless I am there to see it for myself. I know the city hasn't bustled with strange discoveries, and the fields haven't revealed anything when I visited.
This drew Ulyssen's attention quickly. You have been to the fields, beyond where the farmers make their homes? Then you know of the unforgiving squalor your people endure.
I know of it, but this is one of the few moments I have not been followed by spies. If they see one coin leave my hand to another, Mayselin immediately wants to know what I gained in return.
Look around you, Malaric, Ulyssen whispered harsh and accusing. Your markets are empty. Your good people starve and die. And you know your fellow kings think to put down Malkanor like a rabid animal. I know you see all of this.
So then, why do I allow her to continue to hold her place at my side?
Malaric asked the question for Ulyssen, earning a nod.
I wish I could say it was for love, or even the love of my son.
I have heard much about the heir to the throne. He wasted much of Ard Solis Matisia's precious time. If you could not attest to it, I wouldn't believe him a Morinroke. Wish all you like, old friend. I know that it isn't love that binds you. Malaric sighed a full breath of regret.
I resisted at first, with all my will. Everywhere I thought to turn and take back my dignity as king, she would have another ally ready to report my actions. It was like a nightmare, where all your friends are actually monsters in disguise.
The king of Malkanor paused, allowing Ulyssen to absorb the depth of the frustration he experienced. The grand illumination didn't need as much time. You know that most kings would have simply executed the lot of them, Mayselin included.
Only if they wanted a bloody day, with no counsel or advisors to support them,
Malaric countered.
If I kill them, I will be completely alone in the palace.
Certainly you have loyal servants and soldiers you could simply elevate? Ulyssen suggested.
Aye, there are plenty of them. However, their education is only a little better than the farmers, to say nothing for their connections.
Ulyssen sighed, with growling annoyance. He didn't know if he was angry that Malaric had allowed himself to become so trapped, or if it was the fact that Malkanor's entire government might have to be rebuilt from the ground up. Either way, it seemed the highest-ranking sorcerer in the world might have to take up temporary residence in the second lowest-ranking nation in Stratia. The inquiry would only be the first of a long list of tasks that he felt needed to be personally overseen. Chapter 8. Thick raindrops pelted against the glass of tall windows, breaking the tranquil silence of the study. Several tall bookcases were filled with books that held a thick layer of dust. The candlelight broke the gloom of a heavy, overcast day. At a massive red oak desk, a short bald man with a long pointed nose and a penchant for rapidly blinking his hazel eyes sat grinding his teeth. It was a bad habit with his temper, but he needed something to yell at for the noise that blocked his concentration. A bright flash of yellow lightning filled the study with instant brilliance. A deafening peal of thunder drew a high-pitched scream from him, followed by a howl of anger. Barcells took a steadying breath and smoothed his maroon velvet doublet with shaking hands. He was a lesser lord, with important, not to mention richly paying, work from Mayselin herself. Her true profits from the trade were a well-kept secret, and he was the keeper of that hidden truth. Mayselin had several arms merchants and dealers in dangerous substances, and a strong slave trade allowing her a constant influx of illegal income. Barcel's role was to watch this income as it came. Then, he would shift its various treasuries at random until the source of her wealth was lost in obscurity. Barcel served Mayselin since she was a young woman. Back then, she was a courtesan of a shady and dangerous barony of Narranmore. A series of loud slams reverberated in the halls of the estate. Lord Barcells focused all of his anger on the intrusion. In the cold spring downpour, some lunatic had trekked to his home and demanded his attention. 2 guards with gleaming halberds in their hands and broadswords at their belts followed as he left his study. His polished black leather boots sounded loudly as he stomped angrily along the dark granite hallways. Whoever had the audacity to show up at his home to rudely disturb him would find a possibly violent welcome waiting for them. Several floors later, before a tall double door of thick wood and black iron, Barcells waited as his guards opened the door. Barcells opened his mouth to begin his tirade as the cold air slammed into him. He caught his words fearfully as his eyes adjusted to the dreaded gloom. The gray and brown-robed hooded figures one with a silver staff, stood before him. The central figure with a staff was a woman only a head taller than Barcel's, while the two men flanking her were much taller and wider. The imposing feeling of power and confidence she radiated was potently tangible. Barcel's instantly felt the warmth drain from his face from more than the weather. The inquiry had come to his home, and while his home had as much magical value as a ball of mud, the Enlightened Sun was not known to overlook illegal activities. We represent the Enlightened Sun. We are here to inquire about any items or persons of interest. May we enter your estate? The woman asked politely. Barcel blinked, trying to gather his stunned wits. The question was a formality, of course. The Solas would enter by force if he refused, and their search would commence regardless. No guards or weapons would be enough to halt them. If they found any incriminating evidence against Mayselin, the Queen's wrath for Barcel's would be both deadly and painful. Barcel's recovered his wits quickly. I have nothing to hide. By all means, enter and search to your heart's content. The woman narrowed her eyes with suspicion before leading the two sorcerers into his home. The duo fanned out into Barcel's estate and began looking around. Nothing was touched or overturned. Barcel's was expecting them to ransack as they moved along. They simply walked deeper into his home and looked. Barcel's turned his attention to the Solas in front of him. He became aware that she was staring at him since entering. She didn't blink, and he found the intensity of her brown-eyed gaze unsettling and uncomfortably piercing. What do you hope to find here? You know Malkanor has sent every magical person or object to the Enlightened Sun. We have gained no power that would allow us conquest. Barcel's was speaking more to deflect her scrutiny than to challenge her right to be there. In point of fact, it seems Malkanor has withheld many persons of interest. The omission has led us to wonder what other secrets the nobility could be keeping from the Order. She spoke in a calm retort, but Barcel's realized her gaze remained unflinching. What of it then? Will you leave Malkanor as you did Narrenmore? Barcel's challenged. If you will recall, the King of Narrenmore struck first, with an object he knew nothing about. Hundreds of lives were lost because of his ignorance. In his arrogance, he was ready to kill thousands more. He was a danger to himself and his people. We could do no less than meet him with a firm hand. Allow us our search, comply, and no assertive action will be required of us. Barcel didn't care for the Sola's self-righteousness, but he supposed what really annoyed him was her ceaseless stare. Could she at least blink? It felt as if... At last, he understood how an inquiry was so thorough without having to tear homes apart like common thugs. While the two sorcerers were probing his home with magic he couldn't detect, this sorceress was searching him just as completely. She was staring straight into his mind, reading him. You are more intelligent than I assumed, Lord Barcel's. It's not everyone that can deduce our methods of searching. Her admission was startling, if polite. Sweat beaded on the scalp of the Lesser Lord. He resisted the urge to rub a nervous itch on his forehead. He holds nothing and no one from us. One of the sorcerers spoke as he returned to the entry den. What of all his servants? She asked without lessening her stare. We probed labor places and servants' quarters, though a number of his servants may be in the outskirts of Palantir. He is a cruel taskmaster, but none of them hold such power. The other sorcerer who spoke looked at Barcel's with a level of contempt he felt even with his back turned. It is distasteful, I agree, she answered with disgust. But we are not here to correct their policies. That is a matter between the Grand Illumination and the King of Malkanor. Are you three finished then? Or do you need more time to insult this nation in my home? Our laws are really none of your concern. The jibe was dangerous, and while Barcel's was irritated, he regretted his words just as they left his mouth. The woman narrowed her gaze momentarily, leaving Barcel's to wonder if she could actually kill him with a look. At last she turned her attention to her colleagues. We have established that Lord Barcel's is equally rude and cruel, but he keeps no secrets we need to remain for. With that, the Solas turned away, opening the door to the harsh weather with a flick of her wrist. The two sorcerers followed, taking up their flanking positions. Kara didn't like the gut feeling that screamed at her to go back. She felt her anxiety gnawing within her as she walked in the rain. I know we must feel only love for these people, as the Grand Illumination ordered, Torch Merrill broke the wordless trek. But these nobles infuriate me. I would have liked very much for Lord Barcells to grant us a valid reason to melt his home and riches to a steaming puddle. That wasn't what we were there for, Light Merrill, Carol reprimanded, half-heartedly.
Do you think he suspects?
The other, a promising young torch, Rylin asked. We can only do as we are asked, and hope for the best, Light Rylin. We searched for magic, and kept his attention away from Palanza's outskirts, Merrill answered.
I don't think he would have ventured into the weather, regardless. Why do we need to keep our true search so secret?
Kara smiled at the naivety. Rylin might be one of the most steadfast torches, but policies and national intricacies were new to him. Malkanor's biggest magical secret is their farmer caste. Those they view as slaves. If they have been keeping this secret for so long, then it is likely that the nobles want them to remain in servitude. If we change that, and they know when we will change that, they may try to forcefully stop us. We can avoid any battle if they cannot predict our timing. That is also why we use weather alteration, Merrill interjected. This rain keeps everyone in their homes. The nobles stay out of our way, and those we search for will be much easier to find. Kara sighed, trying to relieve her anxiety. It's vexing to leave Barcells. I feel he is hiding something we aren't looking for. Kara was an evoker, a sorceress skilled in various raw elemental magics, such as fire, water, earth, and air. Current reading was not her strong point, but she held the least required skill level in such skills, as any soulless did.
How can you be certain?
Rylin asked. Didn't you hear him? He said he has nothing to hide, Merrill reminded. Those words alone indicate plenty that is hidden. Chapter 9. Crescen's invisible strands of magic searched through every niche and crevice. The paved center of Pollenzer didn't hold many potential students. That came as no surprise. The Order knew it wasn't the merchant caste that was oppressed and enslaved in Malkanor. He left the slick cobblestone of the capital, and his boots squelched with the thick, soupy mud. He just wished his search was a little easier. It was late afternoon, almost evening. The ensorcelled downpour darkened everything a few hours early. The light posts that were common in Falinsor's center ceased well before the outskirts. Crescen was forced to use magic to probe for decent footing as well as hidden individuals. The toll of the magic was steadily exhausting. Crescen was new to the rank of Torch, raised only a month ago. He certainly wasn't the strongest. A soulless wouldn't have noticed the mud. Their sandaled feet would have cleansed with each step. He thought some of their menial displays were just showboating, but they held comforts he greatly wished for now. Crescen was a weaker polymancer, a sorcerer specializing in changing one object to another, or into the energies of the endless current. While magic outside of a specialty was always difficult, his low capacity for the endless current made it far more taxing for him. Crescen tried not to look at the outskirts too much. The tiny squat hovels of mud and thatch were barely strong enough to withstand the rain. They wouldn't even have been found in any other nation in Stratia. Few rulers were truly perfect or benevolent, but even the most hard-fisted kings would have disdained allowing this. Yet Crescen also noticed a lack of street filth. There were no foul-smelling peasants. These would have been signs of a village so overstrained that their spirits were broken and apathetic. What was the difference here? Crescen's magic reached ahead, into the glowing tiny openings, into the huddled bodies seeking warmth of their meager fires. As he searched, he found almost a dozen children open to a surprising level of potential, all within minutes. There were seeds of possibility with the adults as well, but their lives had buried that possibility until it was severely muted. There were two that caught his attention almost instantly. One was as strong as several solas combined. The other was different, almost alien to Crescen. It was a strong child, certainly, but every time Crescen tried to grasp the depth of this strength, it merely slipped around his magic, like oil. The only way Crescen would know how strong the child truly was would be to get closer. Then, evasion would be more difficult. As Crescen followed the potency, he was fascinated, drawn to discover how much strength this child held. How could it hide so well? It was a fixation unlike anything he had ever experienced before. It created a deep trance that beckoned him. His basic five senses began to dull, and the world faded from his perception. There was something else to this, but Crescen forgot the name of the sensation. The pulling curiosity became all-consuming. He needed to know the nature of this latent power. As Crescent began to stumble and stagger into his steps, words came back to him. His hands grasped his head and he remembered the word for the forgotten sensation. It was pain. His hold on the endless current lessened, and his searching magic faded. His head felt as if it was squeezed. It felt like an invisible grip was crushing his brains. He fell to his knees in the mud, trying to wrestle with it. He wanted to scream out, but while his mouth was open, no sound came. Crescent endured many pains as a flame in a candle, all part of his training. None of it was as debilitating as this. There was no way for Crescent to measure how much time had passed before the pain began to recede. The cold mud around his legs was the first sensation to welcome him back to the coherent thought. With trembling weak limbs, he slowly stood up. He would have been grateful for a sturdy wall, or a soulless staff to lean on. There was nothing. He forced himself not to fall back into the mud. One thing was clear to Crescent. He did not have the strength to locate who, or what, radiated such an overwhelming power. He needed to contact the Solas so that they could search this area. Elysian felt the waves of power like Crescent described even halfway across the Merchant Plaza. It was not as entrancing or as debilitating for him as it had been for Crescent and a handful of other Solas. But Elysian erred on the side of caution. 10 Ard Solas, including Maticia, fanned out behind him, following in a V formation. The downpour continued. The weather-altering Solas were at work, hidden in an abandoned cottage far to the east of Palantir. The patter of rain on the cobblestone streets created a ceaseless hissing that drowned the sound of their approach. The rain was lost on the minds of the Solas. They focused solely on bolstering the grand illumination. His focus, in turn, pushed deep into the strange waves of invisible force, searching for the source. It was like pushing a needle into the ocean. All at once, the stone streets ended, and the glow of lampposts faded behind them as they left the quiet comfort of Palantir. They were approaching the forsaken outskirts, only a mile away. Time was irrelevant to Elysian now. It was as meaningless as the required effort to walk the distance. His entire awareness drove him forward and exiled all distractions. The waves of energy became thicker and more forceful as he walked closer to the outskirts. At first, it was merely like a strong wind, but now it was like walking deep against ocean waves. Soon, it would be like pushing against waves of tree sap. The effort would strain his body and mind equally. Elysian wondered how this phenomenon could occur. He actually hoped it was an artifact and not the boy Maticia encountered, as she believed. If it was a person, then their latent potential was unlike anything historically recorded. How could any of them train such a talent? The possibility of hubris for both teacher and student would be only one of many dangers that waited. The simplest spells could prove overwhelming, possibly catastrophic. Elysian pulled that out of his mind. It was a future consideration, and it would be unnecessary anyway. What mattered was the task at hand. There would be no way to know how many candidates were hidden until the source was uncovered. Rylin felt strange as he sat before the fire. His boiled potatoes were forgotten, as was the sound of his mother and father discussing the strange storm. One moment, he was eating contentedly, basking in the pleasant warmth. The next, he felt his skin tingle and a tickling in his brain. It felt almost like sleep, slowly calming him, but it came only to swallow his awareness. It wasn't the first time the sensation found him tonight. The past several times were not as gradual or as all-consuming, but they were very similar. At last, it was too much for him. Rylin only knew that he was safer laying down. Ma, Da, I don't feel right. Ryland's words slurred as he struggled to stand with suddenly weak limbs. I think I should rest. Ryland took one step and felt something burst inside him with unexpected force. He only briefly felt cold, wet darkness as he fell. Elysian couldn't make sense out of what he felt, let alone what he was looking at now. This is where the outskirts should be, but following a wave of power that blasted him back and off his feet several yards. Every hovel and hut pavilion was demolished flat, their residents huddled tightly, both against the suddenly devouring cold, as well as the fear of what ripped away their homes. Hurriedly, and in some panic, Elysian projected the thought to the weather-altering Solus to cease at once. The remains of the outskirts were blasted in a telltale fashion. With such an obvious trail, the Solas ceased their magical search. The sticks, straws, and logs fell outward from a point, pushed away by a single source. Elysian held on to his desperate, now foolish hope. This power was too reactive, and on a level no sorcerer had ever known. The sheer volatility left absolutely no room for error. An item could simply be labeled dangerous and stored away from human hands. But that was soon lost. At the heart of the devastation, cradled in the arms of a weeping woman, was an unconscious, raven-haired boy.
"Please, sir," the woman begged, "can you help him?"
Chapter 10.
"It's him, your radiance!"
exclaimed a familiar voice. It was cold and wet, and Rylin was still too weak to open his eyes, but his mind allowed him enough presence to hear. He wondered why he could not simply go back to sleep. There, at least he wouldn't have to feel anything. A man's voice, presumably the one called Your Radiance, sighed wearily before speaking.
"I was hoping it wouldn't be so. Yes, milady and good man, I can help him. Carry him and follow me. What is the boy's name?"
"Rylin," his father answered. Rylin wanted to answer that he was a young man, not a boy. But this conversation and the cold was lost to him as he drifted back into the comforting blackness. Rylin's mind began to wake slowly. He didn't know how much time passed as he drifted comfortably in his own oblivion. Was it hours? Minutes? Wherever he was now, it was far warmer and softer than anything Rylin had ever known. It certainly wasn't the sackful of straw he normally slept on. The blanket was definitely not the scratchy sackcloth layers he was accustomed to. The luxury of his environment made Rylin curious. Slowly, he opened his eyes. Bright illumination caused him to ache deeply. It took a moment for his sight to adjust to his surroundings. As he did, voices began to fill his awareness. He wasn't alone. "It will take some time. You know that," came the familiar voice of Ard Solas Maticia.
"I'm counting on it," assured the man from the Rainy Night confidently. "For one thing, they deserve better than they've had in decades. For another thing, it will give us time to support His Majesty, perhaps help him stand up for his subjects."
"That's a very aggressive decision, Your Radiance," Maticia cautioned. "Some may view it as reverting to the days of the mage clans."
"I doubt the aristocracy is educated in matters 2,000 years old," he dismissed. "Malkanor's on a brink of self-ruin. It may require a harder hand to prevent its fall. There is too much valuable history, and there is too many good people to simply allow it to slip away."
Rylin didn't know what they were talking about, but he liked what he heard from the strange man, and he knew Maticia to be good-hearted. He needed to rise and discover more. Didn't the Ard Solas call him Your Radiance? Was it possible that he was the Grand Illumination himself? Did the most powerful sorcerer of the Order of the Enlightened Sun come to Malkanor to oversee the inquiry? Rylin sat up in the comfortable bed and took in his surroundings. Sunlight poured into the spacious room from a window as tall as a man. The gray stone floors and walls were familiar, and Rylin was shocked to realize he must be waking at one of the better inns at Palancer. His mother and father sat sleeping against one another on a small couch a few feet away. What long night caused them to sleep so late? Why were they all here instead of at home? The voices of the two magicians didn't seem to affect his parents. Maybe Rylin could go to the sitting room quietly and learn more. No sooner did Rylin stand up than his mother opened her eyes and rushed to wrap him in her arms. "I worried you'd never wake," she cried into his shoulder. "I'm all right, Ma. I was just sleepy," Rylin reassured, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Why are you here? What's happening?"
"You'd better ask the Grand Illumination,"
Rylin's father interjected, stretching out his arms.
"He wanted to explain it all to you, personally."
Just then, the door opened, allowing a man a hand taller than Rylin's father to enter.
"I thought I heard you wake,"
he said as his brown eyes found Rylin. His dark brown, coarse hair was pulled back, tied behind the nape of his neck. He had slightly traveled, darkened skin. He was a lean man, wearing only a light wool tunic and loose pants to cover adequate muscles. The average foreigner appearance was betrayed by his straight posture and his overwhelming presence.
"Pleasant morning to you, Rylin," he greeted. "I am Light Elysian. Would you mind walking with me?"
"Is that wise, Your Radiance?" Maticia questioned warningly from the other room. "He just woke. He might not be ready for it."
"I believe young Rylin might require a direct approach, Light Maticia. Wouldn't you agree, Rylin?" Elysian asked.
I'm very confused, my lord, Rylin admitted. Come with me, then. We have much to discuss. Elysian turned, leading the way for Rylin to follow. Rylin had never been inside one of the inns before. The times he came to the capital city could easily be counted, so to see the decorations and furnishings of a place in the inner city left him wide-eyed with amazement. He knew it wasn't as much as the residents would have liked, but it was still far more luxury than he was accustomed to. As they left the inn and found the cobblestone streets, Elysian tossed Rylin a shining red apple. The grand illumination winked at Rylin. Your mind may function better if you don't have to war with your hunger. Rylin devoured the apple ravenously as they walked. Elysian sighed, and Rylin knew he was finding his next words carefully. You know you would have drawn our notice in time, didn't you? Elysian asked pointedly. Rylin felt a cold despair create an ache in his belly. I hoped it wouldn't be so. Why? You know what comes next for you. Because my mother and father need me. Because I help make their burdens less. I love them, so I do it every day, Rylin explained, feeling tears begin. By staying, you believe you'll be helping them more? Elysian asked, with a challenging edge in his voice. Rylin felt a rush of air, just as he had in his first encounter with Matisia. In a single step, Elysian and Rylin stood among crude piles of debris and vast golden fields. The outlying forests were very familiar to him, though. He knew that Elysian had covered the distance to the outskirts in a step. Rylin also knew the debris to belong to the homes of all the people he knew so well. Rylin gasped. The storm must have been more horrible than I thought. Fates, everyone needs my help now. A storm didn't do this, Rylin, Elysian informed grimly. Rylin looked at the grand illumination, more confused than when he woke. Ishell approached, her expression sympathetic and sad. She put her hands on his shoulder, then wrapped her arms around him, weeping. It's not your fault, Rylin. No one blames you, she told him, speaking into his shoulder. Rylin was confused only a moment more. Then he was horrified. I didn't, Rylin stammered desperately. No, I fell asleep. I was tired and... Even in Ishell's embrace, Rylin's knees felt weak as he fell, his eyes watering. All the homes, Enric's forge, everything wiped out overnight. First, his magic had tried to murder. Now it caused desolation for everyone he knew and cared about. What good was his magic if it could only hurt people without his consent? How could he live with himself if he couldn't prevent this? The thought made him sick to the point of nausea. Girl, why are you still here? Elysian asked as Rylin knelt in the ruins. I am certain you were chosen. You should be with Lycara now. I know, but I needed to get some things from my father's forge. We will find everything as we help you rebuild, Elysian reassured her. Right now, you are the only one left here in the outskirts. But why did you bring Rylin here, your radiance? Ishell asked accusingly. Even I could tell you how much pain it would cause him. It's not your place to question the motives of an odd Solus, Elysian chided. Instead of challenging the grand illumination further, as Rylin knew she would have, Ishell knelt down in the mud to pull Rylin close. Staying here will endanger everyone, Rylin. Elysian turned his attention back to him, somewhat harshly. If you want to help your mother and father, come with the Order of the Enlightened Sun. We can help you learn to control your magic and focus it into helping as many people as you can. Rylin looked up and around at the devastation. What other choice was there now? By staying, he could only hurt people. He needed to learn how to control this power. The spring sun that shone down felt like false cheer in its warm glow. Rylin's life inevitably would change drastically now. Take heart, Rylin. We will be in Malkanor a bit longer. There is much work for the Order to do here. Rylin steeled himself in resolve and stood up. I am no stranger to hard work, your radiance. No, I expect you're not. That will serve you well. From now on, you will call me Spark Elysian. I will be your teacher. Chapter 11. Macelin paced irritably. Her glittering crimson shoes echoed loudly in the cavernous marble throne room. Her small, delicate-looking hands were clasped behind her back, or she would have found a neck to strangle. Her long black hair lashed like a whip each time she turned. It was a thick braid that hung to the small of her back. She wore a crimson silk dress that clung to everything above her hips, and a diamond tiara that could have solved Malkanor's finance problems for several months. She waited, impatiently and angry, for the nobles of Malkanor to arrive. The gold throne of the queen, so close to her, won by contest and cunning, did nothing to ease her temper. It was one thing that the Order of the Enlightened Sun had appeared in the middle of Palantir, unannounced and without warning, also uninvited in her view. Then, they simply started rummaging through the outskirts, digging through filthy slaves. They even created a storm and started sacking estates as a diversion. What was worse, all of her cohorts fell for it like idiots. The massive double doors opened, allowing several lesser lords to enter. They laughed and spoke loudly with each other until Malkanor fixed them in her icy blue glare. She scowled with pursed red lips. The first arrivals fell silent under her scrutiny. "Where is Barcells and the others?" Malkanor demanded. It was far more annoying that they gave no answer, favoring sheepish guilt. They were grown men and lords. They should at least answer with dignity. "Just as well. Barcells may have angered me, but he is the least. You can tell the others just how great my fury is," Malkanor began dismissively. "Do any of you know what happened last night?" A tall young blonde lord, Majan, answered. "The inquiry began, starting with our homes?" "Did you honestly believe you held their primary interest?" Malkanor growled between clenched teeth. "They claimed over 50 peasant brats since last night." "The weather was most foul." "Then wear a cloak!" Malkanor shouted. "Thus far, the Order of the Enlightened Sun has come as they pleased and taken whatever they wish. Tell me, do you allow common brigands to barge into your home and loot to their heart's content?" "No, your majesty," answered Majan. "But to go out and prevent them might have escalated into armed conflict. We would have stood no chance." "Did it occur to you, Lord Majan, to go to the outskirts first and move the peasants?" Malkanor challenged. "It would have been a delay only," Majan countered. In spite of the circumstances, his backbone was impressive. If she wasn't married to that overly self-sacrificing fool, Majan might be entertaining for an evening. "Then delay all the way to Malkanor's borders. If an armed conflict were to occur there, 2 nations would stain the Order's hands instead of just 1. Malkanor suggested condescendingly. Majan looked at Malkanor expressionlessly, while the other 2 stared, dumbfounded. Malkanor knew only 1 out of the 3 of them would have lasted in Narrenmore. Clearly, nobility was defined much differently here. Since the fall of the monarchs at the hand of the Order, Narrenmore had become a much more sinister place. There was little military to speak of. Few had the means to raise an army. But the aristocracy learned to scheme in dangerous and quietly subtle ways, careful never to draw new attention from the Enlightened Sun. Before she was 7 years old, Malkanor studied from an apothecary to cure and create hundreds of poisons. At age 11, she cured her own snakebite. It was a deadly black wanderer, frequent in Narrenmore's bogs. It had also been left in her bed by her sister. In retribution, she began a series of poison investments and sales. Doing so allowed Malkanor the means to sell her entire family into slavery within the next few months. Her family returned at the age of 15, leading a small militia. Malkanor purchased the services of a particularly skilled assassin. Before her family and their bandit entourage could attack the former estate, all but her sister was beheaded in their sleep. Their heads were displayed on wooden stakes outside of the family estate to discourage the rebellious gatherings. The brigands fled the estate in a day. She saved her sister for last, keeping her caged for a few years before throwing her naked and screaming into a bog full of alligators. "None of you know what it means to be truly elite, and that sickens me. Out of my sight, and ponder it," Malkanor commanded angrily. The 2 quiet lords scurried away, almost fearfully. Majan chose a path of disobedience. "Is there something that compels you to risk my wrath, lesser lord?" Malkanor queried irritably. "Your point is flawed, your majesty," Majan fearlessly countered. "If we simply move the villagers, the Enlightened Sun need only use its power to meet us wherever we turn. There is no outcome where they don't have what they want. Our resistance is irrelevant." The reality that Majan offered was a blow to her, but he was offering a practical view. Judging the blue-eyed, wispy-figured lord without hearing his thoughts was clearly foolish. It was time to test his nerves, just a little. "Tell me, young lord," Macelin challenged, using his title mockingly. "What do you know about me? What have you heard?" "Some of your life is concealed. All of Malkanor's natives are oblivious to your youth in Narramore, believing you to be just another courtesan." Majan narrowed his eyes conspiratorially. "But anyone who truly knows Narramore these days knows there is no such thing as just another courtesan. Few nobles ever live to see their first gray hair in Narramore, and women tend to disappear after they break childhood." Macelin nodded. All of that was common knowledge, especially to Narramore's neighboring countries. "You took control of your family estate at the age of 10. You thrived there until you were 26 years of age. If there was proof linking you to the disappearance and death of all your rivals, your true reputation would have reached His Majesty, and he never would have married you." It was difficult to mask her shock at his assessment, but she knew better than to reveal weakness to people like Majan. But now Macelin knew that Majan could either be a valuable asset or a very dangerous enemy. But as Macelin had always known, every asset was disposable. If she ever failed to get rid of such people after she was done with them, then their knowledge of her could return to ruin her. Macelin approached Majan until she stood only a couple of feet away. "You know these things, and yet you challenge my ire." "A calculated risk, Your Majesty. Sometimes the greatest rewards come with the most risk at a precise moment," Majan whispered meaningfully. Oh, Majan knew more than any other noble other than the Barcels. Did he pay her personal treasure for this knowledge? Did he track his movements? She would have to make sure her longest-lived ally hadn't become careless. Macelin craned her head up to Majan's ear teasingly. "And just how much would you risk in a precise moment?" she whispered. Majan turned to her, his baby blue eyes hardened. "I'm no fool, Your Majesty. Adultery and treason notwithstanding, any living thing to know you that intimately tends to end in a headshot." That was far more shocking. Barcels would never barter that information. Not even the brigands that her family had gathered were allowed to survive for very long after they fled from her home. She didn't let them live long enough to tell anyone about her family. She knew Macelin that well. She was meticulous, covering the tracks to every enemy she had ever dispatched. For Majan to know Macelin that well, he would have to study her very closely. "Worry not, Your Majesty," Majan murmured. "There is more reward for me in 2 nations than 1. Chapter 12. By the end of the inquiry, the Enlightened Sun had claimed more than 80 children and 20 adults. Rylin recognized only about 50 of the children from the outskirts. Everyone else was clearly from villages and holdings in Malkanor that Rylin had never been to. At that moment, all the new initiates to the Order were lined up, side by side, before the outskirts. Before them stood Elysian and a number of the Solas. Quite a large distance behind the former village, a large number of the nobility had come, presumably looking for an opportunity to reclaim the children. "Today begins a new day for all of you," Elysian declared, shouting to be heard. "Today, in addition to who you were before, you are all lights of the Order of the Enlightened Sun. As part of the Order, wherever you go, you will seek to banish all the shadows that darken the lives of those you meet. You will banish ignorance with understanding, hatred with compassion, despair with hope. You will learn your true strength, and you will lend it to your world freely. That is what it means to be a light." Elysian pointed to the ruins of the outskirts behind him. "Your first task as flames is to clear away this devastation and make it ready for your sparks to make into new and better places for people to live in. None of you will be permitted to tend to your former homes, and you will save anything of importance to those that live there. Flames, go forward and begin. Solas, guide your students." Rylin was actually very pleased with Elysian's first order. It was no secret that the Enlightened Sun was a hard trial for those who were new, but Rylin hated the idea of just leaving the outskirts in the state it was in. It was 2 days since the inquiry concluded. The sun began to return to its mid-spring warmth. It was late morning, and sweat began to bead on Ryland's forehead, while the piles of debris grew. The mud that had been soupy and thick 2 days ago had dried and caked. The work was more difficult, and while the Solas provided shovels and wheelbarrows, Breaking the crusted remains was taxing. Many other children were unaccustomed to doing more than playing in the streets, and they were offered skins of water periodically. Rylin spotted Ishell while he worked, and he was surprised to find she labored almost as tirelessly as himself. She never worked in the fields, and she was as eager as any child to waste away her days. He knew she often helped Enric in the fort. Was the forge really so much work for her? It became obvious to the nobles that there was no chance to reclaim any of the farmers or servants. After several hours and a couple of futile shouting matches with the Solas, the lords realized that they were not taking anyone from their current labors, and they left. It was the first time any of the new flames saw the nobles of Malkanor truly denied anything. For a moment, even Rylin could only gape as the barons turned their backs and rode their horses away. There were no threats, no beatings, no angry reprisals at all. At one point in the early afternoon, one of the adult flames approached a Sola, and Rylin couldn't help but overhear.
"Begging your pardon, Sparks Kenson, but if you build nicer places for people to live in, won't they be taxed harder?"
the young blonde-haired woman asked. "We won't allow them to be taxed more than they had to begin with," the soulless Kenson answered, confusing both Rylin and the flames. "But aren't you giving them more, Spark? Flame Marrow, you will see that they will have no more than before. No trees will be cut, no earth will be removed." Rylin had to shake away his own sense of confusion. Even as he continued to sift through the rubble for clothes, personal objects, and food, he tried to examine the words. How could the homes become better if there was nothing more than before? Did Elysian lie to them to make them feel better? It was not until late afternoon that the Solas began to move from their almost implacable watch. They didn't approach the flame or the village effects, as Rylin thought they might. Several of the Solas fanned out to clear the flattened ground. Several others approached the huge heaps of ruined homes. Why did more than one Solas approach the great pile? Certainly all they had to do was set it alight. Did creating such a blaze truly require such an effort? As they halted several feet away, Rylin gradually felt the telltale pulling air. Many of the flames were less familiar with the sensation of the gathered magic, and they looked all about nervously, trying to find a wind that stirred nothing. It was much stronger than Rylin's previous encounters with magic. The Solas were clearly united in a much larger task. Their mouths moved in silent words, and their hands moved in smooth, graceful gestures. The pile shifted slightly, moved by an unforeseen force. The debris lifted into the air, floating freely. Even in the brilliance of sunlight, only an hour before sunset, the air shimmered around the wreckage, then burst to light with a brilliant azure glow. The light flared brighter and brighter, pushing back sunlight. The flames gasped in awe, shielding their eyes, squinting against the blinding glare. Rylin continued to watch, transfixed, as the glow infused broken branches and clumps of mud. He was amazed to find wood folding in on itself, growing and changing into blocks of gray stone. Elysian pointed to the newly formed blocks of stone. As his hand moved, the stones moved with it. He directed them to the waiting second group of Solas. Rylin didn't notice it before, but the second group of Solas stood before the site that once contained one of their homes. It belonged to the grieving woman he heard throughout the winter nights. As each stone came to them, they directed them to a place in the ground, binding them with mortar that oozed between the stones and hardened instantly. In less than 15 minutes, an entire floor formed, and walls were gradually built next. From within those walls, a bed, a couch, and a hearth began to shimmer into being. Air seemed to gather, flare with bright golden light, then harden into each piece of a home. The continued effort strained the Solas. Their breathing became heavy and sweat streamed down their faces. Their concentration never wavered. The expressions only hardened with a determination that continued to grow with each moment. As Rylin watched, he realized the new home was enough to accommodate and comfort one person. The shades of red and yellow that were on the bed and furniture were the favorite colors of the grieving woman. Also, nothing in the home accounted for the man Ernick punched and banished. Yet the one-bedroom window faced the cemetery, only a mile to the east. It was as if Elysian and the Solas knew all they needed to know about the woman they were building a home for. Rylin knew that the only person in the outskirts who might have encountered the Enlightened Sun was Ernick. No one could afford a trek that would have allowed such a meeting. Yet they worked with a knowledge that bordered intimate. Rylin could only guess that there were many forms of magic at work here. There was the magic at work that they could see, but another allowed the Order to intuit that nature of people that they were helping. All the while, their efforts were united in perfect symmetry. It was a sight that was both amazing and inspiring. Twilight began to drain the colors from the world beyond the magic. At last, the Solas were too fatigued for more, and another group of Solas stepped forward to take their place. The Solas at rest, who were also sparks, claimed their students before leaving. "Come with me, Light Rylin." It was the first time Elysian called him by his new title. He obeyed wordlessly, but couldn't help but feel overjoyed with pride. "What did you see and learn as you watched today?" Elysian asked as they walked to the south. Rylin noticed that his mentor waited until they were a discreet distance before quizzing him. Rylin thought hard, reflecting back on the day before answering. "As you said, the Enlightened Sun uses its power to help anyone. They don't choose and tax as our lords and ladies do. Also, I saw that nothing is ever wasted." "You were so close to seeing what I wanted you to know." Elysian sounded disappointed, but only slightly. "Change is the true power of life, Light Rylin. That pile was once homes, and it could no longer benefit people in the form it was in. It was broken and ruined. Only by undergoing change, a very drastic change, could those materials not only continue to help, but they could do far more in their new shape." Rylin mulled the lesson over in his mind. "As a farmer, I could no longer help anyone. I need to change so I can do far more for everyone." Elysian stopped walking and turned to Rylin, offering his hand. "Becoming a sorcerer is a monumental change, Light Rylin. It will be hard and painful for both of us. We call our teachers sparks because they ignite those dormant possibilities in our students. They help them begin the wonderful transformation. If you are willing, I believe I can show you how you can do great things for the world we live in." Rylin didn't have to think about his reply. Being offered a chance to use this unusual power he held to help people was more than he could have ever hoped for. Rylin clasped the Grand Illumination's hand and shook it firmly. Rylin felt grateful to join the Order of the Enlightened Sun. Chapter 13. The room may not have been as big as the room Rylin woke to at the inn, but it was still more than he was used to. The bed was only a little bigger than himself, and the plain sheets and wool blankets still made an unusually good sleep for him. The room was only a little bigger than his sleeping place in the hovel. It held a waste basin and a mirror, as well as a low shelf and a wooden chair in front of a desk. Rylin supposed some would have complained, but he thought it was a generous room. The real test came a few hours before dawn. A sphere of white light, as big as his head, flared to blinding above him. "Up with you, Light Rylin, and ready yourself quickly." Elysian's voice came from within the floating ball. "As soon as you are dressed, touch the light and we can begin." Rylin stumbled, still groggy with sleep. He was surprised to find he should be this tired at all. Did he not wake most days at first light? Even the previous day's efforts were not much more than he did in the fields. After dressing hurriedly and almost falling over his own feet to touch the orb, the world around Rylin was washed away in a flash of white light. Rylin's environment materialized as fast as it vanished. He recognized the woods even in the early morning darkness. It was the exact same spot where he and Ishell had their fated encounter with Amorlik and Matisia. Now, however, Elysian stood before him, an ash staff in one hand, the sphere of light floating above the other. It seemed strange, but the white glow seemed to make the cold morning worse somehow. Rylin brushed his arms briskly for warmth. "Good morning, Light Rylin," Elysian greeted pleasantly. "Good morning, Spark Elysian," Rylin returned as pleasantly as he could manage. Rylin withheld the opinion that any morning that left him shivering was already a bad omen. "A familiar place, isn't it?" Elysian asked. "And that brings me to the point of the morning. Sometimes, when we learn, we start with something familiar, but we must expand into something we don't know. We must experience something new and alien to us." Elysian flicked his wrist with the sphere of light, and the ball immediately flew east, deeper into the woods. "Your first test ends when you touch the sphere. Now, off with you." Rylin obeyed, turning and sprinting after the wayward light. The pace was challenging. Rylin left the familiar woods of the outskirts, and the run became dangerous. Low branches threatened to hit him in the face and knock him back. High roots and suddenly rocky dips attempted to rip his feet out from under him. Rylin didn't fall, and he didn't slow. He was whipped and cut with razor-thin branches, but he chased the light relentlessly. Even in the dark, the run was no different than the dashes from the village to the fields. His awareness quickened, his eyes finding every obstacle hidden in the deepest shadows. Rylin realized offhandedly that it was possible a trial like this was supposed to present him with vastly more frustration. For him, it was no more than an average run. Elysian sat at a small table where a sphere of blue light hovered, showing him images of the woods and his student's run. He drank a warm cup of overly sweet tea in an attempt to better wake up. 3 hours before dawn was a much earlier hour than the rest of the order would be forced to wake. But the boy was already accustomed to waking with adult farmers and toiling until dusk. To actually challenge him would require more from Elysian. So, Elysian sat watching. He was the only person awake in the 3-level lodge. It was constructed a few days ago. It was a fairly large construction of stone, far bigger and more conspicuous than he would have liked. But several hundred solas and torches imposing for such a length of time would strain any economy. They needed to provide for themselves. When it would be time for them to leave, the entire structure would be returned to the earth and the endless current. There would be no mark that the order had ever come. If any other solas saw what Elysian watched now, their astonishment would be plain. No one had ever managed to catch the orb on the first run. It was a common trial for initiates. It was meant to force them to reach into the endless current, feeling the world ahead and augmenting their legs and stamina. Rylin felt the world around him, but the endless current did not yet flow through him. He was reaching beyond himself, with his inner will. A light's will was limited, as finite as their stamina. It could be increased by working with it, pushing the limits, but it would never be so effortless. Often, a light's will could be quickly gauged by measuring their personal determination and resolve. Will was the way for lights to measure how much endless current could be handled at any given moment. Rylin was about to achieve with his will what no other light could do without the endless current. Elysian sighed wearily and sipped his tea, watching. He would simply have to force Rylin to run farther and faster. He would have to give him greater tests early. Rylin wouldn't be aware of it, but his magic was already helping him. It had been for a long time. Elysian would next test him by forcing him to do the same thing in a different way. The first day of training his new student, and Elysian had been forced to hand him trials that were meant for intermediate candles. As Rylin closed within a few feet of the fleeing orb, Elysian looked out the window into the meadow surrounded by oak and spruce trees. They were still mostly shadowy shapes, their bark illuminated by the faintest dawn light. Elysian could remember that it was this same hour when he collapsed, unconscious and exhausted on his first run. When he did catch the orb, it was half a year later. To his fellow flames at the time, this was considered a worthy accomplishment. Elysian readied himself as Ryland's fingertips closed within inches of his target. He retrieved 2 white wood staves, one as tall as himself, the other the height of an average boy. He left the comfort of the lodge. As Elysian waited in the early dawn light, he felt reassured that the next trial would do as it was meant to. After all, sparring with the Grand Illumination would leave days of welts and bruises while a flame was forced to learn. Sweat streamed down Ryland's forehead and face, burning his legs and arms as he returned to the lodge. His lungs ached with the exertion of the longest run he had ever endured. It didn't take long for him to notice that he wasn't inside, where it would be warm. Ryland barely recognized the cobblestone foyer that stood before the entrance of the lodge. They had arrived late last night, so everything was vague and hazy in his memory. In the early glow of dawn, everything felt surreal, as though he still slept. Elysian walked towards him, seeming to materialize from the morning shadows. He tossed Rylin a white staff. Rylin fumbled to catch it, almost hitting himself in the head. "It's good that you're back so soon. I have much to do, and even more to teach you." Elysian held a much longer staff, made of the same strange white wood. He flourished his staff in a series of blurring spins. The staff is every light's best ally and most reliable weapon. Ryland's brow furrowed. "I thought the Order preferred no violence." "We do," Elysian answered. "Life doesn't always give us our preference. The discipline of weapons training has benefited us for millennia, even outside of fighting. To us, a weapon is an extension of who we are. A staff is good for embarking on long paths, for embarking on journeys of discovery. In battle, we do not have to strike with one sharp point or contend with double edges. Every inch can act both in attack and defense. Now, defend yourself. Without another word, Elysian lunged much too quickly for Rylin to anticipate. One end of his staff found home in Rylin's belly and jarred the breath out of him. Rylin forced himself to stay upright, but that only allowed him to see Elysian's staff swing low and strike his legs out from under him. Rylin fell on his back, his breath stuck in his chest as he struggled for air. He was dazed by the speed at which his mentor struck. Get up, move faster, try again, Elysian cracked. Rylin coughed and got down to one knee slowly, his breathing heavy. He would have to block something at least. He would try harder. Determination filled him, shoving aside his pain. He stood up. Elysian gave him no reprieve. The staff slid in his hands as he struck at both of Rylin's sides and the top of his head. The first hit Rylin's ribs, cracking loudly. But Rylin held his resolve and blocked the other two. The exchange continued for another hour, as the sun brightened the large clearing. Rylin managed meager, hasty defenses, but only for a portion of his mentor's assault. Sharp stings and aches seemed to cover every inch of Rylin's body. He believed the only reason he held out so long was the moments Elysian paused, circling him. Those were moments he thought Elysian searched for another opening, or another way he could simply smash his student. Elysian didn't tire at all. There was no sweat on his head, no labored breathing. Could the Grand Illumination maintain this fight forever? Was his stamina infinite? Many of the other lights had woken. Some were standing at the windows, watching. Others came outside to watch from the edge of the foyer. There was no small number of solas among them. That's enough. Elysian stopped, relaxing his stance and holding the staff vertical in one hand. Rylin followed suit. He leaned heavily against his own weapon. You may go wash yourself and eat. Your next lesson begins in 1 hour, so you'd best hurry, Elysian ordered. The crowd of watching solas parted a path, and Rylin hobbled indoors, leaving the staff behind. Rylin found his way back to his room, and discovered a bucket of hot water and a cloth. Cleaning himself was slow work. The hot cloth stung against his scrapes, but soothed his sore muscles. He washed and rubbed gingerly. He didn't have the time or energy to ponder anything, so his tired mind shut down while his body continued on. Half of Elysian's hour was spent when Rylin was finally finished washing. He found the dining hall with little trouble and began to eat warm bread absently. What was that? Demanded a familiar voice. Rylin raised his head and turned to find Ishell standing right behind him. He noticed she stood with her hands on her hips, a posture he knew to be her impatience. What was what? Rylin asked after fighting to swallow a bit of bread. Out there! Ishell pointed in the direction of the entrance. Rylin shrugged. That was me getting a thrashing from my mentor. What do you want about it? How can you move like that? Rylin looked at her confused. Move like what? I've known you since I was half my size, Rylin. I've watched you every day. I have never seen you move that fast. I have no idea what you mean. I pushed myself, but it was just like any run in the fields, Ishell. I only strained my arms and legs more. No, I strained my arms and legs when I lifted a big piece of iron for my da. That was magic, Rylin. You moved faster and faster while the Grand Illumination pulled more and more air. Ishell explained all of this somewhat excitedly. No, he didn't. I didn't feel it at all. That might be because you were busy pushing air away. What? Ishell sat down on the long wooden bench beside him. It was like when you struck a Morlik, or even more so that other night, Ishell whispered. Can you not feel it when it happens? Rylin shook his head. When I struck a Morlik, I only felt anger pushing out. I don't even remember much of that other night. I felt funny, and then it felt like something popped inside of me before I fell asleep. Well, the torches say you shouldn't have been able to block any of his strikes. A few of them said you were doing it wrong, and it shouldn't have worked out for you as well as it did. Every time you blocked something, Elysian pulled more air and moved faster. Few of us could see him move. Rylin blinked and could only stare at his best friend gaping. Well, I don't know how I could have done anything right, Rylin managed after a long, stricken moment. All I did was raise the staff
and try to keep from being hit. Was I supposed to block with my head? Don't be a funny fool, Rylin. You and I know that's not what I meant. It's only the first day, but he's already pushing and testing you harder than any of us. All in the early day. Maybe you should think about what that says about you.
With that, Ishell stood up and walked away. It was an ideal time for her to leave him. Rylin knew she was right, and he also knew that meant there was much more about himself he didn't understand. Chapter 14. The cold darkness of the damp earth was much like a tomb or a grave. It could understand how it would feel like a grave, though it was not dead in a true sense. It would never die. Death had been part of its making. Death was the way it had been born. If it had a nose, it could smell the rich earth it was buried in. It didn't know how it felt the cold, though it was a comfort. It didn't know how long it was dark without eyes, but the darkness was familiar and invigorating. Even the suffocating enclosure of the grave was a welcome embrace. Its awareness stirred awake. It slept in the earth for centuries, maybe more. It didn't know. It was time to wake. It felt it. It was a new and anxious sensation that struck its awareness like lightning in the night. The first task was to draw attention to itself. Once the exertion would have been slight, but it hadn't done anything but sleep for so long. Slowly, it pushed its will out into the earth around it, writhing like black snakes in the dirt, where it seeped in like a sponge. As the Oblivion emissary prophesied, the first form of life the book knew it would control were the mere worms that burrowed all around it in the earth. It was, after all, why it had been named the Book of Worms. Malkan walked out to the rice fields in the hot late spring heat. The muggy humidity rising out of the muddy earth was stifling. The rancid stench added into the thick air. The smell made him vomit once before. He came covering his face with a cloth tied behind his neck. Malkan couldn't tell if the heat was worse from the sun or the ground, but he was caught in between and miserable for it. His head and his body were soaked with the sweat that drenched his clothes and wide-brimmed hat. Not that there was much rice left in the field. All of that went wrong on his farm in the past few weeks. The rice fields were the worst as well as the first. At first, it was just the withering of tiny green plants. They turned a golden brown like autumn leaves. In a day, the crops were wilted into the water, forming a thick, slimy black layer on the surface. The stench came shortly after, the result of decaying plants in the sun and rancid water. Malkan cut his losses with the field then and focused his attention elsewhere. Before he could, his tomato plants rotted in their wooden stands. They turned black and foul as insects ravaged them. The leaf stems browned, turned brittle, and broke apart. Then came his cows and sheep. Malkan once owned 10 of each. Now, he only had 1 cow and sheep. The rest had caught a disease no one had ever seen before. It pushed blood out of their bodies through the pores of their hide until they bled out. It was something in the rice field. Malkan was certain of it. Something there ruined his entire farm and livelihood. Even as he dragged a cart with a scythe, a sledge, and a shovel, his steps in the stinking muck were clumsy. He was weighed down with a potent ale he favored a lot this last week. Malkan trudged closer to the center of the rice field. The stench was so thick that he felt it ooze into his clothes and mingle with his sweat. The mud was thicker and deeper, enveloping his knees. He pushed forward with angry determination. When Malkan came closer to the center of the field, he resisted the impulse to vomit the ale he enjoyed earlier. His steps stirred the murk, causing the dead and bloated animals to float up to the surface. Sickly, long gray worms slithered and ate their way through the drowned corpses. The flesh of rabbits, squirrels, and coyotes were split wide. The only thing holding their revealed entrails inside were the worms that devoured them. Directly in front of Malkan, the water swirled and bubbled, alive by the concentrated efforts of the corpse-eating worms. Their heads and tails bobbed on the surface like bursting boils of flesh. Malkan knew he should drop everything and run. A small voice within him screamed at him to do this and survive, but he was transfixed. He stared at the gruesomely writhing murk in a trance born of revulsion. Malkan witnessed the work of sorcery before, but this was by far the most unnatural sight to cross his gaze. At the center of the disturbance, a rectangular shape was lifted among the worms. There was a sort of reverence to their action, a worship of this head-sized block. Markin was filled with dread that made him cold in the heat. He shivered, but could not force himself to turn away. In a blink, it was too late to flee. With the speed of a lashing snake, the worm sprung forward, biting into his skin. Hot blood and searing pain exploded into his senses, dispelling the fixation and the cold. More than a dozen of the worms latched onto his profusely bleeding hands. In another horrifying effort, they tensed and began to pull. Markin was in too much pain to notice the worms looked like one muscle guided by the strange rectangle. As quickly as it began, the pain dulled. Markin opened his eyes. His throat felt raw, and he realized he must have been screaming. The pain wasn't completely gone. He still felt it to the bottom of his gut. He looked down at his bloody hands. He was more horrified when he looked beyond the deep gouges and exposed bones. The worms forced him to grip what was clearly a book. This book, the center of all of his recent suffering, lay buried until now. What sort of book could cause so much damage? Markin didn't know, but he wasn't going to find out. He would go to a village sorcerer, and together they would know what to do. But Markin couldn't turn away. His hands would not release the book. Markin couldn't move at all. Beyond the pain, his palms felt the leathery cover and noticed it seemed like rubbery flakes. He realized in horror. The book was made from skin. All at once, Markin had an inkling of what he held in his hands. He cursed himself for coming out to the field in the first place. He wished he was anyone but a damned fool touching this book. As common as it was, here in the Kassaran Empire as it would be in Stratia, terrifying stories were passed by the fire in the night. The most terrible were the stories of the Void Hands, a forbidden, long-dead order of demon-instructed sorcerers. Few people believed in the tales. But, if true, then 2,000 years ago, they led a global conquest that covered the world in darkness and soaked it in blood. They summoned demons, raised armies of the dead, and lashed out with the elements of hell.
It is good. We need no introduction. We can begin your service to the Order of the Void Triangle.
The voice sounded inside his head, pounding off the inside of his skull. Markin wanted to fall to his knees and weep with the pain, but he couldn't move.
What did I do to deserve this? What do you want from me?
Markin cried in despair.
Your questions and your whining are not required. We will have your compliance as we have your soul. The time for anything else is long past for you.
With those words, Markin felt a pressure in his hands where the worms were latched onto his flesh. The pressure spread into his arms and the worms began undulating. Markin realized the worms were filling his veins with something. As his arms grew cold, tingling with the pinpricks and went numb, he knew they were poisoning him. His thoughts became slow and tired, and he wanted to lay in the mud and sleep. Markin felt his entire body grow cold and numb, then stiffen with a deep ache. His breathing slowed and became a heavy rasp that scratched its way out of his throat. Markin's vision dimmed and narrowed to a point, and he knew he was dying where he stood. He wasn't allowed to fall into that final rest. His vision returned, but it was a colorless mockery that left everything black and gray. He felt only the cold and aching stiffness now. All his other sensations abandoned him along with his memories. Deep within Markin, at a tiny point that made less sound than a whisper, he felt fear and revulsion. This tiny speck of what he was only a moment ago understood that he was not alive and not completely dead.
So much better. We have a long journey, and we need none of your inconveniences. You will carry the Book of Worms west to the harbor.
Markin groaned, a long, pitiful, tortured parody of an agreement. He began to walk, his limbs stiff, unbending, as he pushed against the mud. The dead matter that filled the field parted to either side, allowing him to pass. Chapter 15. The city was not familiar to Rylin. The homes and shops were broken and badly burned. Some were smashed flat. Though it was all in ruins, he couldn't smell or see smoke from the charred remains. There were no hills or trees present, no landmarks Rylin could use to get his bearings. He saw brownish-red stains on the walls and broken stone roads. Looking closer, he realized they were bloodstains. Rylin heard voices, loud and angry, in the distance. An unusual sense of curiosity drove him to investigate. The day was gray and gloomy, overcast in a way that gave no sun or promise of rain. A wind chilled the air unpleasantly. As Rylin walked towards the commotion, he passed lean-tos and improvised shelters. They were made of crude, moth-eaten clothes tied to rotted wood poles. In these open-walled shelters, families huddled close, children wept, and a sense of despair radiated from everyone. Rylin thought the outskirts showed no mercy for its people, but whatever happened here, it was a miracle these people still lived. Their clothes and skin were covered in a thick layer of ashes and blood. Their eyes showed a fear that had only recently subsided. They were also filled with deep, agonizing loss. The answer would be found as Rylin entered the city center. There were hundreds of people tightly packed together. They shouted angrily and loudly as they wept. In the center of the gathering, massive wooden gallows stood, towering well over the heads of the tallest onlookers. It seemed from the many thick rope nooses that it could hang 50 people in an instant. The distance beneath the platform was too far to offer any hope. A gray-robed man stood before 50 black-masked executioners. He motioned to the executioners, who took their place at the trapdoor levers. The crowd parted, and several more gray-robed men pushed a group of 50 black-robed men and women. These condemned individuals didn't show fear of their fate. There was no despair in their eyes. There was a fiery hatred as they glared menacingly at the crowd of people around them. More than that, there was a presence they exuded. They were ominous and cold in a way that made Rylin shiver. They emulated a potent dread that made him want to run to the burly executioners for comfort. As Rylin looked to the gallows, he noticed the executioners shifted their eyes in fearful trepidation. He knew, as he looked at these dark-clad people, there was nothing they considered forbidden. Only their desires mattered to them. They ascended the steps of the gallows, and one of the onlooker women threw a stone at the lead figure's head. He turned to her and spit on her face. In seconds, her face began to steam and cook where his saliva landed. She screamed and clutched her face, while 2 gray-robed figures rushed to aid her. It would have been an ideal moment to escape, but the dark figures continued, and in unison, stood under the ropes that waited for them.
Members of the Void Triangle,
the first gray-robed figure shouted.
You have been charged with global devastation and genocide. You have been sentenced to death at the end of a rope, where you shall remain until your last breath leaves your body. Have you any last words?
The leader, who had spit on and burned a woman a moment ago, spoke.
I am Emil, leader of the Hellfire Imbued, and I extend my gratitude. In death, the children of the Void shall grant us a far greater dominion and power than any king or ruler shall ever dream of. I will rule over great towering flames until the end of time. And it's all thanks to your stupid predictability this day.
If you are so grateful, would you care to give us the names and locations of your missing fellows?
The gray-robed proclaimer asked. Emil's cold-skinned face turned expressionless. His telltale, colorless white eyes, with only black pupils, went chillingly flat. His cold blue lips hardened into an icy scowl. For a man who coveted the flame, Rylin could not have imagined how he could make anyone feel so cold.
The Book of Worms shall rise before creation's end,
Emil enigmatically shouted as loud as possible. The gray-robed figures shrugged to each other in confusion. The lead gray-robed figure nodded to the executioners. The black-masked figures looked nervously at the condemned void hands, then imploringly to each other. In the end, they nervously placed the ropes around the necks of the void hands. The levers were pulled in unison, and a loud cheer sounded from the entire crowd as the void hands fell. Many of their necks snapped loudly, but those who didn't die from broken necks didn't gasp or fight for air. They didn't reach for the ropes that trapped them. They simply died without struggling. Rylin sat up in bed, sweating, breathing rapidly. His sheets were soaked and cold, and he shivered. He had few nightmares as a child, and only heard of the nightmares other people had. But Rylin never had dreams of void hands before. Stories of the legendary dark figures were told, and he heard a few of them. It was a common superstition that those who dreamed of the demon sorcerers would soon go insane. Rylin didn't believe that, though. He didn't know why his nightmare had been so vivid, or why it felt more like witnessing than dreaming. But he felt no other sense of alarm. There was simply nothing more to fear, and he calmed his breathing. Rylin knew sleep would not come again. It was still many hours before dawn or his morning run. He got out of bed, splashed some water on his face, and went to the desk. Rylin didn't know much in the way of magic yet, but Ishell took the time to teach him how to create flame. It didn't take long for him to learn to control the simple magic, even if it did make his belly rumble hungrily. He lit the candle with quick exertion of will, sat down, and opened the large book Elysian gave him a couple of weeks ago. Rylin didn't know how to read. No one in the outskirts had permission to learn how. Elysian wouldn't teach him. All he could do was look at the images and hope something came of it. 2 weeks ago, Elysian led him to an empty room in the lodge. A thick layer of dust covered the floor. Elysian retrieved a broom from a tiny closet, snapped it in half, and then snapped those pieces in half. Then, he dropped them all on the floor. You can clean this room, and you will use that to do it. Elysian pointed at the broken broom. In your room, you will find a book that will reveal the answer to you. I cannot read, spoke Elysian, Rylin reminded. Then I suggest you learn how, Elysian advised patiently. The only help I will give you is this. It's not going to be very different from running for you. Elysian walked away from the strangely dusty room, but turned suddenly before he exited. There's one more thing. If you don't clean this room by the time the order leaves Malkanor, you will be left behind. You will be alone in this lodge until you can finish this. Every sorcerer must be skilled enough to improvise, Light Rylin. Your progress in the order relies on it. Since that day, over half of the outskirts were repaired. That was what Rylin heard from the other flames. Apparently, teaching initiates could be different from one spark to another. Many students were allowed to accompany the Solas as they set about their work. Elysian gave Rylin no such reprieve. Any moment he was not running, sparring, sleeping, or eating, he was sitting before the same book. There were no trips to aid or watch Elysian. Little time to converse with other flames, and no time to relax. Rylin ridiculed himself for the times he thought it would be any other way. He also chastised himself for not drawing on the strength that saw him through many years in the fields. All Elysian demanded was that he labor from dusk until dawn, something he was no stranger to. Taking a moment to roll his aching neck, Rylin tensed and stretched his bruised muscles before looking back to the book again. Rylin remained baffled. Some of the illustrations were recognizable, and gave him a general idea, but not the answer he sought. Though he had to admit, the circles and drawings of hand gestures, combined with the scrawled words, were both enchanting and mesmerizing. The book was a light attempt to catalog the knowledge and wisdom of something mystical and wondrous. It told the tale of a light's successes in spellcraft. It was like a story of perseverance and triumph that was passed to him, so he could do the same. It would do him little good, grant him nothing, if he didn't figure out how to read it. Elysian told him it would be like running. Rylin knew now that running was very different for him than it was for other flames. Somehow, he knew how to infuse his movements with his magic. He figured this fact out more than a week ago. So, he knew Elysian was suggesting he somehow use his magic to help him read. The problem was that Rylin never felt much different when he moved faster. There was the blank, trance-like state he entered. It always felt so tranquil. His thoughts became so simple. His awareness expanded. Maybe he needed to do that here. Perhaps if he lost himself in the illustrations and the tiny scribbled shapes, his magic would reach for the meaning. So Rylin didn't think, didn't try to puzzle through it. Now, he let go of anything but what lay in the book before him. The pages had been enthralling him for days, tickling and teasing his curiosity. Now, it was time to let his perspective drift and play. Rylin drifted into the familiar tranquility. His eyes studied every curved line and angle. He felt the stroke of the quill as it formed each shape on the blank page. His hand began to move, segregated from his mind, feeling as the author did. After a little while, Rylin felt more than the effort of the words. He began to feel the ideas that moved the hands. he began to empathize with the author in a much deeper way. The writer was only a couple years older than himself when she wrote it. She was an adept, a title above novice in the mage clans. Her name was Yekrim. This was her study journal. It was written more than 2,000 years ago. A third of this was the spellcraft she employed at the time, but the rest was her preferred techniques and how she experimented with each magic. She was training in illumancy, a form of magic based on light. It could tap into any other form of magic as long as light was present. Rylin felt dozens of failed attempts at each spell. He watched her practice as though he stood right beside her. A spell to create light at her fingertips turned out clumsy, and Rylin felt his hands burn for it. Rylin understood as he watched her how spell shaping worked. The energy moved through her. As long as her mind was clear, the energy moved through with greater ease. Her words gave the energy a new and raw vibration. Her hands twirled and shaped that raw vibration, guiding it into a materialized purpose. Rylin gasped when he realized he was learning everything the adept Yekrim knew how to do when she wrote this journal. He learned to read and write because she knew how to do it. He learned to shape spells because she knew how. Halfway through the pages, Ryland's head felt as if it were pierced with a dozen knives. He began to drool out of the corner of his mouth before he fell out of his chair. Before his entire body was racked with violent convulsions, everything went dark, and his awareness abandoned him. Elysian woke startled. The scrying sphere filled his bedchamber with sudden flashes of crimson light. The orb of light and its images gave a telltale warning that his student was harmed. That was only second after a shoving wave of raw power. Elysian threw aside the covers and threw on a wool tunic over his bedpants before he rushed out of his bedchamber. The corridor beyond was dark. He wasn't the only light to feel Ryland's burst of power. While the wave wasn't strong enough to rip the lodge apart, only someone without magical ability wouldn't have felt it. Doors opened, and eyes still heavy with sleep gazed out to investigate. Elysian had no time to explain. He dashed down the dark halls. He could have meld-walked, but he wasn't clear-headed enough to spell shape as fast as he needed. The stairs to the Flames' bedchamber stood ahead. Even in the dark, Elysian took the steps 3 at a time, leaping over the railway halfway. Elysian arrived to Ryland's door as light spheres flashed to life behind him. He wasted no moment as he leaned into his shoulder and rushed the door open. Ryland's convulsions were visible, even in the faint glow that poured in from the halls. Elysian knelt down by his student and raised his closed eyelids. After a quick examination, it was clear that Ryland's mind was magically afflicted. Elysian calmed his panic quickly and allowed the endless current to pass through him with full force. He needed to be careful. One misstep, and his body could dissolve into the infinite energies he wielded. A few whispered words and fluid hand gestures started the waves of energy flowing from his hands and into Ryland. As Elysian bolstered the foundation of Ryland's mind, he was alarmed to find there was far more to support. It was as though Elysian was trying to stabilize 2 minds. It strained Elysian's abilities, forcing him to draw more endless current than he had in a few years. It became a fierce trial to keep calm and concentrate, ignoring his fatigue and concern. Then, Elysian felt the difference between Ryland's mind and this strange addition. It was so insubstantial that it was almost illusory. Whatever was there inside Ryland, it was like a copy of something else. Elysian suddenly realized what this was, and it almost shattered his focus. Ryland did exactly as Elysian suggested weeks ago. He used his magic to help him read the contents of Supreme Magus Yekrim's early study journal. Rather than use his magic to help him read the contents and deduce their meaning, he had absorbed almost everything about the author. The intrusion of a second persona, no matter how counterfeit, was far too much to handle at this stage of training. Truthfully, Elysian didn't think any light could handle having a second person in their mind. The clashes of experiences, knowledge, and feelings would be overwhelming. Elysian began to slowly pull the proxy adept away from Ryland's mind, drawing it into the welcome embrace of the endless current, where it could dissolve. He wasn't able to pull away everything, and that might be considered fortunate. What was left to Ryland was the practiced knowledge of an adept of the mage clans. After all, pulling away knowledge acquired, Elysian could very likely reduce Ryland's age mentally. If nothing else, so much knowledge could accelerate his learning, if he absorbed it correctly. At last, with the separation complete, Elysian slumped back, falling on his hands out of breath. He was exhausted, and while many lights stood at the threshold of Ryland's bedchamber, no one dared to speak for the time being. A tenuous silence settled, with only the sound of Ulyssean's labored breathing to break it. Ulyssean realized something then, with only barely contained astonishment. Rylin had accidentally wielded two ancient, long-forgotten forms of sorcery just to complete a flame's task. There was no telling what else he could do. Chapter 16. Rylin opened his eyes to find blinding afternoon sun spilling through the window onto his face. He blinked rapidly and raised a weak hand from under the covers to shield his eyes from the glare. After a few moments, alarm settled deep in his gut. He was in bed. It was afternoon, and he hadn't done so much as his morning run. Rylin gasped and tried to sit up quickly. A strong hand was just as quick to hold him down. Easy, Light Rylin. You've had a traumatic magical experience. You're lucky to be awake so soon, Ulyssean spoke, and Rylin knew he had cost his mentor a day or more of the things he needed to do. I haven't done my morning run, or sparred with you, Spark Ulyssean. I've no time to lay in bed. You haven't done so in 3 days, Light Rylin. What you did should have laid you comatose for months, maybe years. Spark Ulyssean, what exactly happened? Ulyssean sighed, and Rylin turned to face his teacher. What you did hasn't been accomplished in tens of thousands of years, Light Rylin. You used 2 forms of study to accomplish what I asked. What studies? What do you mean? Rylin asked, confused. Some of it made a surprising amount of sense. The art of chronomancy is an ancient, powerful, and dangerous magic. It requires such precise skill and understanding that no one has dared to attempt it in recent history. It allows a sorcerer to reach into the very energies of time itself. Since no light or magus has held the wisdom or power to fathom all of its consequences, it was nearly outlawed. With empathy, you reach through time to the mind of the author. Ulyssean leaned forward, intently, his gaze hardened. Which brings us to our next rediscovery. Simulacrum, the art of perfect fabrication. There were some among the mage clans. Rylin interrupted, and was surprised he knew how the rest of Ulyssean's explanation concluded. Such as the dragon's tooth. Whenever they wanted weapons, funds, or just something luxurious, all they needed was to take one thing of no value, and they could alter it to become a perfect replica of whatever they needed or desired. Their entire monastery was made of gold and jewels as a result of it. Ulyssean and Rylin sat in stunned silence. At last, Rylin could no longer contain his obvious question. Spark Ulyssean, how do I know that? And why am I speaking differently? You used the book to reach back in time to the one who wrote it. Then, you copied everything about her and pulled it forward into you. I was able to free you of most of the copy, but you now know everything she did when she wrote it. So that's why I know you are waiting for me to pull from the Endless Current, Rylin pointed out meaningfully. Do you know what the Endless Current is? Can you tell me? Ulyssean quizzed. It is the infinite energy that radiates from all creation. As long as life and matter exist, it creates a vibration that ripples to the edge of the universe and back, endlessly. When a light is clear in mind and heart, they can consciously draw from and reshape the energy of those vibrations into whatever they see fit. Rylin couldn't believe his vocabulary had increased so much from just one book. Yesterday, he was just a boy who had been raised working in the fields, working tirelessly before the grand illumination claimed him. He spoke like a boy bound to the fields, and only knew things farmers from the outskirts knew. Now, he knew things from over 2,000 years ago, and could unlock secrets 5 times as old. The combination of chronomancy and simulacrum was able to make the Monastery of the Supreme Radiance the lead clan of the 5 mage clans. Rylin pulled the knowledge from a memory that he knew was not his own. They used chronomancy to still light until it became like stone. They used the simulacrum to mimic the stones until their home was made of light. Yes, but neither art was available to the Supreme Radiance during Yakrum's time. As far as history tells, their home was at least 27,000 years old. Rylin, Ulyssean dropped the title purposefully. Some of what you know is only known to the Grand Illumination and a few of the closest odd solas. That knowledge must remain silent. Rylin thought about it a moment, pondering. What possible consequence could arise from letting the knowledge spread? There was clearly something forming a gap in what he knew. Something that was unknown to nearly everyone. Whatever that was, Rylin concluded that the Enlightened Sun had good reasons for secrecy. He nodded in agreement.
I will keep it to myself, Spock Elysian. I will only allow what was written, not what was known by the author.
Elysian stood up. Good. Now continue to rest. It may take a while before you are ready to train further. Elysian left Rylin alone in the bedchamber, but the beginnings of an idea began to take hold of him. He now held the knowledge he needed to complete his next task. All that was lacking was his body's compliance. But Rylin knew enough to change that. Yekrim had conveyed enough to show him how revitalizing the endless current could be. It was the source of longevity for those who channeled it. It created greater durability in their bodies and greater healing. Rylin closed his eyes and slowed his breathing. It took much longer to focus on the length of each breath than his countless random thoughts. Though, among those random thoughts, Yekrim's knowledge guided him. As each thought released its grip slowly, a calm relaxation settled over Rylin's body. In that tranquility, the sound of blood rushing in his head created a humming pulse. He listened closer, his awareness seeking, tracking back into his veins until he found the solid drumming of his heartbeat. It sounded louder with each beat, and he felt it push vibrations all through his body. Then, the vibrations pulsed beyond his body and into the air around him. It pushed through his clothes, the sheets and covers, beyond the bed, and into the wood and stone of the walls and floor. As it pushed, Rylin felt a similar push from everything it passed. The vibrations began to meld with all the other pulsing beats, and Rylin became aware of the world around him in a way he had never been before. Rylin felt the growth of leaves in the trees outside. He felt the flapping of hummingbird wings. He felt the footsteps of bare feet on the other side of the lodge. Rylin felt an ocean of new vibrations strumming against his skin. He knew, if he allowed the pulse to flow into and through him, he could shape it and do things he never believed himself capable of before. Ishell stood before the glow of 20 candles in a dark, windowless chamber of the lodge. Kara's gray robes were hidden in the gloom, so her stern face was cast in an eerie glow, seeming to float in the dark. Ishell's task was to cast water spells to put out the candles, and then to cast fire spells to relight them. The spell of flame was familiar to her, even if her spark taught it to her differently. The water spell was still new to her, and she was clumsy enough to splash herself more than douse a candle. If this secluded room were not so stifling and warm, Ishell would have been soaked. This wasn't the most difficult task her mentor could assign her in a day. Kara was known to have Ishell run through the woods, hold up 2 buckets of water for an hour, or have her sit perfectly still for 3 hours. Learning to read and write was one of the more relaxed times of Ishell's day. As challenging as the rest of the day was, it proved difficult not to fall asleep. Not that Kara would allow it. All at once, a strange tingling spread all over Ishell's body, causing the tiny hairs on her arms and neck to stand straight. Kara's eyes widened while the candles began to rise and flicker in the impossible breeze. In moments, Ishell's hair stood up, standing only a little shorter than the now floating candles. There was a tangible sense of anticipation that filled the air, tense and expectantly volatile. Any minute, something tremendous was about to occur. It was a tight stillness that seemed like an instant before the arrival of a tornado. Distantly, Ishell heard the sounds of loud groaning. It sounded like it came from outside the lodge, but she couldn't understand how any sound from outside could reach this room. She felt a series of vibrations accompanying the sound. Then, all the anticipation burst in an instant. A powerful gale ripped through the dark room, extinguishing the candles and sending them shattering against one wall, while the wind moved through Ishell and Kara, yanking the air out of their lungs. It also shoved them off their feet and threw them halfway to a wall. Outside, a series of deafening booms sounded, one after another. Ishell never knew such a powerful sound could exist. It left her ears painfully ringing. The slave's hunger was almost a contained beast of its own, in a crowded byway of a large looming city. All the warm living people pulsed with a vitality that promised great reprieve from his endless agony. His skin felt seared and raw while everything beneath ached with an endless cold. He knew much of his flesh was rebelled against his bones, starting to peel away and fall into noticeable chunks beneath his filthy clothes. His mouth hung open, barely maintaining a grip on his lower jaw. He didn't know that his eyes were blank, milky, and devoid of expression. His mind no longer cared about the rotting appearance or his raspy parody of breathing. In fact, his mind was nothing more than a feverish haze. Thoughts slipped away from him like oil sliding down steel. At his master's insistence, he wore a deeply hooded long cloak to hide what he had become. There wasn't much left of the man he took it from. It was a calculated and hidden allowance from his master, so he'd be allowed to eat until there were only splatters of blood and snapped hollow bones. Oh, the release of the pain he had then! The warm blood suffused him, pushing the chill and the pain out. It cleared the fog in his mind. For a moment, he could remember who he was. He could feel the life that was no longer his to cherish. Before he could weep for the loss, the fog stole his mind and restored his agony. He knew he would only experience that liberating sensation when he ate again. But while his master's grip was tenuous, at that moment, it was enough to restrain him, keeping him on an invisible leash. He was nothing more than a beast to give his master transport. He was of less value than a horse. Oh, a horse! All that muscle and blood and vitality. He wondered how long he would be free if he ate one. Immediately, a surge of electric pain seized what was left of his brain. His master was displeased with the distraction his meager thoughts were taking. He put all his attention into placing one foot in front of the other. Walking wasn't easy for him. From within the shadows of his hood, he saw how living people walked smoothly and easily, and far away from him. His arms and legs were stiff and uncooperative, forcing a dragging, meandering, clumsy shuffle. Also, there was the way people covered their faces when they passed by him. There was probably something to it, but he couldn't think of what.
You think too much,
came his master's voice, a powerful, cold presence that claimed all of his attention.
Your existence is merely to walk and eat. Then you will obey and walk.
He wanted to argue and defy his master, but all he could manage was a pathetic groan that drove people further away. Once, he realized his master was made of the same stuff he craved. Before he could sink his teeth into it, his master sent an unrelenting, powerful agony into him. Then, he curled up on the ground, howling. From then on, he knew he would only be free of his master when his master was ready to discard him. Then, something in the air changed. A force of life came that was so powerful that it nearly shoved some parts of him free of his master's hold. It was invisible and incorporeal, passing through him like a gust of wind, determined to cleanse all in its path. It was brief, as instantaneous as the wind it mimicked, but after it passed, his master forced him to change direction at once. Elysian shoved through Ryland's door for the second time in a week. He wasn't prepared for what he saw, and he felt his lower jaw drop. The grand illumination had witnessed many great awakenings to the endless current. Much unforgettable phenomena occurred around that first realization in a light. Control of the flowing endless energy only came with practice and discipline. Elysian witnessed changes in temperatures, stronger winds, even flashes of lightning on a cloudless day from such awakenings. Everything in Ryland's room floated over Elysian's head. Trees outside the window were suspended in the air, leaving deep holes in the ground where the roots had been. Ryland lay further above his levitated bed. His covers were draped over him, hanging loosely. The air tensed in a way that Elysian was familiar with, but much stronger. Elysian braced his mind, aware that he could do nothing to prevent whatever came next. Any second, that tension would snap with a fresh awakening to the endless current. At so early a stage, the effect would be unpredictable. It came in a startling moment. Elysian held tight to the doorframe as energy and air rushed to his student with the force of a tornado. It passed through Elysian, sucking the air out of his lungs. Ryland began to spin in the air, while his entire bedchamber whirled about him in perfect orbit. Outside, the trees burst into tiny splinters. The sound was deafening and thunderously explosive. Elysian had only ever heard such a cacophony in battle between sorcerers. At last, as Elysian watched, he understood what Rylin was attempting. The endless current flowed through him in massive waves of raw power. Their invigorating force washed over him and cleansed his entire being of harmful anomalies. Elysian watched with open senses as atrophy and aches abandoned Rylin. More importantly, Elysian felt Ryland's mind clear. The remaining fog that would have made it difficult to walk a straight line vanished. At last, the room stopped spinning and the objects lowered to the ground. The blasting gale subsided and silence filled the stillness. Elysian knew that everyone in the lodge held a nervous stasis. "Spock Elysian!" Ryland broke the frozen moment.
I think I can show you that I can complete your task.
Chapter 17. Eymrine Tecaer, daughter of Marcellus and Beryl Tecaer, heiress to the ancient Tecaer estate and title, woke, as grudgingly as she did, every morning. The sun blazed into the impossibly tall window, forbidding her from avoiding the day to come. If the sun didn't, she knew her mother and father would drag her kicking and screaming if they thought they needed to. She sighed, throwing aside her covers irritably. As if on cue, her handmaiden rushed in, carrying an azure silk dress and a hairbrush. She was a middle-aged woman who only recently showed silver strands in her dark brown hair. She was only a head taller than Eymrine, but she always carried herself with a commanding dignity that permitted only obedience. A couple of times Eymrine discovered the strength in the woman's arms for struggling against her.
Come now, young lady Tecaer. You've got a day ahead of you.
Eymrine rolled her emerald eyes.
No different than any other day, Mistress Erase.
Erase lowered her gaze, her dark brown eyes warning. Eymrine smiled pleasantly.
And like any other day, I'll give you no nonsense.
Erase nodded satisfied, before motioning for her to come closer. Eymrine complied and Erase pulled her nightshirt up and off, somewhat forcefully. Eymrine made no protest, which was a monumental effort on her part. Erase somehow managed to grab and yank her hair in the process. If she was trying to prevent any more cynicism, Eymrine wouldn't soon forget it. She thought it possible the woman could join His Majesty's army and make a good career for herself. After Erase finished redressing Eymrine in the dress she brought with her, she dragged her over to a chair and mirror situated close to a wall.
You're a young lady set to marry a prince, and yet you fight going to the palace every day,
Erase commented, while brushing Eymrine's mid-back long dark hair.
I would fight harder if it promised no more time near a Morlick,
Eymrine grumbled.
A lady never forgets titles or respect,
Erase chastised sternly.
Shouldn't respect go both ways?
Eymrine turned to look at her handmaiden directly. Erase hesitated, and Eymrine was bewildered for it. Erase served the Tecaer family since the death of her own mother 20 years ago. It was a role passed down from mother to daughter without question or reluctance. Just as the Tecaer family served the royal family of Morinroke for centuries, so had her family served the Tecaers. They were servants in name only, their diligence making them only a few steps short of nobility. It was a privilege the Tecaers bestowed years ago. That privilege allowed them to speak freely to the Tecaers, among other things. Erase was never one to ignore that privilege.
Why do you restrain your mind, Mistress Erase?
Eymrine asked.
It's of no importance, young lady Tecaer.
Erase shrugged.
What matters is that you make ready, and don't cause your father to be late to counsel the king.
Eymrine wanted to argue, but she bottled it down. Erase was right. It would be rude to delay her father. She sat silently, watching her reflection while Erase worked. Eymrine knew why a Morlick favored her so much, and she hated it. She had always taken compliments from other highborns for her beauty, and it made her wish she didn't have it. They saw a young woman of 15, ivory skin, long dark hair, and emerald eyes. They saw a girl who was slender and curved in a way that promised an exotically beautiful adulthood. So, every highborn in Malkanor expected her to hold no care for anything but her appearance, to let boys fawn and swoon over her. It made her skin crawl. Eymrine couldn't do so much as finish a sentence without some boy inching uncomfortably close, and that infuriated her. But her father was the king's most trusted advisor and a general to Malkanor's armies. Above all else, he was Maloric's friend, as had been true between the Morinrokes and the Tecaers for centuries. The Morinrokes always desired to do what was right for everyone, and the Tecaers gave their unwavering full support. If Marcellus had a son, he would have inherited the full traditional responsibility. For many of Eymrine's early years, her father tried to pass it to her without prejudice. He believed there was no reason a woman couldn't wield a sword, lead an army, and give counsel to a king. Eymrine embraced the challenge fully. That changed more than a few years ago. It was just a skirmish with local brigands at the eastern border. It had been a desperate struggle for the thieves to acquire food by any means. Some of them used to be farmers. Many of them watched loved ones starve and die. Her father dealt with them personally, subduing rather than killing as many as possible. Aimreen watched as the malnourished band was brought back in irons. Some were stricken with fear. Others had a blank, lost look in their eyes. The other highborn children snickered, whispered, or held their noses in disgust. Aimreen felt horrible for the prisoners. All of them were hungry, desperate, and had nothing left to lose. Their grief made them angry enough to want to spill their pain onto others. The other highborns of Malkanor did this to them. They ate well, lived carefree while good people starved and died. They were all guilty of so much more than the prisoners. One prisoner fell, thrashing, foaming at the mouth. Soldiers and highborn thought he was acting ill to avoid judgment. As he stiffened and twisted into a contorted position, it was clear that he was dead. Before capture, he swallowed some sort of poison that required time to kill him.
He told us he would eat his last meal before he met the snake of a queen. Ghastly old nightshade stuff he made was his dream supper.
Another prisoner chuckled. Aimreen couldn't bring herself to train to drag starving people in chains. She couldn't bear her father's legacy, not anymore. But she did take an interest in the studies of medicinal alchemy. Poisons were becoming more frequent. Even those without food or money were discovering different ways to use nightshade, and the flower was a common find in the mountains to the east. If people weren't starving and freezing to death, they were taking poison for a quicker end. It was heartbreaking for Aimreen to see it personally. The night after the brigands were brought to prison, she wept until dawn. The next day, she felt guilty and dirty for the life she had always known. First, Aimreen reasoned the suicides needed to stop. There had to be other ways to solve their problems, but no one would know if they died before solutions could be found. Aimreen left her bedchamber and sighed with irritation as she descended the stairs. None of her dreams and hopes mattered anymore. After only 2 years of study under the royal instructor, a Morlock began to make his attraction for her well known. Maysellen was quick to learn of his infatuation. The queen quickly arranged the two of them without Aimreen's consent. Her mother reluctantly sided with Maysellen, and her father added a stipulation that Malaric agreed upon. Whatever the condition was, the two of them never told anyone. With the betrothal, Maysellen took more of an interest in Aimreen's life. When she noticed her interest in medicine and herbal mixtures, Maysellen intervened. Now, the royal instructor could only teach her etiquette and flower arranging. The queen was clearly trying to make sure she became a brainless ninny, and that was more infuriating than her son's groping. Aimreen found her mother and father seated at the dining hall, halfway through a modest breakfast. There were 2 square tables in the spacious room, one for the Teker family, and the other for those that served them. There were no differences in the food. 10 of the men and women were enjoying the same sweetbread and warm eggs her mother and father were eating. At least here, in the Teker home, cruelty would find no purchase.
You are still not rising punctual, young lady,
Aimreen's father observed sternly. Leveling his dark brown gaze, his thick, silver-streaked brows lent to the depths of his expression. There isn't much to rise for, father. You know that as well as I, Aimreen defended. Her mother intervened with admonishment. Arguing and shortening your words is most unbecoming. Aimreen wanted to argue, but she knew it was pointless. It would only create an angry morning and darken the mood for the day. No matter how right she was, she knew it would change nothing. She seated herself opposite her mother and absently ate sweetbread. When she finished, she and her father departed in a horse-drawn carriage waiting at the front of the manor. Though she tried to sit in silence, she could feel the intensity of her father's gaze on her. Whatever he would say next, Aimreen knew she wouldn't want to talk about it. Aimreen looked out the window at the passing landscape. It was a thinly wooded road. The trees were brightly vivid green for mid-spring. The day was cloudless blue and cheerful, and over the clatter of horse hooves, she heard the bird's song filling the trees. It's a very beautiful day, father. Aimreen offered a feigned smile. Duke Marcel Teker wasn't so easily deflected.
It wasn't enough to draw you out in time.
Aimreen rolled her eyes. Must we, father?
When you struggle so much against the place you used to long for, yes.
Why don't you tell Maysellen that not every lady desires to be a witless wench?
Imrine grumbled.
I have no idea which is worse, your lack of manners or your profanity,
Marcel stated acidly.
Father, I love you dearly, but ever since Amolik began to drool in my direction, you failed to remain the ally to my wishes that I used to rely upon.
He is your betrothed,
Marcel's hissed.
Not by my choice,
Imrine snapped back.
Father, you taught me that respect is not an innate function of one's title. It must be earned. Yet we are to give it freely to Maysellen and all her Baron and Marquis lackeys.
Marcel's remained silent, holding no viable rebuttal. Imrine pressed on.
The last true Morinrogue stands with us, but we make no move to put a stop to this injustice and cruelty.
And what do you think has drawn the notice of the Enlightened Sun?
Marcel's challenged.
Secrecy to maintain slavery, and you know this. For that matter, why did we wait for their heroics before we acted on behalf of justice for our own people? You're the Lord General, Father. You could have brought every last one of those slavers before the throne in irons.
There is so much you don't understand,
Marcel's muttered.
Then why not help me comprehend this?
Because this is where knowledge is dangerous. I know you believe yourself to be strong, and in most matters, I heartily agree. But Fates, Imrine, for once, trust in me, and allow me to protect you.
Now it was Imrine's turn at silence, and it was stunned. She could tell her father was afraid, and that wasn't common for him. He was a man who wasn't afraid to be at the front lines in battle. Only a few times in his life had it ever been required of him, but he wouldn't ask anything of his men that he wouldn't do himself. A bloody death in battle was not among his fears. So, what sort of leverage could the Queen of Malkanor have over both her own husband and Imrine's father? Until Imrine knew more, it might be better to be more compromising.
All right, Father. I trust you on one condition,
Imrine offered. Marcel's leaned forward, eager to placate.
Force them to reinstate my studies of medicine. If you do that, you'll find me eager to rise in the morning again.
Your education was altered by Her Majesty. It won't be so easy to restore,
Marcel's cautioned.
I happen to believe it was altered because Her Majesty was afraid my studies would counter her hobbies.
Marcel's hissed warningly.
Hold your tongue, young lady. Unless you hold evidence, that accusation is treason.
Come now, Father. We're not at the palace yet. It's just you, me, the carriage driver, and the horses. Nearly all those mentioned suspect I'm right.
Marcel sighed, resigned.
Very well. I'll talk to Her Majesty and see what we can do to regain your interest. In the meantime, do not delay me any more, and try to feign respect in polite conversation.
Imrine smiled brightly.
I'll give a pretense for the ages.
Marcel's chuckled and rolled his eyes. The distance rolled by and the mood lightened. They passed within eyesight of the renewal of the outskirts, and Imrine's smile grew brighter. There wasn't much that could fill her with hope these days, but the homes of stone and log were great to behold. At last, the hard-working people that farmed and mined in Palantir had decent homes and warm beds to sleep in. They deserved every bit of it, and more. None of the members of the Enlightened Sun were in evidence yet. Imrine found that slightly disappointing. She only ever witnessed their work a few times, but she loved watching them. They not only accomplished as much as they could for everyone, but their magic was so enchanting and wondrous to see. She could lose all sense of time just watching them.
Word is, they intend to enrich the soil next,
her father added, seeing where her thoughts lay.
Won't they be taxed more for harvesting more?
Imrine asked worriedly. Marcel chuckled mirthfully and shook his head.
It seems their work is a loophole that Her Majesty failed to account for. Everything they do is a variation of what's already there. They hold no additional lands or materials, so they cannot be taxed more. The barony is in quite a state to find a way to amend those tax laws.
Without a shift in Stratia's economy, they are forbidden to change those laws.
Marcel smiled.
I didn't think you paid attention when I taught you that.
You know I heard all your instructions. Do you doubt me?
Imrine challenged playfully.
I hold no doubt for you, but our nation's tax laws bored me to sleep when I was your age.
They passed through the streets of Palantir and on to the palace. Time passed quickly for the father and daughter. The mood, both in the carriage and the passing city, was brighter. Their conversation involved more laughing and no more arguing. Imrine watched the improving movement of the city. Shops were opening. Merchants were readying their market stalls. They believed any day there would be an influx of customers. They believed the Enlightened Sun would change everything. Only time would tell, but she believed they were right. The palace loomed tall and dark before them as they passed through the thick iron double gates. Every outside wall was made of glistening black granite. It was 5 times as wide as the Takar estate, and its highest tower stood several hundred feet tall. Each tower had openings and balconies where Palantir's trained archers could rain down arrows from beyond reach, should a siege happen. Spacious gardens and courtyards decorated with roses and lilies offered shade under tall apple trees and short peach trees. Statues of past kings and queens made of shining white marble sat on silver pedestals. Bronze placards sat at the base of the pedestals saying their names and something of their deeds. The carriage came to a halt, and a pair of azure-clad royal guards opened the door, helping them out to lead them into the palace. The inside of the palace was white marble from top to bottom. The corridors held thick blue rugs lined by maroon oak tables. Each table was decorated with crystal vases holding thick, colorful bouquets of flowers. Combined with long tapestries and gleaming weapons, Imrine knew that every few feet could easily fund a family for several years. It was a demonstration of extravagance that she always found as disgusting as it was excessive. Most of it was added and maintained at the command of Mayselin. As was the morning routine, Imrine and her father were escorted to the throne room. The pair of guards waiting before the door stood with hands resting on the pommel of sheathed broadswords. Their steel skull caps and chest plates shined brightly in the sunlight that spilled from the tall windows. Their steel bracers and greaves rattled as they moved to open the massive wooden brass double doors. In the cavernous throne room, 6 wide pillars lined the crimson carpet that climbed a 3-step dais. At the top, there were 2 thrones of gold. There were 3 tall stained glass windows filling the room with a myriad of colors. Above the 2 thrones, a black sword as wide and tall as a man was pinned, point down, against the wall. Imrine knew the sword held a history, but no historian in the palace ever revealed it to her. Malkanor stood with 2 visitors off by the furthest colorful window. His huge form towered over the man and boy who were with him. But she knew the plain-robed man held more presence than any large man ever would. Though he looked almost ordinary, the staff and the posture of the stranger marked him as the Grand Illumination himself. The boy was of particular interest to Imrine. He was about her age. His dark-scarred complexion marked him as one of Malkanor's worker children. Judging by his skin and build, she knew he didn't spend his days playing. Raven black hair fell to his shoulders. He wore a loose, deep blue shirt and brown pants tucked into low-hide boots.
Lady Imrine, Duke Marcel's,
Malkanor boomed cheerfully.
2 friends both bring work for my royal instructor. Admittedly, Lady Imrine is far more accustomed to Garrick's quirks.
Malkanor turned his focus to all his guests.
Lady Imrine Takar and Duke Marcel's Takar, may I introduce you to the Grand Illumination, Elysian, and his apprentice, Rylin. It is an honor to meet you both.
Marcel's bowed formally.
Don't let my wife see you bowing to Elysian, student,
Malkanor whispered, warningly.
I'll have to assign a squad for his protection. She will be extremely vexed when she learns he will be learning beside our son. I trust you can lead young Rylin to Garrick's study hall,
Marcel's assumed, pointedly.
Certainly, father. I know you have much work ahead.
Imrine looked at Rylin.
Will Garrick be expecting him then?
He is in no way pleased, but his disagreements have been put down,
Malkanor answered, laughing.
I should like to hear about that, your majesty,
Marcel's requested with a slight smirk.
Not in front of our 2 younger guests. Speaking of having them avoid unpleasantness, Lady Imrine, perhaps you should traverse the servant halls,
Maloric advised.
I don't imagine it would be good for Rylin if you two are found alone by Mayselin.
Of course, Your Majesty. A truly wise suggestion. Imrine curtsied before turning to Rylin. That was the first moment Imrine really looked at Rylin. Aside from being sun-darkened and unusually lean, she almost gasped as she saw his eyes. She always received compliments for having rare emerald green eyes, but his deep blue eyes were so brilliant dark, they seemed luminous. The effect of his eyes were amplified by his dark skin and darker hair, like twin orbs of sapphire light set in deep shadows. Looking at him was like being drawn into a deep void by a beautiful blue light. She wondered if she would be lost forever, staring into the glow of his eyes. Come along, Rylin. Imrine barely managed to keep her words even. It required all her will to walk smoothly and collected as she led him from the throne room. Chapter 18. Rylin walked in nervous silence a step beside and behind Lady Imrine. He knew there was something decidedly different about her, but he couldn't grasp what, even with his new knowledge. Though she was about his own age, she held a beauty and grace that belonged to women several years older. She was only a little shorter than himself, and her azure silk dress clung to the curves of her shape. Her walk was smooth and poised as her hips swayed slightly, but there was an unusual direct strength in her steps as well. Her long dark hair fell to her lower back and moved back and forth with each step. Appearances could be deceiving in Malkanor, though. Rylin heard many stories of very beautiful noblewomen who were as greedy as they were cruel. He always made it a rule to stay away from the lot of them, until now. Perhaps she was simply too young to be that bad, but Rylin thought maybe it was something more. Oh, she clearly demonstrated that she was gracefully cultured and polite, but she had shown him the same manners as she had the king and Elysian. She did this without hesitation or contempt. Her father did the same, and Rylin wondered if perhaps the Takare family was the exception to the modern Malkanor rule. You aren't very talkative, are you, Flame Rylin? Imrine asked, breaking the silence as they walked hallways thick with the smell of soap. I thought it wise for peasants to remain silent before their betters, my lady, Rylin explained meekly. I am not your better, and you are clearly more than what was forced upon you. So please, call me Imrine, and speak freely with me. How do you know I'm a Flame of the Order? My father made me learn as much as he could teach about the Enlightened Sun. I know that Flame is the title for those who have just begun their training. As I recall, sparks kindle the flames that may become a candle in the dark. A candle may find greater purpose to ignite a torch, but a torch will not go to reach the world and dispel the dark as well as the light of day. So, I know that it is first a flame, then a candle, then a torch, then a sola, before it is Ard Solus. Rylin looked at her sideways. Why did he make you learn about that? I'm an only child, Flame Rylin. Please, just Rylin. Imrine nodded at the interruption. All right. I'm an only child, Rylin. My father is Lord General and close advisor to the King of Malkanor, and it's been a family tradition since the nation's founding. Up until a few years ago, my father was grooming me to inherit his role. Intrigued, Rylin pressed on. What changed? Much of it's personal, Rylin. Imrine evaded carefully. I found my calling in medicine. You're not what I expected, Rylin admitted. You expected one of those absent-minded girls? Imrine queried with an edge. I expected one of the many people that keep my family and friends starving, cold, and dying, Rylin retorted with a cold edge of his own. I'm sorry. I forgot for a moment I wasn't speaking with a drooling boy, but a strong-willed survivor. Imrine's voice softened. Anyway, to be fair, we are both a surprise to each other. Rylin thought to ask if she meant a peasant becoming a sorcerer's apprentice, but, in light of her apology, he believed that would be presumptuous and cruel. He looked at her, puzzled. You're a child of the outskirts, I'm guessing, Imrine began carefully, earning a nod from Rylin. So you could waste your days away with other boys and girls, yet You work. Why? Rylin hesitated, blushing. He thought telling her of his motives might be seen as boasting. I see, Imrine mused, pausing to look at Rylin thoughtfully. You work to keep starvation away. I'm guessing you do it to protect your family. You won't say as much because you believe that would be arrogant. How far away from the study hall are we? Rylin asked sheepishly. Imrine laughed, and Rylin found himself enjoying the sound of it. That is so delightful. Your face could warm winter, it's so red. You work hard for those you love, but you have no impulse to brag. I think we'll get along well, Rylin. Rylin smiled warmly. Yes, Imrine Tekare was very different from other noble girls, and he enjoyed her individuality already. After a few turns down the corridor and into hallways that smelled less of the cleaning or cooking, they arrived at Garrick's study. The leathery smell of book covers and the dusty smell of paper washed over them as they opened a red oak door. There were children close to Rylin's age sitting at several mahogany tables. Their clothes were brightly colored silks and velvet. They sat straight with their attention on a short man favoring a maroon velvet doublet and leggings. He was a bald, weasel-faced man with squinty eyes and an almost comically pointed nose. His skin was pasty and sweaty. The walls were lined with tall bookshelves. Windows in the back of the room allowed a view of Palanzur's east side. The morning sunlight spilled in easily. Imrine found herself an empty seat at a table in the back of the room. Rylin froze where he stood. At the front table, in the center, a Morlik Morinroke sat glaring at Rylin with open contempt. The Crown Prince of Malkanor wouldn't remember him, or he would be calling for a headsman right now. But the last time they met, Rylin nearly killed him. He didn't realize just how much the memory haunted him, until he looked at his victim.
Are you going to stand there and waste everyone's time, peasant Rylin?
Garrick asked impatiently. Rylin shook his head, clearing his mental stasis, before finding an isolated seat at a different corner from Imrine. Master Garrick, Rylin's title is Flame, not Peasant, Imrine objected. Garrick glared, and a Morlik turned to share in the open anger.
Born a peasant, always a peasant,
Garrick dismissed absently. I can take up your beliefs with my father, Imrine suggested coldly. I imagine when word reaches His Majesty that you are less compliant than he believes, he will be displeased. Perhaps he will order a second helping of whatever words he forced you to eat before. The instructor is wise enough to be permitted to treat swine however he... A Morlik defended smugly, but Garrick interrupted, face pale and eyes wide.
Please, enough, your highness. The Lady Imrine is quite correct. All of you are here to learn. Titles are irrelevant.
Imrine nodded, but the look of open rage on a Morlik's face said the matter was far from over. The rest of the morning passed quickly and pleasantly for Rylin. Garrick secluded him from his other students, but only so he could test him privately. His pace was more hurried as Rylin quickly grasped and mastered arithmetic and grammar. Part of it was Yekrim's knowledge spilling forward. Her own knowledge of these studies was complete, but Rylin found his own mind far more absorbing than he ever thought it would be. Then it came to the one area of study Rylin wasn't prepared for: history. Rylin already knew of quite a few major events that occurred thousands of years ago. Surprisingly, some of what he knew wasn't mentioned in the thick history tomes. The books covered events that took place in between the last 2,000 years, never before. Rylin knew of a king of Malkor, a predecessor nation to Malkanor, but neither book nor Yekrim knew what happened to either king or nation. The chasm of nebulous events forced Rylin to pay greater attention. Garrick was no rambling intellectual, and the books held clues. There was a trail of hints and mysteries between the two, and Rylin was drawn to fill the void. How was Malkanor founded on the ancient bones of Malkor? Rylin asked bluntly, after several hours. Garrick and the other highborn children looked at Rylin in a confused and alien way.
What do you mean? Malkanor has always been. What is Malkor? Garrick asked.
Malkanor hasn't always been. More than 2,000 years ago, this was Malkor, under the king Dalek Kasesh, Rylin argued, surprising himself with more of Yekrim's knowledge. He knew it was a risk considering the Elysian's warning, but he couldn't stop himself once he started. Before the discussion could become heated, Imrine interjected.
Perhaps he is meaning the time of legend, Master Garrick. My father has told me a few stories of that era, but nothing with proof.
In any case, we are discussing modern history, not ancient myths and legends,
Garrick scoffed.
But there is a mystery to that era. Am I the only one to have wondered about it?
Rylin pressed.
We all know about Narrenmore's inquiry 500 years ago, and why it's barely on the map at all. So why does this omission exist?
All good questions, Flame Rylin,
Garrick admitted.
but it is rest time, so you may all leave and return in an hour.
As Rylin stood up and felt the stiffness in his legs, he realized something. Garrick acknowledged his rank as a light. Rylin sat in the shade of a north-facing black granite wall. He would have sat in the shade of a peach tree, but he knew the fruit would be too tempting. Besides, he knew, from Yekrim's knowledge, that the fruit wouldn't be ripe for several more months. So, he sat in the shade, conjuring a sphere of fire above his right palm, and then dousing it with a spray of water from his left hand. Rylin heard of the exercise a few days ago from Ishell. His friend didn't understand the point of this, but he felt the knowledge and wisdom of this lesson. The fire and water created two very different vibrations of energy. By constantly conjuring one or the other, a light would become more attuned to the change. A light could begin to feel the endless current this way. Rylin could use this exercise to master control of the endless current flowing through him. It was control that he was in dire need of. So far, his bursts of power were hurting people around him. Now, even the soulless were afraid of what he might do next. It was why they refused to have him in the lodge without Elysian present. Rylin couldn't blame them. So far, his power was only making it seem like the world around him was more delicate. First, the heir to the throne. Then, his home village. And now, the temporary home of the Enlightened Sun. If nothing else, it seemed his power was destroying more with each outburst. It made him feel guilty and horrible. But there was nothing for it but to progress. Only in learning would he ever rein in these outbursts. As if to challenge his determination, Rylin felt a shadow looming over him. He looked up to see the Crown Prince staring down with undisguised rage. In his hands were two dulled metal practice swords. A short distance away, his entourage of highborn children stood whispering among themselves.
I was told to allow your filthy presence in my home,
a Morlock began angrily.
But you were escorted by my betrothed, my future wife. To further insult me, she defends you twice. You are not fit to share the same world as her. You're nothing but a mud-rolling animal, a disgusting swine.
As a Morlock shouted, he tossed down one of the practice swords.
I should just beat you out of my home, but I am not as disgraceful as your kind. Get up and fight me,
a Morlock demanded, lowering into a stance with his weapon in both hands.
Two things that prove you're more disgraceful than him,
came Aimerine's voice as she stepped forward.
For one thing, Flame Rylin would be starting the duel with his back to the wall, while you have plenty of room to maneuver.
Aimerine criticized while her emerald eyes scrutinized the weapon thoroughly.
How many chips are on this rusted warp thing? Yours seems to be fairly polished, Your Highness. If he parries once, his weapon will break and he'll be unarmed. Have you any honor at all? Give me a decent weapon. I'll stand for him.
A Morlock's face grew redder with rage and humiliation with each word from Aimerine. At her last word, he struck her across her back with his weapon. She screamed and fell face first while he brought his blade high to strike again. But a Morlock wasn't the only one to feel growing rage. Rylin cooled the hot fury boiling within, and focused his mind on the weak blade beside Aimerine. He kicked the weapon up into his waiting hands. With a burst of endless current, the sword lengthened and changed until it was a long, dark, red polished staff. Rylin looked at the weapon approvingly.
Yes, this will do after all.
A Morlock sneered contemptuously, but Rylin was in no mood for banter. With the endless current flowing into him, he moved at a speed beyond what he used to spar against Elysian. A Morlock couldn't race his blade in time. Rylin struck with unrestrained force. His weapon cracked loudly against the Morlock's knees in a downward sweep. The fall was in sluggish motion, giving Rylin plenty of time to strike at his leisure. He slammed the butt of his weapon into a Morlock's belly, and then brought the length down on his head. Vaguely, Rylin registered that Aimreen and a Morlock's crowd were all shivering. It didn't matter to him now. Rylin had been afraid of this power for so long. This release felt justified and cathartic. This boy, trained to take the throne, trained to fight, came to him as a cruel, vain coward. He struck not only Ishell, but also Aimreen, a lady of a noble house. This rotten creature would never become a true man. He would never be worthy of his waiting crown. He would be nothing more than a disease, spreading death and pain on everything he touched. Ryland's power, destructive though it was, could grant him a rare gift. He could strike down and execute a Morlock, along with every tyrant like him. He could put an end to Maycellen and her cruelty today if he wished. They were all nothing before him. He could show them the same mercy they had shown to all his family and friends. None. And what a thrill filled Ryland's blood, like joy and fire, as he brought justice to a Morlock in dozens of strikes. Just then, Elysian appeared before him, his ash staff blocking Ryland's weapon. Intensity and disapproving anger playing on his hard features. Enough, Light Ryland! Elysian ordered, shouting and full of command. Ryland's glare at his mentor was as confused as it was angry. Why, spoke Elysian? Ryland asked, his voice quiet and cold. We both know what kind of person he is. We know he will only hurt more people, more good people. Not even his own father can stop him. I can. I can put an end to all the suffering he brings. I can free my people from tyranny, starting with him. Can you hear yourself? Elysian demanded incredulously. I can hear myself offering a chance for freedom for us all, the same freedom the rest of Stratia enjoys. A hand rested on Ryland's shoulder. There was such a warmth in it that he felt his muscles relax. When he turned, he found Aimreen standing beside him, wincing with pain. Tears fell from her emerald eyes as she looked at him sadly. I believe you can, Ryland, Aimreen agreed, putting aside his title. I believe you can do that and so much more. I have only just met you, and I believe the Grand Illumination was right to choose you as his student. We can all benefit because your magic will go beyond anything we know, and you have the heart to use it as well. Aimreen paused to glare at a Morlock. His Highness only has the desire to use power over people, deciding who is worthy and who isn't. Please, Rylin, Aimreen begged. Use your power beyond him, not over him. Rylin felt his killing resolve melt, and his long staff suddenly felt heavy. The weapon fell out of his hands, and his shoulders slumped. I'll have you in chains! I'll have your head! A Morlock screamed shrill. You'll do no such thing! Aimreen turned and shouted at him. Your pity can't save him now! He struck the son of the royal family! The penalty is clear! A Morlock argued smugly. Not when the law is negated by your own decree, Aimreen retorted. I made no such decree. A Morlock looked less than sure of himself. Your words, your Highness. Get up and fight me. Had you simply beaten him, as you're so fond of doing in the outskirts, he could not defend himself. You turned this into a duel. You accepted the risk of injury. Even Elysian turned to Aimreen with a surprised arched eyebrow. He thought he would have to call in a favor with Malaric, possibly risking a greater conflict with Maycellen. Aimreen's knowledge and wit were far too quick to require that. Fool woman! A Morlock spat. Yes, foolish enough to keep stupid men from destroying themselves with their own idiocy, Aimreen agreed, sarcastically. A Morlock and the highborn children walked away. A Morlock limped and quickly demanded his peers support him. Now, go and waste Solus Matesia's time, your Highness, Aimreen shouted after a Morlock. Elysian looked at her, amused and offended. Light Matesia happens to be a long-time friend of mine, milady. You should explain that to his Highness. Maybe she will be less fatigued for it, Aimrine suggested. Are you both well enough to return to your studies? Elysian asked. Rylin didn't answer. His nerves were still shaken, but he remained physically unharmed. It's nothing I can't make a poultice for, Aimrine shrugged. Roses and fruit hold no healing properties, Elysian informed. There's a more varied garden in the palace. I'll be fine, Aimrine smiled. Go on ahead then. My student and I must share a brief word. Aimrine nodded and then turned away. Rylin stared after her, fixated. Do you know why the Enlightened Sun works to help everyone? Elysian inquired, somewhat sternly. Because we have the power to do so, sparked Elysian. Rylin was confused by the basic question. Only partly. We also know that every time we strike down rulers, or worse, feed our selfish desires, we begin a path that leads to catastrophic levels of destruction. Today, you were fortunate that you befriended a lady so well versed in law. You were lucky you didn't break any laws. You need to save yourself with more than luck. You need to save yourself with self-control and foresight. We will speak more on this tonight. Elysian gave no further word. A quick gathering of endless current was all the farewell Rylin had before his mentor vanished. Rylin wondered how he didn't feel his mentor approaching to stop him. He supposed he was too caught up in his rage to sense him coming. Rylin walked away to return to Garrick's study. Chapter 19. There was a full moon high overhead as Elysian led Rylin on the flat plains. In daylight, the waist-high grasses would be golden to the point of gleaming. Now, the darkness just made the master and student look like floating torsos. The winds were gentle and cool. Stars were scattered in a glittering spray across the back of the night. It was a night that stirred the imagination and called for magic. It was just a heartbreaking shame that it called for a rare, harsh magic. At that moment, Elysian wished he could be anyone but the grand illumination, holding all the terrible responsibilities. The tranquility of the song of cicadas and the wind rustling the long grasses felt like a mockery. It gave Elysian a slight peace even as it was preparing to cut into his heart. Elysian stopped. They had come far enough. They walked far beyond Palantir and its outlying baronies. They were far from sleeping eyes and ears that would wake. They were alone, and there was no putting this off. When you lashed out, what did you feel? Elysian asked. Angry, I guess. I hated that he struck ladies without a second thought, Rylin answered meekly. What did you feel while you were striking him? Elysian pressed. Rylin shifted, uncomfortable and anxious. Nothing good. Why are you asking me this? Rylin, when you fought the crowned prince, the air was as cold as winter. It wasn't just the highborn children that felt it. Everyone in the throne room felt it. I'm guessing half of Palantir felt it as well. Everything about this matters. So, I need you to answer honestly and completely. Rylin paused, his hesitation clear. He knew dropping his title as light revealed the gravity of the situation. I was enjoying it. They have been hurting us for years. It felt like I could hurt them back. It felt like I could make them all pay for the suffering they caused us, sparked Elysian. Elysian sighed. It was just as he feared. Elysian would need to act tonight. This wouldn't wait until Rylin was a more mature, reasoning adult. Elysian opened himself fully to the endless current. In a quick series of gestures, he hit Rylin with a sudden wave of energy. As expected, Rylin was paralyzed. The energy instantly seized and gripped his spine, preventing any movement. Elysian drew a circle in the soft soil. It was 6 feet wide, and when his ash staff finished connecting a full circle, the drawing erupted with blue fire, 3 feet high. It didn't burn the grass, but it was a suitable barrier. Next, Elysian drew a long dagger that was hidden in the folds of his cloak. He stepped through the flames unharmed and grabbed Rylin's hand. He turned the palm up and drew a deep, bleeding gash on his palm. He waved the knife over the wound several times. That which darkness comes forward in magic's grace, Elysian commanded in a whisper. Rylin's eyes widened, and Elysian knew as he stood outside the circle of blue fire that the rite had begun. Only time would tell if he was successful. The first time Elysian encountered this responsibility as the Grand Illumination was almost 40 years ago. As was custom for 2,000 years, There were certain things that could only be taught from one grand illumination to the next upon succession. His predecessor led him to a dark and dank catacomb far beneath the Zenith Citadel. Here, towering clay and metal golems walked the narrow torchlit hallways. They were human-shaped, standing 7 feet tall and almost wide enough to fill the width of the halls. The eyes of the metal giants were dark and empty slits made in the visors of rusty brown helmets. The clay golems were faceless, just smooth gray clay fashioned into the round shape of a head. Their thunderous steps filled the darkness as they walked in their caretaking duties. There were thick iron doors, locked and rusted until they were a red-brown. Elysian could hear the screams and howls that sounded from behind those doors, screams of pain and barely intelligent madness. The smells were horrible as well. It was a mix of rancid, damp, and pungent that assailed him all at once. "Spock Keltessis, what is this horrible place? What is happening to these people?" Elysian asked, revolted. Keltessius turned, his dark brown eyes sterner and sadder than Elysian ever saw in his mentor's face before.
This place is our legacy of duty and failure. It is our ghastly attempt to protect our world.
Keltessius answered solemnly, motioning for Elysian to follow to the door a few feet away. Elysian heard a girl scream from the other side, her voice shrill and terrified. Keltessius pulled a shutter that was eye level on the door and beckoned for Elysian to see. Elysian looked and saw a haggard blonde woman curled up in a dark corner, her eyes wide. She didn't seem to notice her two watchers. Her plain white dress was torn and stained brown. A mattress of straw waited for her, but its covers were unused and dusty. "What ails her?" Elysian gasped.
5 years ago, a demon found its way into our world. The veil's not yet weak enough to allow them to thrive on their own. They have to find a host or a location to latch onto. It's been that way for 2,000 years. Separation was needed.
Elysian turned to look at his mentor, baffled. Separations? Demons? Spock, what nonsense are you talking about?
Certainly, you've grown up hearing stories of void hands.
Stories, yes, about nightmare warlocks, but they are stories.
No, Elysian. We tell everyone there are no void hands, so we never give the chance for their return. The Order of the Void Triangle was very real. They nearly destroyed our world. We had to remove them from history so that none in our order would give in to demonic temptation again. The fear they create still lives, though. It is passed in the blood of every living human being. We call it the Ancient Mistrust, and only the Grand Illumination is ever allowed to know its origins.
Keltessius sighed wearily.
But ignorance only goes so far. The Order of the Void Triangle calls on hellish powers so much that the barrier that bars our world from hell is weakened. During their reign, it was actually worse. They assisted fully embodied demons, allowing them to enter our world at will. Since then, they haven't enjoyed that freedom or numbers, but their essence comes through from time to time. This girl was a host to one.
You said separation was needed. What is that?
A ritual was developed 1900 years ago. We were desperate to prevent any more destruction from members of our order, you see. After all, a lot of the members of the Void Triangle were former members of the 5 mage clans. The rite of separation was discovered to separate an unwanted element from a person. It claims a portion of their magical potential through a dose of their blood. This extraction allows us to draw the thread out as well. If it works, then the magic and the disembodied element becomes a persona. Since it is without form, it eventually dissolves into the endless current.
But the Void Triangle wasn't host to demons, Elysian surmised. So, while it draws forth demons from young women, it is used for other kinds of people as well, isn't it? That's why this dungeon is so full. But if the rite fixes people, then what is this place for? Why talk about failure? Instead of answering, Keltessius led Elysian to another door. Elysian wasn't prepared for what came when Keltessius opened the shutter.
"I'll rip your bowels out with my bare hands," howled a voice in the dark, laughing gleefully. "I'll whip you with your entrails and flay you alive! I'll stretch your innards on the wall above and let the gulls eat 'em.
Keltesius closed the shutter.
70 years ago, he was a promising healer. Then, he failed to heal a woman who had been stabbed 25 times. He found the killer and used his knowledge to slowly kill him, painfully tearing him apart. I performed the rite of separation.
Keltesius shook his head, and Ulysses saw a tear fall down his aged leathery cheek.
When the rite of separation fails, it removes the wrong aspects of a person. In this case, it was his sympathy and his desire to help those in need. I failed and removed the good in him. Now, his cruelty and bloodlust drive him mad. His insanity is a blessing because he can't concentrate enough to use his power or draw from the endless current. If he could still spell shape, I would have needed to kill him before releasing the circle. That's the moment when they are vulnerable. So if they will be a threat, we kill them then.
Keltesius waved his hand at the surrounding catacombs.
All this and the rite are the secrets we keep. If the rite is known, then our subjects can prepare. The darker aspects can avoid it if they know of it, or know it's coming. Ignorance increases our chances of success.
Ulysses was let out. The next month, Keltesius forced him to practice and master the rite of separation. Every day of that month was a nightmare and heart-rending pain he wanted to forget. Fortunately, Ulysses only ever needed to perform the rite 10 times. He only ever failed twice. The catacombs had grown quiet. The many residents placed there by Keltesius and his mentor all passed away of old age. Unfortunately, Ulysses' 2 failures proved threatening. They were not added to the catacombs. The golem caretakers were now dormant. To Ulysses' knowledge, no grand illumination had ever performed the rite of separation on a child. He hated that he would be the first. He despised knowing that if he failed, he would have to kill his own student. He couldn't allow such wrath to roam free, but Rylin was still a selfless boy, full of promise and devoid of a lust for power. He was brilliant and enduring. Even these past couple of months, Ulysses knew he could not have found a better protege and successor. He was everything he could hope to pass the Enlightened Sun to. Even if he prevailed now, Ulysses knew the rite claimed a portion of their potential and a little of the person they truly were. Unfortunately, this was not just their most stupid method to prevent devastation, it was their only method, and that made it necessary. Rylin stood in total blackness. It was a void that wiped away the plains and the night. He could move again, though he felt very tired. He wanted to fall backwards into the abyss and sleep. He remembered the wave of energy that Ulysses slammed through him. He remembered he couldn't move or feel after it saturated his body. He remembered the blue fire and the cut on his hand. After that, there was nothing. Except he knew it wasn't total. Rylin felt watched, and there was such malice in that stare that he knew it wasn't his mentor. The intensity of that hidden glare was enough to cause goosebumps on his arms and send a chill down his back. "Who are you?" Rylin asked after gathering his courage. "Why do you hold such ill will?" "It isn't for you particularly," answered the cold, quiet voice of a boy. "I despise the lack of will to do what's needed." "You mean His Highness?" Rylin asked. "You want me to murder him?" "He will kill, you know this," the voice informed. "Many will die, and they will mean as much to him as insects under his boot." "You can't know that." "Rylin, Rylin, Rylin. You truly don't know anything. So naive, you don't even know who you are, or who I am," the boy taunted. "I would if you would tell me," Rylin shouted. "I've been cut from you, Rylin. I am outside of you now. Ulysses believes I will disappear, dissolve into the endless current. But I know you won't let that happen." Rylin was confused. This faceless figure seemed to evade answering his questions by offering riddles. Perhaps, to get the truth, he needed to play along. "Why wouldn't I let go of a menacing stranger? You hide and tell me nothing," Rylin challenged. "You won't let go, because in time you will understand how much you need me. I have part of your potential, Rylin. That was also cut from you."
It's why you are so tired now. Accept my word, a Morlock will kill good people. The longer he lives, the more people will die because of him.
How are you so certain of this? No one can know the future. It was the second time the voice insisted on the outcome. Rylin found it as confusing as it was exasperating. These cryptic evasions didn't help his growing frustration.
I hold a part of you that can feel the impact some living energies are likely to make. It wasn't yet honed in you, but it was one of the few things I was allowed to keep.
A growing cold suspicion began forming in the pit of Ryland's stomach. He suspected who this stranger might be and what Elysian had done to him.
Go on, Ryland. You already know the answer to your own question, the voice urged, reading his thoughts.
You are me. From the darkness, a figure stepped forward. He was Ryland's reflection in every way, from his peasant clothes to his raven black hair. The only difference was the chilling scowl that straightened his lips.
In time, you will have need of me, Ryland. Don't discard me out of fear and revulsion, as your mentor has.
Chapter 20. Mayselin, Queen of Malkanor, watched the misty swamps pass by from the comfort of a carriage padded with crimson silk. Her steely blue eyes looked on her former province without expression. In the murk of Narrenmore, there was no nostalgia, nothing left for her to prove either. She was already superior to everything she once knew. Once, she had been a slip of a young lady. Now, she was a woman of great beauty and power. This province was merely the forge that created her. Mayselin didn't like leaving her empire in progress, but she felt such unrelenting rage now. She couldn't think straight. It was the foolish upstarts of the Enlightened Sun. Already they were a threat to her financial stream and the slave trade she had established through her chain of baronies. As long as those witches and warlocks were there, they slowed her plans by presence alone. Her lips thinned into a tighter scowl. She couldn't detain escaping peasants at her border. Her grand plan was seeing a delay of at least 10 years. All of this had even riled up her greatest altruist enemy, Marcellus Takare. He had always been a thorn in Mayselin's side, but now he was emboldened by the Grand Illumination's antics. He even defended a peasant who dared to lift a finger against her son. No, she ground her teeth. Allowing them to get away with striking the royal family was inexcusable. The animals were losing respect for her rule. If they weren't stopped, these peasants would become rabid anarchists. Their disease would spread and destroy the dignity of Malkanor. How could Malaric and his friends not see this? How could they not understand what animals they were unleashing? They were even allowed bigger homes and more food with no extra tax. Didn't anyone understand that if the people worked hard, even for so little, they were rewarded with strength? If they were given indolence, they would become weak and slovenly. They were the majority of Malkanor's population, and she was only making the nation stronger. Mayselin sighed, breathing out her pent-up anger. She watched the thick layer of green glowing mist that hovered over the murky waters. The carriage lumbered loudly over the tree roots of giant willows and jutting rocks that intruded on the meager road. The dirt road was one of few that ran to her compound in northern Narrenmore. It was maintained by slaves kept in her kennels. Some of the slaves were her enemies in Narrenmore. Many of them were peasants that tried to flee Malkanor. Several barons and baronesses set patrols at the border to catch the cowards for her. Everyone in Malkanor would serve her, one way or another. Desertion would never be tolerated. The canopy of drooling branches allowed no starlight, and there was no moon this night either. The darkness was just as well. Much of her work required concealment. It would be many years before Stratia would come to know the need for both experimentation and sacrifice. As the faint glow of orange torchlight pierced the gloom, the carriage began to slow. She was close to her compound, close to the release she needed. The moans of the slaves in the kennels carried over the tall, jagged stone walls. They were a little louder than usual, a sign that many of them were too weak to be of further use. That was all right with her. Mayselin was in a foul and creative mood. Only a chosen number of people knew about this place. Oh, she knew that people suspected she had interests that were less than legal. but Malaric believed she had gone to a resting estate in the warmer peninsula south of Terrell. Anyone who knew of this place either could not or would not speak of it, and the swamps of her homeland gave up no secrets. The carriage stopped, and Mayselin waited as the stairs were lowered and the door was opened. One of her personal guard helped her step out. She wrinkled her nose at Naenmore's rancid stench of stagnant water and decay. There was also the stink of the slaves, dozens of them, all alone, hunkered down with chains around their necks. They were naked, except for loincloths. At the sight of Mayselin, much of the moaning ceased, but it wouldn't be enough. They might know what she would do if she found no other use for them, but they didn't know how well she could hear them. Her cold blue eyes scanned over the wooden cages, one stacked upon the other, against a heavily guarded inner wall. Mayselin stopped several cages down and looked at the second one up. This one, a man who had once been a miner sent from the outskirts of Palantir. He had been found loitering outside one of the Baron's taverns outside the border. He stopped working and simply began to gamble and drink away his earnings. When he had nothing left, he took up begging to supply his next tankard. He never went back home to farm, and he showed no inclination to get back to work. That was several years ago. That was when he had been acquired, through several guards employed by one of her barons. He had been sent to work on the roads, or whatever task Mayselin required. But now his skin was stretched tight over his bones. She could see spots on his dirty skin from a liver sickness that waited patiently to claim him. His skin was also taking on a sickly yellow color, while his lips were pale. It was a wonder he could remain awake and aware. Mayselin had him dosed with several concoctions mixed into his food. It forced him to remain conscious and allow greater endurance from him. But she knew her enhancements wouldn't be enough. It was time to get the last use out of him before letting the swamp devour what was left. "Take him down below," Mayselin ordered the guards, pointing at the cage in question. The guards opened the cage and dragged the man out by his ankles. He tried to grip the wooden bars of his cage. He gave a weak attempt to cry out, but all his attempts lacked the energy to so much as delay them. Mayselin might have changed her mind if he had fought hard enough, but she knew her judgment had been correct. "Be sure to have him chained down before I get there," Mayselin ordered as she paced in front of the cages, assessing the slaves. 2 cages down, a young blonde woman looked like she had been sold to one of the border pleasure houses. That would have to wait until the order concluded its meddling, but at least it was a future profit. If the woman were to be cleaned up first, she knew of a few barons who would pay for her in gold. Mayselin counted 15 others who were sick and used up. Oh, the ideas she could employ this night. There weren't as many slaves as there were a decade ago. The kennels were overflowing then, filling up the cages with as much as 4 people each. Mayselin wanted to control their numbers, so she had a slow nightshade recipe released for open use. That had done its job really well. Too well. Instead of owning so many slaves, she now owned too few. Mayselin wanted to toy with an idea that bonded a toadstool's hallucinogenic effect with a poison ivy mix that would cause her victim to itch on the inside. If she could mix it properly with her slow nightshade, she could make the last hours of a person's life truly agonizing. She would attempt it tonight on the slaves she had just sent below. Oh, what she wanted to do to those peasants of the outskirts. If only she could grab them from the order. After that last outburst against her son, Mayselin really wanted to claim the brat that shadowed Elysian. That boy was clearly a rabid animal. There was no other purpose left in him. If Mayselin had had any tears left, she would have wept with the fury at the sight of her boy's wounds. That brat had been let go on a technicality, an absurd law. Mayselin demanded a cage open so she could yank a man out and beat him. She kicked him over and over, unsatisfied by the sound of his ribs cracking. She grabbed his chain, wrapped it around his neck, and pulled with both hands. Mayselin let go short of killing the slave. He landed on his hands, coughing and grasping for air. She realized he didn't make any other sound through all her aggression. Mayselin smiled slightly. This one she would send to the island. He would either prove a great addition or live prey. As for the boy, Maysellen would do what she had done with all her enemies. She would circle and evaluate her target, wait for a sign of weakness, then break him. Chapter 21. The maelstrom of life forces, all packed together on the wood and stone docks, was as overwhelming as it was enticing. It wasn't that they hungered for souls as they did before becoming the Book of Worms, but the concept of enslaving an entire city was a great challenge. The sunlight hammered unabating on the hot stone, bouncing off and creating waves of heat. Alive, the intense sun would have made them very uncomfortable, but this shape had its advantages. The slave was curled up in a large wooden crate, huddled protectively over the Book of Worms. The crate was one of many in a stack of cargo, bound for the Maelstrom Sea. The book had plans for the journey. It would be time to discard this servant and gather its powers. The book would need more strength for the events to come. There was a lot of power gathering in the west. The opposition would be unlike anything they ever encountered while they were alive. Stratia had undergone many potent changes in the past 2,000 years. The crate shifted just before the sensation of being lifted up. There must have been a few men handling the weight. The crate bounced and rattled as it was loaded onto a merchant ship, the Wave's Gift, as it was called. How fitting. The book certainly had a gift for them all when they were alone on the waves. The ship felt very large. They were carried down several sets of stairs before they were finally set down. They were left alone in the comfort of the dark. The Book of Worms pulled tightly on the energies that were tied to the slave's soul. The imprisoned soul was yanked out of his undead flesh. The book ripped apart the screaming, flailing spirit in the seclusion of a pocket of shadows. The shadows were a separate world unto itself, connected to the plane of darkness in hell. The screams and thrashing went unnoticed. The book shredded the soul as easily as bread before devouring him. His potential and resolve were added to the will of their collective of spirits. The book settled against the cold stench of the empty corpse and waited, gathering their strength for the next phase of their journey. Several days into the ship's journey to Stratia, the oarsman, Drekish, was sent below deck to the cargo room. It would have been better to give the chore to one of the new crewmen. The sun was an unrelenting glare above, and its reflection off the waters caused a few of the new oarsmen to blister and dry out from thirst. Drekish was replaced at his oar so he could go down below and discover the source of the stench that was bothering so many of the crew. So spineless, the lot of them. None of them possessed the physical strength he enjoyed either. His body was powerfully muscled, tall, and sun-darkened. Since he liked working the sunny season shirtless, he also enjoyed the stares of women at the harbors. Several sets of stairs below, Drekish began to understand the complaints. At first, he thought they were all weaker-bellied than him. Then, he wondered if there was a crate of fish rotting. No, this smell was something else. The rancid smell of decay came from a source much worse than anything Drekish had encountered before. It was overwhelming, and its thick presence felt saturating. There was a sound as well, growing louder the further into the cargo hold Drekish went. The only thing that came to Drekish's mind was the press of fish tightly packed together and wriggling for freedom. Which was ludicrous because the Wave's Gift was an expensive merchant ship, far beyond the price of most successful merchants. Silks and steel tended to be their most common freight, certainly nothing that would give this kind of smell or sound. Confused and now a little frightened, Drekish pushed his concerns aside as he pushed open the door to the main hold. He wasn't prepared for the sight that greeted him. There were dozens of strange gray worms longer than 10 feet, as wide as his arms, and covered with revolting veins of deep red blood. They writhed carelessly and sluggishly on the crates and barrels like tentacles feeling about the cargo room. Drekish contained his terror and revulsion, enough to prevent himself from turning to flee, or vomit. He scanned the room, looking for what could have caused this. He was aided only by the glow of several candles and lanterns. In his search, Drekish failed to notice how close some of the freakish worms came to him. Before he could notice that 3 of them were within 2 feet of his ankles, they struck. One bit deep into the flesh of his ankles, gripping into the bones beneath. Drekish began to scream in pain, but another worm circled and wrapped up around his body with unnatural speed. His mouth was covered before his screams could be heard. The third wrapped around his body in an embrace that all but crushed him. Drekish couldn't breathe or move. The worms united their efforts to pull him deeper into the room. The worms hoisted Drekish up before one of the larger wooden crates. He couldn't shake the impression that these horrifying creatures were nothing more than the puppets on the strings of something sinister. He knew he would be forced to meet this malevolent being. As helpless as he was, he didn't think he would survive the encounter. The lid of the crate twitched and thrashed before it broke from the pressure within. The inside boiled up with a slimy mass of the worms filling it up. Among them, Drekish watched with eyes widened in horror as the human bones that surfaced and bobbled. The bleached wet skull turned to face him. Its empty eyes and wide mouth seemed caught in an endless scream. Then, at the center of the crate, the worms dipped down and lifted up what looked to Drekish like a book. Looking at it made him feel sick and cold. Something deep within screamed at Drekish to struggle against the worms, to break free at all costs. Every nerve and fiber of his being felt a deep, chilling fear of this book. Something about this book was the sum of every nightmare every human had ever dreamed. The worms reverently and gently raised the book until it was vertical. Its front flesh-made cover only several inches from his face. Worms intruded on his prison, close to his wrists and bit deep, finding the arteries in his arms and crunching into his bones. Drekish screamed his agony, but his cries were muffled and useless. The worms pulled his arms, dragging them out of the embrace and further ripping his flesh, while they brought his hands up. Drekish was forced to place his arms on the grotesque cover of the book.
Thus you are enslaved. You will not serve alone. Your crew will join you shortly.
Drekish heard the voice, deeply intruding into his skull. It forced a terrible cold onto his brain, causing his head to throb with ache. The pain didn't matter. Drekish couldn't decide if he had bled too much, or he hadn't been allowed to breathe for too long. He knew that his vision was blurring and turning dark. He knew the cold was pulling his mind further and further away. Drekish knew he was dying. Only his fear was buying him more seconds to live. He knew there was something dark about the book that waited for him to die. It was more than an object. It felt like a legion of something evil, existing both in the living world and the realm of the dead. In that other world, it was already waiting to capture his soul. When they caught him, and he knew they would do something that would make him beg for the pain of death all over again. Thrashing and writhing, Drekish struggled against that final sleep. He gathered his will and fear together and battled desperately. Just as the book pressed further, its presence crushing deep into his brain, the door to the cargo room opened. "Just because you've been at this longer than the rest of us doesn't mean you," trailed off the voice of one of the new oarsmen. Drekish couldn't turn his head to see, even if he wasn't on the edge of death. He knew the tirade was cut short by the horrifying scene. "To arms!" the oarsman shouted. "Swords at the ready! Intruders in the cargo room!" The oarsman drew a long knife and a scimitar as he yelled. Drekish couldn't hear what happened next. He thought maybe, with a new focus for the book and its worms, that it was safe to let go. Drekish finally relaxed and let the cold and the darkness of death claim him. If the Book of Worms could laugh, it would have. The intrusion of this early newcomer was unexpected, but not impossible to overcome. Then he shouted and drew weapons. Apparently, this one had more courage than the book gave him credit for. A chase, a struggle, to the book, it was all the same, with the same conclusion. The new slave finally gave in to his demise. He believed the book distracted, unable to catch him. Well, they would give him credit for understanding something of their nature. But a fly in the web would still be food for a spider, with or without a struggle. Now it was time to stretch the web. With a command, the worm slithered and uncoiled away from the tall dark man. The book reached into the hidden world of spirits and pulled his soul back into his dead body, closing it away from its waiting eternity.
Feed, slave. Go forward and devour.
The book commanded the man who was once Drekish. Commotion sounded on the deck of the Wave's Gift as men rushed to weapons to get below. The newcomer hesitated as he saw Drekish's mangled body slowly shuffling his way toward him. The worms attempted to grab him, but he recovered enough presence of mind to slash and cut as they approached him from the sides and at his feet. The worms were as much slaves as anyone else they claimed, neither dead or alive. Cuts would only slow them down, never stopping them. They would claim him sooner or later. The book found a stronger presence leading the men down the steps. The captain of the Wave's Gift would meet the threat first and personally. More importantly, the Book of Worms sensed a twinge of ability within the endless current. It was faint, little more than a gift to empower the captain's speed and strength. In battle, he would unknowingly possess the ability to sever the book's hold over any slave he struck. So now the game was truly underway, was it? The last time they killed a magus, they were alive 2,000 years ago. It was time to flex powers that hadn't been used in centuries. Kalzin led the charge below decks. As captain of the Wave's Gift and an undefeated duelist, he would allow nothing less. His broadsword was an unusual choice on ships, and less than ideal in the tight quarters below. But when fighting started, he proved to make clever and deadly use of his preference. The smell was the first thing to overwhelm his nose. Kalzin's dark face wrinkled with disgust. He had been in the presence of carnage left in the noonday sun, and there wasn't much left that could affect him. The stench was beyond any rancid or pungent smell he ever encountered. Combined with the sound of slime oozing, even he wasn't sure he could keep his meal down. Before Kalzin had the cargo room in his sight, thunder cracked in a deafening series. The light of the sun dimmed and became dark as night. Flashes of lightning filled the darkness with strobing fury. The storm was right on top of the Wave's Gift. There had been no sight or sign of a storm coming. The sky was a cloudless blue from horizon to horizon. Where, by the fates, did it come from? The waves instantly turned violent. They rocked the Wave's Gift with such force that Kalzin had to push his free hand against the wall to steady himself. Kalzin drew up short as one of his newest deckhands, a young oarsman named Lorik. He thought cut rapidly at strange gray arms that attempted to seize his legs. He thought at first that some mythical, dangerous sea creature had broken through the hull. But there was no flooding water. Kalzin looked deeper, searching the cargo room as he would search his enemies in a duel, looking for some sign of weakness. What Kalzin found made his blood cold with a horrified realization. A book sat in midair in the center of the room. The great arms appeared to be giant sickly worms. Drekish, his most trusted oarsman, looked like he was dead, but somehow walking. None of that compared to what Kalzin knew he alone could see. If his men saw this as well, they would have dropped their weapons and futilely tried to flee. He was grateful he had his back to them. If they could see his face, they would know he believed they were all going to die. They wouldn't be allowed to rest peacefully. There were two figures in the cargo room, standing behind the book. They seemed slightly transparent. While color and definition allowed Kalzin to see them clearly, he knew they were spirits. They wore black tunics, pants, and gloves. Their long cloaks had deep hoods pulled up. Kalzin wished he couldn't see their faces. They were pasty white with cold blue lips like drowned corpses. It was their eyes that chilled him the most. The color was completely washed away. Only tiny black pupils remained in the milky white. Kalzin knew what they were, even without tales to frighten grown men and children alike. Something inside him recognized the cold fear they instilled. He also knew if he named them Void Hands out loud, every man on the ship would forfeit their dignity to their terror. They would need to keep something in the face of their horrible fate. Kalzin mustered his already fated determination and continued forward, his sword held ready before them. He would die fighting, aiding Lorik. He charged, howling, driving back his fear, rushing to Lorik's side, slashing at the worms. The most he could do was cleave a circle of a few feet. Their approach was tireless and implacable. His sword did seem to stop a few of them from moving, but he realized he killed them. But Lorik's own blade failed to accomplish the same effect, and the worms were a ceaseless barrage. The two sailors didn't have to wait for fatigue to claim them. The two Void Hands spoke. Their voices filled the Wave's Gift. from the highest mast down to the lowest hold. Their words were unlike any language ever imagined. The raw, deep, grating rage seemed enough to rip any throat to shreds. Calzin wasn't the only one to shudder with fear as the language of demons reverberated from every plank of the wave's gift. It must be worse for his men who couldn't even see the speakers. The two void hands paused and smiled, a malicious grin promising sadism and unleashed cruelty.
Solfirist,
they proclaimed, stretching their hands forward. A cloud of inky blackness blasted forward out of their palms, sweeping through the corridor in a wave of darkness. It wasn't an instant death as Calzin thought, shielding his face with his sword. He blinked when he discovered he was still alive. Calzin couldn't see the broadsword a foot away from his face. The pitch black that swallowed them all left them blinded, helpless, and terribly cold. The air began to freeze quickly. First, it was like the cold of a long autumn rain. Then, a midwinter blizzard. Then, the air became a kind of cold that seemed impossible. It seeped beyond his flesh and bone, seeking to break him deeply. It was a cold that robbed him of the memory of warmth. In the absence, he was consumed with a deep, agonizing despair. The pain was far beyond the pins and needles of frostbite, and while he wanted to die from the cold, it granted no reprieve or mercy. It was a cold so cruel that it wouldn't even permit the hope of death. Calzin wanted to weep, to beg the void hands for a swift, merciful end to all of them. Tears would not come in his frozen stasis, let alone words. He could hear crystalline snaps in the darkness, like glass breaking. In horror, he realized some of his men must have attempted to move, only to break off a limb. Could he allow himself to move and break? Could he put an end to his own life, when he spent so many years battling to keep it? They circled in the cold and darkness, like predators on the prowl. Their prey, the crew of the Wave's Gift, couldn't move or see. They were trapped and transported to a pocket of Solfirist, at the lowest level of hell. They were at the mercy of two of the Shadows Eternal. It was unexpected that they could separate from the collective of the Book of Worms. Their thoughts were in unison. Their individuality was absent, but they suspected in battle the book could release an equal number of spirits as the souls they collected. Two people had died to the machinations of the book. Two specters of the Void Triangle could answer a challenge. After this day, more than a dozen Void disciples could come forward. Several of the crew became desperate and tried to break free of the soul-crushing Hellfrost. Their bodies would be bloodless, stiff pieces when the realm of the princes faded. Their souls would be as fractured as their bodies, but these souls would be consumed. At leisure, anyway. The screams of Solfirist began to fill the cold silence, an echo traveling from the bowels of hell. The two Void disciples felt the terror from the helpless crew as realization dawned on them. Yes, they knew they stood at the edge of the abyss, far beyond the reach of hope. Their ship, their souls, all of it belonged to the Void Triangle now. They would all serve in the long journey ahead. Chapter 22. Ryland's grin of anticipation would have been obvious to anyone, had he been walking slow enough to observe it. Because of this unusual speed, he had to walk at the edge of Palantir until he could enter at its less populated southwest. Several months had passed since he first grasped and understood the art of chronomancy. The energies of time were different, and yet parallel to those of the Endless Current. Since learning how to touch the essence of time with the Endless Current, his training changed. Most of the skills Elysian imposed on Rylin were a form of guesswork on the Grand Illumination's part. It was discovery to him as well. Elysian had a collection of tomes for chronomancy, and that was a mystery. But Elysian explained that having the books didn't really allow anyone to understand how to wield their secrets. Together, they were finding the possibilities and limits to an ancient magic, seemingly lost in the ages. Rylin thought it was all so exciting and fascinating. But that wasn't the reason for Ryland's extremely good mood. Every day for the past several weeks, Rylin traversed the same course, a journey of half a day in a few minutes. His movements were quickened by a displacement cloak. It was a difficult magic that reduced the amount of time required to move without speeding up aging on his body. Even after mastering the spell itself, Rylin had run into more than a few walls and trees as he adapted to the speed. The back alleys of Palantir blurred past Rylin. The early morning left the autumn shadows cold, but Rylin felt no time to acknowledge it. Dark gray and red brick walls melded together like different colors of wet paint. The back doors and windows were lost in the mix. The towering walls heightened, blocking out more of the dawn and the blue sky. Rylin pushed Endless Current into the displacement cloak, forcing the energies of time to recede. As the world slowed into clarity, Rylin pulled a brown knapsack off his left shoulder. A moment later, he stood in the shadow of the west wall of the palace. He waited, but he didn't have to wait long. As always, Rylin forced his smile and visible excitement down as Aimreen Takare rounded the nearby northwest corner of the wall. Today, she favored a deep blue velvet dress that shimmered in the morning light. Her sleeves were long today, providing a slight comfort from the fall cold. Rylin felt his face heat up as he looked at Aimreen. He quickly turned his attention to the contents of his knapsack, trying to ignore the way her long dress clung snugly above her hips. She already demonstrated modesty, and she hated being judged by her appearance. Though, Rylin could easily admit that it was difficult for him not to stare. "Good morning, Rylin," Aimreen greeted cheerfully. Rylin looked up from his rummaging and found her smiling warmly. He enjoyed earning her smile almost as much as her laugh. "Hello, Aimreen. I hope you're not in any trouble this morning." Aimreen tisked. "I know the palace better than my father and his majesty. You know this. I could walk out of the dungeon without the guards knowing." Rylin thought to ask her how she was certain of this, but thought better of it. "So, were you able to get it?" Aimreen asked eagerly. Rylin returned to searching through his pack. "It wasn't easy. I had to ask one of the Solas as they were visiting the Zenith Citadel." Rylin found what he was looking for, a thick, leather-bound tome. Collected Works of the Bren Sisterhood. Aimreen's eyes widened. As Rylin offered it to her, she accepted it with reverently gentle hands. "And these Bren sisters?" Aimreen began. They were a small sect that formed after the fall of the Mage clans. Without the Earth Phoenix clan, there was a great need for healers. No one trusted magic, so they relied on handmade medicines. "Care to read it with me?" Aimreen invited. "I would love to, but I have my own studies to attend to." Rylin declined. "I still have to read more on the theories of chronomancy." "The magic that has been lost for 7,000 years?" Aimreen added. Rylin nodded. He was always amazed at how well she listened to him, and how sharp-minded she could be. When he first explained about time sorcery, she had many questions. She wanted to know how time could be manipulated, how taxing it could be compared to the demands of commonplace sorcery. Rylin didn't have the answers at the time. He felt like he only had slightly more knowledge now. He thought Elysian might be harboring hopes that he would become a chronomaster. That he might be the first master of the art in almost 10,000 years. "Well, you better start before the sun rises too high. The baronies always arrive shortly after my father and I," Aimreen warned. Rylin gathered the endless current. His hand moved in precision, creating geometric shapes that left emerald traces of light in the air. His focus was a 20-foot radius around himself and Aimreen. The patterns his hands created pushed the endless current into the fabric of time. Passing moments became as malleable as the energies he was accustomed to. Within the sphere Rylin focused on, he quickened the flow of seconds and minutes. Early into his practice, he found it difficult to speed up time in an area without allowing it to age. He only practiced on fallen branches at the time, and often had to watch sections of wood hastily decay. Rylin became far more efficient at the displacement cloak in the last couple of months. Now, there seemed no limit to what he could accomplish with it. Most importantly, Rylin could have time to study with Aimreen. Their time alone would have never been allowed otherwise. The vastly separate status would be a barrier by itself. But she was also partially betrothed to a Morlick. Rylin knew it wasn't an arrangement Aimreen welcomed. He was also aware of how aggressive and possessive the Crown Prince could be. By speeding up time for themselves, Rylin could give them both an hour instead of a minute. As the cloak settled, Aimreen sat cross-legged against the back wall and the tall golden grass. She opened the book right away as she looked up at Rylin expectantly. He needed no words to know she wanted him to sit with her. He obeyed, and as always, her scent of roses threatened his concentration with a thick, intoxicating dizziness. The nearness of her, the warmth of her body, made his blood rush. These past few months were maddening, to always be so close to her, and yet remain friends and conspirators. He knew he wanted what he could never have with her. It was far more than her beauty that drew him. Her intelligence and wit, combined with her curiosity and compassion in a way Rylin found compelling. Aimreen was also far stronger than her peers, and not just because her father trained her. She possessed an iron determination that would make her skillful no matter what she chose to do. Rylin sat reading, trying very hard to ignore anything but his studies. He found himself glancing at her from the corner of his eye regardless. Their time together was a form of self-abuse, but he wouldn't regret it or trade it away. As cruel as it felt, it was the happiest time of day for him. Aimreen could admit to herself that only half her attention was on her book. When she was away from Rylin, thinking about him made her blush in a way she found alien. She had never been one of the brainless young ninnies of the court. She certainly never allowed herself to pointlessly swoon over any boy or man. With a Morlock waiting to claim her, how could she feel anything but disgust at the idea of being with any of them? Rylin was very different from any boys she knew. He was quiet and gentle, willing to give his entire being for those he cared for. It was true that his kind nature could give way to a terrifying rage, but it was only to defend what he cherished. Rylin defended Aimreen with all his fury. He did so at risk to his own life. He also didn't know that a Morlock's cowardly strike was the only kind he could ever land on her. Her father trained her well, and she knew all of a Morlock's weaknesses in dueling. She felt certain she could defeat him in a duel blindfolded. What did it say about Rylin's feelings that he would knowingly put his life in jeopardy for her? That thought alone stirred feelings deep inside her that she found as overwhelming as they were impossible to dismiss. The time they spent together was very enjoyable to Aimreen. She told Rylin about how Macelin halted her studies in medicine. He immediately took it upon himself to give her the time, books, and uninterrupted secrecy to continue her desired studies. Aimreen learned more in the past 2 months than she had in the last 5 years. She felt grateful enough to Rylin to hug him. Aimreen would do more than that for him if she could. As close as they had become, she felt the same nervousness in him that she knew he felt. She would have to break the tension that persisted between them. She had been trying to do that since their first day together. But the hesitation was about more than a mutual attraction. She knew part of the issue was about their stations. But if that was their only issue, she would have ripped it aside. Where he came from would never matter to her. What truly kept their distance was a Morlock Morinroke. It seemed he was in her way for everything that would ever make her happy. He was nothing more than a shadow of everything his mother was, a projection of her malicious will. It made Aimreen furious that it was demanded she settle for a tyrant in training. He was the worst example of a human being. Now she knew a boy who would grow to be so much more. Aimreen stopped to give a quick glance at Rylin while he kept at his arcane studies. She liked watching him. His modest demeanor was refreshing for her, and his demeanor was a match for her own. She pretended to read whenever he glanced at her. It allowed her the pleasure of watching his luminous blue eyes. She knew she would never tire of looking at his eyes. Everything about Rylin seemed like a glowing sapphire radiating in almost a silky darkness. Even the way he favored deep blue tunics and dark pants reminded her of starlight set in a moonless night sky. Aimreen savored his earthy smell as well. It made her think of rich soil, well-tended gardens, and blooming flowers in the spring. Imrine decided it was time to stop accepting circumstances as they were. The Takare family always followed their hearts to what was right, for the people and them. She would be no different. She would break this barrier of tension between them and see where they would go from there.
Look at this, Rylin.
Imrine urged him to sit closer and see the book with her.
Apparently, the Sisterhood found an all-purpose remedy to nearly every poison. This is what I've been looking for. Fates, it can even cure nightshade poison.
Imrine exclaimed in a gasp. You never said you wanted to cure nightshade, Rylin observed.
Of course I do. We have too many people in Malkanor dying from it.
Rylin looked at her, clearly astounded. Imrine realized she had never shared the origin of her studies with him.
I know the people are desperate and afraid. I know too many of our people feel they have nothing left because they lose everything and everyone they love. Their anger and pain are a cry for justice, Rylin. Their fear is a sign that cries are being met with terrible cruelty. Too many good men and women would rather die than plead their case before the throne.
If you were the queen, you could change that, Rylin offered. Imrine knew her scowl of disapproval would be obvious.
I couldn't accomplish anything if I were married to that ball of slime. You know this as well as I. Proof of their crimes will never come to light if people continue to die by their hand.
You want them to speak out against the queen. Rylin brought the point home. Imrine paused and shared a look with Rylin.
Yes, I do. The sort of change we need will only begin with a voice.
An apothecary is a simple merchant. You would trade the power of influence for the power to heal? Your life would be as meager or great as the coin you make. Imrine looked at Rylin, momentarily stunned by the depth of his rebuttal. It had only been a few months in the study, but he made observations that belonged to minds cultivated for years.
Imrine quickly recovered. I don't plan to heal for money. That won't help anything. The people that truly need the medicine don't have that kind of money. My father promised me a portion of his treasury for whatever I wished, so long as it isn't criminal.
Imrine hated talking about that piece of information. It seemed irrelevant to her, and it wasn't the direction she wanted the conversation to go anyway. She reminded herself that one day Rylin would have to go to the Citadel in Catan. The Enlightened Sun was nearly done with its work. Only a few solas would remain behind to make sure that Malkanor stayed the right course. He would be expected to leave to continue his training.
Anyway,
Imrine continued,
I know of a place where some of those flowers grow, Rylin. Do you think you could come with me to find some of them?
Rylin paused, considering. Imrine felt her heartbeat quicken and her breath catch in her throat. She thought he might reject her invitation. She knew it wasn't ladylike to be so direct, but she chalked it up to being her father's daughter. I don't think I'll be welcome around the other young ladies.
It will just be you and I.
Imrine watched Rylin's cheeks redden. While she found it adorable, she felt a little warm herself.
And don't you dare bring His Highness's thoughts into this,
Imrine warned sternly.
My life and my actions are not his for the approving. It's as simple as would you like to join me in a few days?
I would, Rylin said quickly. Imrine fought to contain her relief and exhilaration.
Excellent! I want you to join my father and I on the way home, so you know where to find me.
What flowers will we be searching for? Rylin asked.
Some of the ingredients can only be imported. You simply cannot find them in Malkanor.
Imrine dismissed.
But irises, roses, and I think I know where we can find some gentian. There are a few others that either grow in the woods, or you can find them in the market now that the merchants fare better.
Rylin gave Imrine a skeptical raised eyebrow.
Roses can be found in front of every noble home. You know that if we're seen at the market, word will come of it.
Imrine rolled her eyes, frustrated that he should be so self-conscious.
Rylin, I won't stand living just for the approval of others. They are ever too fickle to know what they want. A day spent talking like this, like we do every morning, would be a grand day for me. Now, another word or thought about what any of them will think will annoy me.
Rylin leaned over her shoulder to get a better look at the antidote. Imrine felt him press close to her, felt the heat of his breath close to her neck. Her heart pounded loudly in her ears, and she was happy she didn't have to speak just then. She didn't think her words would be coherent.
That's quite a list,
Rylin stated.
I think a few of those can only be found in the Kassaran Empire.
Regardless of how near and intoxicating his presence was, Imrine turned to look at Rylin, surprised again by his knowledge.
How do you know this?
Imrine couldn't help her incredulity.
I know the Enlightened Sun teaches well, and you're a quick study under Garrick, but you've only been aflame for half a year at the most. I know what Mayselin allows the people to learn. I cannot understand how you know so much.
Rylin gave her a mischievous grin, an expression Imrine had never seen on him before. She enjoyed the way his mirth seemed to light up his eyes even more.
Maybe I will tell you in a few days, Rylin teased.
Imrine shoved Rylin, and he laughed as he fell on his backside. She smiled. Rylin might have traits that made him as insufferable as any other boy, but she enjoyed his company more than being around any of her peers. She held very high hopes for a day spent with him. Imrine stood up and bent over Rylin, placing a light kiss on his cheek. He went instantly silent. Her smile deepened as he blushed visibly. He was far too stricken to retort, and she enjoyed that reaction in him.
Be there, Rylin. I do not wish to be a disappointed lady that day.
Imrine turned away. She abandoned the space Rylin offered to them both, book in her hand. She knew he watched her leave, and she enjoyed his gaze. Chapter 23. Rylin returned to the lodge only an hour before sunset. Even after traveling and talking with Imrine and her father, he still felt a deep clash of feelings. Marcel's was well known and loved by everyone Rylin knew. He was a nobleman without arrogance or contempt. Rylin found his neutral demeanor pleasant, and he liked talking with him. But Imrine and her departing kiss flooded his mind. The soft warmth of her lips pressed against his cheek proved impossible to dismiss, even for a moment. The memory caused a euphoric rush that left him lightheaded. The thick tree line parted, and Rylin found a group of flames sweeping the cobblestone path to the front double doors. They focused solely on their task and paid him no mind. That was just as well. Rylin thought more and more about Imrine. The longer he spent time with her, the more deeply he felt for her. Rylin also thought about how that wasn't completely a good thing. As much as Imrine didn't want to talk about it, in Malkanor, no peasant and noble had ever been so close in centuries. A Morlick was foremost of those who would disapprove. Rylin stepped into the entry den and was surprised to find Ishell waiting for him. Her hands were on her hips and her discontent was evident.
You are very late, Light Rylin, Ishell observed sternly. Do you remember what was supposed to happen tonight?
Rylin looked at Ishell, not bothering to hide his confusion.
Spark Kara was supposed to observe our duel and prepare us both for our first test to become candles,
Ishell reminded. Rylin slapped himself on the forehead. He was frustrated with himself that he had forgotten even before the day began. Ishell shifted her weight and looked at Rylin with scrutiny.
Something is very different with you, Rylin. You never forget what needs to be done, and you've never let me down before. The Grand Illumination tasked you with leaving early alone, but recently you can't wait to leave. Then you always seem gloomy when you come back. It's like...
Ishell trailed off as realization spread on her face.
It's like what?
Rylin asked nervously, feeling a little warmth of embarrassment.
Who is she? Please tell me she's a servant.
Imrine Teker, the only child heir of the Teker family, Rylin answered meekly.
Fates, Rylin! Have you lost your mind?
Ishell hissed. Rylin paused and wondered how Ishell, or any girl for that matter, could so easily deduce when people had fallen for someone. It was as though they innately knew what signs to look for. Rylin didn't think that there were that many signs for her to read into. She certainly didn't surmise anything that sounded revealing to him.
You didn't just fall for a noble girl. You fell for the worst one,
Ishell accused. Rylin snapped his gaze to her angrily. That's not fair, and you know it. Everyone in the outskirts loves the Tekers. We all wish we could serve them. Ishell shook her head.
That's not what I mean. It's no secret she's betrothed to His Highness.
It was news to me before several months ago. Ishell rolled her eyes.
That's because you never gave the world much thought while we lived in the outskirts. Gossip never reaches you.
But the arraignment wasn't her choice. It's not at all what she wants, Rylin argued.
That's also well known, Rylin. She's a Teker. They are fair and kind. Everyone knows she wouldn't want a monster like him. But if you haven't been paying attention, she's a lady. Few ladies, either noble or peasant, are ever allowed what they choose.
And that excuses it? Rylin challenged irritably. You are allowed to rise in the Enlightened Sun as you choose. She should be able to choose her future.
Are you going to be the one to allow her that choice? To bring her to a different world where we are all free and equal?
Ishell challenged.
If that's your choice, then I should warn you that you may need to fight for it, maybe to the death. That's what the Order of the Enlightened Sun was prepared to do just to allow us that chance.
Ishell paused, and Rylin knew she was allowing him to take time to see the truth in her words. Ishell sighed sympathetically.
Very soon, we will all be leaving Malkanor, Light Rylin. We won't be back for a long time. Who can say what will change during that time? I know you feel for her deeply. I can see that. She is a very wonderful girl who deserves better than she's been given. But if you want her to live safely, and for none to suffer, and I know that's what you want, then leave her behind. Move forward with your future in the Enlightened Sun.
But she will suffer with him. That will pain me simply to know it, Rylin stated sadly.
It's a noble's matter, Light Rylin. We are still merely peasant children.
Rylin felt his sadness grow as he thought she might be right. Then, with instant realization in being right, he knew she was also very wrong. It's a brave new world we're coming to, Light Ishell. Rylin could tell by her expression she thought he was agreeing with her. Ishell nodded.
We have to be brave enough to move forward. Alone, if necessary.
Rylin shook his head. We have to be brave and strong enough to create the changes in our world, right now. If we don't, we come back to it when it's too rotten to save. Ishell scowled angrily, catching his meaning.
You're being a blasted fool, Light Rylin.
Ishell sighed, resigned, and Rylin thought she would relent.
I was hoping you wouldn't force me to do this, but I can see there's no help for it.
Rylin felt a slight pull of the endless current towards his best friend.
Light Rylin,
Ishell declared, her voice amplified for everyone in the lodge to hear.
I challenge you to a contest of the Magus.
Rylin could only stare stupidly at Ishell for a moment. For one thing, he couldn't believe she felt so strongly about this that she would challenge him. Secondly, the challenge hadn't been offered in more than 2 millennia. It was used to settle disputes between students of the mage clans. The challenger would choose the form of magic skill test. The loser submitted to the request of the winner. The entire den filled with eager-eyed flames. They didn't know what the contest was, but they certainly understood what a conflict worth gossiping about sounded like. Rylin hardened away his disbelief that she would know of such an ancient custom. He gathered her resolve and narrowed his gaze. Name the challenge.
Reflexive Elemental Defense,
Ishell named. Rylin shook his head. We don't have the required masters. As if in answer, Solus Kara parted her way through the throng of gathered flames at the door to the right. Solus Maticia emerged from the left. With a rush of endless current, Elysian appeared a moment later.
It seems you have the required masters now,
Maticia observed.
I will wield the attack,
Kara volunteered. Light Maticia, would you mind overseeing? Light Rylin is my pupil, and my favoritism might be viewed, Elysian requested.
Certainly, Your Radiance.
Maticia accepted formally, bowing.
Then we'd better all step outside,
Kara advised, leading the way. Elysian walked beside Rylin as they all walked away from the lodge to a safe distance. I didn't teach you these skills so you could use them in fool's challenges. Elysian murmured his reprimand. The contest of the Magus was abandoned for a good reason. If you'd listen closely to the pot of Yakram still within you, then you'd know the conflict and aversion it caused. I didn't issue the challenge, Spark, Rylin growled. Watch your tone, Light Rylin, Elysian scolded. It takes 2 for a challenge to occur. You could have refused and talked this over. The steps of so many made a loud rustle in the leaves of the woods. The sun dimmed to a pale twilight as they emerged into a wide, round clearing. Here, large rocks kept the grasses and wild flowers low. It was ideal for movement. The flames stood at the encircling tree line. Kara, Ishell, and Rylin created a wide triangle of spaces in the clearing, while Maticia stood between all of them.
The rules of this challenge are as follows,
Maticia shouted loud enough for everyone to hear.
Soulless Kara will deliver a rapid series of elemental attack spells. Both of you will defend with only the opposite element. The first to be struck 10 times is defeated. Do you both understand?
Yes, Light Maticia. Maticia turned, leaving the space Kara and the two flames required. She raised her right hand absently, and with a tiny hiccup of endless current, a flash of white light burst above her hand. She turned in time for Kara to gather a strong, continuous wave of endless current. She hurled a ball of orange-hungry fire at her student. Ishell quickly snapped a flow of endless current towards herself. With a spin of her hands, she gathered ambient moisture from the earth and air. The fireball was doused in a round, thick shield of water in less time than the ball was summoned. Rylin gaped stupidly. When did Ishell gain so much control over the endless current? When did she learn to focus the elements with such skill? How did she develop so quickly in such a short amount of time? Her reaction might be a match for most Solas already. Rylin's bewilderment cost him as Kara's magic caught Ishell's water shield and redirected it at his face. The ball of water struck him like a punch to the nose. His vision darkened with spots of color.
What, Light Rylin? Did you think you were the only fast learner? Are you really so surprised?
Ishell taunted. Answering her arrogance, dozens of clumps of dirt rose into the air around Ishell. In a spontaneous burst, the dirt assaulted her from everywhere. Ishell defended herself with an encircling rush of wind that sent the projectiles every which way. Kara pointed her right hand at Rylin. A thin lance of jagged white electricity darted at him from her fingertips. He only barely halted the attack by levitating a jagged rock into his path. Rylin failed to notice the ball of ice that followed directly behind the lightning. He was struck in the center of his chest, knocking the breath out of him. Rylin only allowed himself an instant of self-ridicule. He had already been struck twice, and his head wasn't as clear as it should be. He was meeting this challenge no better than any other flame new to the endless current. Ishell, however, defended herself with an expertise that belied her age and time spent with the Enlightened Sun. Rylin should have practiced more than his chronomancy. His familiarity with elemental sorcery was little better than basic. Then, Rylin realized he didn't need more than his chronomancy. A wave of wide, tall flames swept across the ground, rushing at him. Rylin transmuted the endless current into a sheet of water that doused the fire. 3 jagged white lances of light followed, and Rylin hastily raised 3 pillars of stone to catch them. Rylin was doing fairly now, but Ishell's reactions were faster, easier, and far more precise. In moments, he could be struck several more times as Kara's speed increased. Ishell wouldn't even be blemished. He needed to turn the tide now. No sooner did the pillars burst free of the rocky earth, the lightning struck each one in 3 rapid explosions. Dust filled the air, and tiny chunks of rock sprayed Rylin. He coughed from the dust and brushed his face. He would only have a split instant to harden his defenses. For the moment. Rylin took the moment to quickly form the geometric patterns and infuse them with the glowing emerald energy. He focused on an area only around his skin, quickening time, creating the displacement cloak. Everything around him began to move lethargically slow. Rylin saw dozens of projectiles hurtling at him from Kara. The earth rippled at him in slow waves. Fist-sized balls of orange fire rained down on him from far above the trees, casting aside the darkness of early night. Rylin turned to see dozens of hand-sized balls and ice coming at him from behind. In fact, they were elemental projectiles all around Rylin. Time beyond the displacement cloak might be much slower, but he would be stuck many times over in a few moments. Rylin hadn't practiced meld walking. He didn't learn how. Yet. Even if he did know how to travel in the endless current, he knew it would be a technical loss. It would be viewed as no different than walking into the attacks. Rylin held one escape, one certainty to victory. He only read about it as he sat with Aimreen that morning. It would be his first attempt. If he failed, he would not be allowed to see Aimreen. It was a magic called the fold step. By feeling all around him, at exactly the precise present moment, a chronomancer could fold one location into another, In theory, a powerful chronomancer could go anywhere in existence. The problem was, the chronomancer had to know everything about the exact location, or it could be the last magic of their life. Rylin knew he wasn't practiced enough to travel very far. Several yards away in any direction was all he needed, just out of harm's way. His hands wove the precise patterns, quickly binding the green energies. Rylin felt his awareness spread into the moment. He felt as though he was standing in countless places at the same time. The sensation was disorienting and unnerving. Rylin focused on the awareness standing at the edge of the clearing. He felt his body jolt with bone-jarring force. He felt a wave of dizziness as he was aware of standing only in one place instead of dozens. Rylin was rewarded thankfully with watching the elemental attacks converge and explode in blinding flashes where he once stood. "A Meldwalk counts!" Maticia shouted, but was cut short. "I don't know what that was, but it wasn't a Meldwalk like Maticia," Kara argued. She turned her baffled gaze on Rylin. "I hit nothing." Rylin looked to his mentor, who didn't bother to hide his slack-jawed shock. Immediately, Kara recovered, launching a barrage of tiny spheres of orange flame. Rylin would have panicked. Each sphere was no bigger than a fingertip. Deflecting or countering each one of the hundreds would have been impossible for any light. But Rylin was beginning to understand one basic principle of all chronomancy. Everything required time. Still under the effects of his first displacement cloak, Rylin quickly cast another. This time, it was a thin layer several feet away from him, surrounding him in a cocoon. The barrage entered the cloak, then halted in midair. The assault was in a cloak without time. Every movement could be measured with time, and without it, anything could be trapped in stasis. Rylin cast another fold step, standing close beside Ishell. He leaned in to whisper to her while there was another series of small explosions. The dimming daylight brightened in the blinding flashes. The silence vanished in the collision of popping fires. Rylin released the cloak on himself briefly so that Ishell would understand him. "I know you might be able to meet these spells all night long," Rylin whispered, "but Soulless Kara will shape faster and faster. That's the nature of elemental reflective defense. I don't have to meet these spells, Light Ishell. They will simply never touch me." "You're cheating!" Ishell accused. Rylin shook his head. "Time is the opposite of all elements. Fire dies over time. Mountains change over time." Rylin quickly cast a new displacement cloak on himself as Kara found his new location. She hurled a lance of stone at him, her resolve melting away to anger. The Soulless clearly didn't expect this contest to go as far as it did. The cloak met the stone lance, and it was easy for him to move around it. Rylin was thankful for that because he could feel his concentration failing with each fold step. The sensations it created were making him very queasy. The whirlwind feeling of dizziness threatened his balance. In time, he might be able to create the fold step with greater control, but it was still too new and untested. Rylin sidestepped the lance. He only barely stepped out of the way of a series of vines that ripped free from the earth, attempting to ensnare him. A towering wall of bright orange fire erupted to his right. Rylin quickly cast another displacement cloak on the flames as he failed to prevent himself from walking into them. Though the flames still made contact with him, making it his third failure, they were allowed no time to burn him. Rylin knew he was running low on options. Kara focused all her efforts on him now. She was frustrated by his unusual magic. The previous 3 strikes made no difference to her. He discovered a way around the ancient rules, a way to render the test of skill irrelevant. Her attacks reflected a growing fury that made her gradually more deadly. If he would win this, he knew it must be within the next few spells. Kara had complete mastery over the elements, while he was only discovering much of what he could do with chronomancy. There was still far too much he didn't know. Rylin held the defensive a little longer. His cloaks were created quickly. His movements blurred the world around him as he continued to evade Kara's growing assault. He watched her expressions closely as her attacks failed. His own speed increased to match the Soulless, and he allowed himself no more mistakes. Kara's face was now bright red, and her mouth was tight in a snarl. Rylin had angered the Soulless to the degree he wanted. He stopped directly in front of Ishell. Twin walls of thick ice sprung up from either side. Thick brown vines burst out of the bottom half of the walls, gripping his legs. No less than 20 jagged, hair-thin lengths of emerald lightning came at him from directly ahead. In the last instant, only a split second from being struck by 20 bolts of green lightning, Rylin cast one more fold step. He stood directly beside Kara, seeing the bright assault slam into Ishell. She screamed as she was flung off her feet, flying backwards. He doubled over, braced against his knees, vomiting. The endless current left him completely. In the absence of thundering explosions or groaning earth, the silence left a ringing in Ryland's ears. The night birds and crickets seemed to fear making their tranquil evening song. Maticia rushed to where Ishell lay on her back in the grass. A light blue glow gently illuminating from the Ard Solas's palm. Maticia ran her hands over Ishell, searching. Light Ishell is all right, simply unconscious, Maticia announced, glaring at Kara and Rylin. Whatever you wanted, I hope it was worth this dated barbaric custom. And we need to speak of using new magics without knowledge of the consequences, Elysian admonished from beside Rylin, startling him. Chapter 24. 2 nights after the contest of the Magi, Rylin slept and found himself someplace familiar. The void of total darkness was difficult for Rylin to forget, though he hadn't had any reoccurring visitations since Elysian removed that part of himself. Rylin relived the pain and the fear quite often. Now it returned in this dream, as similar and vivid as it was to that night. Rylin wouldn't have known it was a dream if he didn't remember he'd gone to bed. There was no precursor pain, as there was before the separation. Differences aside, everything else was exactly the same, even the feeling of being watched. You fought for her twice now, Ryland's reflection observed. How many times will be required of you, do you think? As many times as I should fight for any lady, Ryland shrugged. Ryland's opposite self stepped into view, laughing. That you believe she is just any lady to you is almost as amusing as watching you fight so hard for her. Do you know how strong she is? She's the daughter and only child of the Lord General of Malkanor. Marcel's Tecaer has lost so few men who fought for him, and he taught his daughter so very much. Every so often, she polishes those skills. His Highness, on the other hand, trains a little here and there. He relies mostly on the knowledge that Malkanor's soldiers will answer partially to him. One day they will be his, and he knows it well. And where are you going with this? Rylin inquired irritably. You may be more to each other than you realize. It's as great a gamble as your friend knows it to be. Have you any idea what you're truly willing to do for her? The other Rylin challenged. It's annoying that you play with the knowledge of the people I know or care for. Why do you warn me as Ishell would? You are no friend to me. I never said I wasn't an ally to you, Rylin. I simply detest your lack of will to take justice. As long as he lives, she will suffer. Everyone will suffer. But you will be forced to watch her pain. The other Rylin's foretelling was as cold as it was solemn. No amount of strength or power from either of you will change that. Rylin laughed back defiantly. You haven't been learning as I have. One of the basic lessons of chronomancy is that the future is constantly shifting and changing. The other Rylin smiled knowingly. Though you're a fool, we can both hope you're right. I wish you well, Rylin. Enjoy your day with Imrine Tecaer. There is no denying you fought with all your heart to get it. Rylin woke up then. He is alarmed to find so much daylight flooding in his bedroom. By his estimation, it was already mid-morning. Imrine might not have specified on what time to arrive, but he didn't count on being quite so late. He ignored his grogginess and flung aside the covers. Rylin was quick to dress in his usual blue shirt and brown pants. He rushed to put on his boots. He ran out into the halls and darted out the entry to the lodge. Ishell halted him in the courtyard before the woods. Stop! Ishell commanded, standing in his way. Rylin was a little surprised to see her only 2 days after their contest. He knew Maticia to be as skilled at healing as she was at evocation, but Ishell looked as though nothing happened out of the ordinary. Rylin obeyed out of total confusion. What is this? This is the one day our sparks allow for rest. Our matter is settled. Ishell nodded. You're right about both, but if you have fallen for her and you want to spend the day with her, then you need help. Have you seen yourself like Rylin? I can tell you just woke up. Your hair is like one of my father's metal piles. Rylin wanted to argue with her, but Ishell immediately approached him. She retrieved a simple wooden comb from her tunic. That was when Rylin stopped himself to notice how much his friend had changed. Physically, she was cleaner, stronger, faster. She favored a tan tunic and dark blue pants. She discarded her old brown dress long ago. Without the constant starvation, she began to fill out with feminine curves and muscles. Ishell brushed and yanked the sleep tangles out of Rylin's hair, oblivious to the attention he paid her. You know, I had a very good reason to challenge you, Ishell commented absently. I know. You're trying to prevent many people from getting hurt, Rylin recited, though sympathetically. Ishell shook her head. You've missed all of what I've said. The Enlightened Sun wasn't just willing to risk conflict to change all of our lives. Everyone knew they held the power to do it. Did you ever stop to wonder why I chose a challenge that was easier for me than it was for you? Do you think I was just being foolishly spiteful? Rylin couldn't think of an adequate response, except to look at Ishell blankly. He could admit that he didn't put much thought into it. Malkanor is home to all these lords and ladies, Rylin. They've had time to know it well, to know how to hide things they don't want found. Us. Our sparks had to be stronger and smarter than a bunch of sneak cheats in their own homeland. They had to beat them at their own game. Rylin suddenly felt horrible for believing Ishell acted maliciously. He underestimated her and the depth of the friendship they had always known. I'm sorry, Light Ishell, Rylin apologized. Ishell shrugged. I know you could have thought as you did. I warn you, though, Rylin. Ishell drew his gaze sternly. His Highness might be a brainless, muscle-bound tyrant, but one day he will do as his mother does. I would use all your magic to stay one step ahead of him. Thank you, Light Ishell. Ishell smiled wanly as she stopped tidying him up. I wanted to see if you're strong enough to change something so big. You are. Now, go be with her for a day. I hope she feels the same way about you as you do for her. She's very rare for a noble girl, and I think that means you're good for each other. Rylin smiled, blushing at the compliments. Ishell was never one to gush in that way. It reminded him that she wasn't just a friend, a sorceress in training, and as strong-willed as him. She had always been like a watchful sister to him. She was a girl who could be as gentle as she could be implacably hard. Rylin casted his placement cloak on himself and began his hastened trek to the Takar estate. It was 2 hours before a warm, early autumn noon. Rylin arrived at the boundaries of the Takar estate then. He dismissed his cloak outside a thicket of rose bushes and oak trees. The growth and fallen leaves rustled as Imreen emerged from concealment. Rylin would have looked at her with amusement for hiding in front of her own home, but he couldn't stop staring. Imreen wore a rose-red silk dress. It clung tightly to everything above her hips. Her lips were also a bright red, and her aroma of roses made it impossible for Rylin to think. Her long dark hair was gathered at the top of her head to fall behind her back, leaving only 2 curling strands to frame both sides of her face. You are later than I thought you would be, Imreen observed, amused. My training has left me exhausted these past 2 days. I slept more than I would have liked, Rylin explained, slurring, struggling to regain his wits. Rylin watched her emerald eyes change with curiosity. You are usually ceaseless in your studies. I've never seen you tire. You will have to explain it to me on the way. Where are we going first? It didn't really matter to Rylin. He would enjoy any journey with her. I thought we would go to the markets of Palanza first.
but I want us to make a stop along the way. Amreen's lips curled into a mirthful smirk. Rylin remembered then what it was like for those soft lips to be pressed against his cheek. It's a surprise. Don't ask until I say it's time. I will cast a cloak on us then, Rylin offered. Amreen shook her head. Let's just walk. The fall morning is neither too hot nor too cold. I want to enjoy it. Rylin raised an eyebrow, but didn't say anything. The walk would be several hours, but he believed she was right about it. There would be much to enjoy about the day, and no need to rush it. They walked at a casual pace through the golden plains and the lightly shrouded woods. Amreen never tired or complained, and she proved as graceful as she was agile. She smoothly ducked branches, jumped over rocks and fallen trees. Rylin watched her move, fascinated, even while he spoke of the fresh rigors his mentor placed on him in the last 2 days. Why would you allow your friend to put herself at risk that way? Amreen looked at Rylin, not disappointed or angry, as he thought she might be. Rylin felt nervous and cornered under the scrutiny of her stare. What could he tell her about what led to the challenge? He suddenly felt the fearful weight of the feelings he held for her. He felt certain, 2 nights ago, that he could fight in conviction of his feelings. He believed that his attraction for her was an unavoidable pursuit. Aside from his powers, what was Rylin to Amreen? What could he ever be to her? He was no prince, or son of any noble. He was born to a family of farmers, treated no better than slaves. Rylin, I can tell you're not telling me something. You're afraid. I can see it. Amreen put her hands on his shoulder and drew his eyes to hers. We've been doing this for months, Rylin. I've been getting to know you. I know you've been getting to know me too. Maybe there's something painful about the challenge you accepted, and so you don't think you're ready to say anything. Fighting your best friend would have been hard. I can only imagine how that felt. You don't have to tell me yet. Take your time. I just want you to know that I'm here, and you can trust me, no matter what it is. Rylin nodded wordlessly, simply looking into Amreen's eyes. Her gaze held a sincerity he'd never seen in other people. What the two of them had, even now, held a conviction she wouldn't turn away for any reason. It made him wonder anew if the depth of her feelings were anything like his. Amreen turned and led the way to a narrow rocky crossing. Rylin found himself amazed that she knew her way through the woods and plains so well. She navigated her way with an ease that was no less than closely familiar. He wondered how many solitary journeys she undertook. She said he'd been getting to know her, but he felt as though she remained very enigmatic. An hour later, Rylin stopped and stood very still. He looked around, observing the low rises, the fallen trees uprooted by deeply buried boulders. He knew the towering pines and spruces. In fact, Rylin remembered this spot of woods very clearly. What is it? Amreen stopped, looking at Rylin with concern. This is the place where it happened, where everything changed. Rylin looked around, remembering events from 2 seasons ago. Matisia stood over there. Rylin pointed to the top of one of the taller hills. Rylin relayed the events that transpired, the trek for fish, a Morlick beating Ishell, and his burst of killing power. He told her all of it, and how it was only weeks before the inquiry. It's no surprise you were forced to strike him. Amreen shook her head with dismay. I suspected his violence against the people was more than just rumor. It is fitting that it led to such a change. I nearly killed him. I wanted to. Rylin was surprised he still felt the pain of how close he came to murder. I struggled so much against Ard Solus Matisia's power. Rylin, don't blame yourself for a mistake you almost made. It doesn't matter how you were stopped. If you truly wanted to kill him that night, you would have. If not with magic, then your bare hands. The fact that he lives tells me you only meant to protect your best friend. You are not a killer. Amreen stopped and then smiled. Regardless, look at what has come of that night. If it's at all your fault, then I for one am glad for it. Malkanor's latent potential has been revealed for all of Stratia to see. You may have started an age of wonder. Amreen spoke with such optimistic passion that Rylin couldn't help but smile and share in her cheer. Amreen led Rylin through the woods,
and he soon realized that he knew this path very well. He realized she was leading him to the outskirts. Aimreen looked at Rylin as the density of the woods thinned noticeably. She smiled knowingly. I might be keeping a few secrets today myself, Aimreen teased as she savored the confusion in Rylin's eyes. Aimreen enjoyed the day they were having so far. It was a fair day for walking leisurely. She knew it would be one of the few remaining chances they had to talk freely. Regardless, Aimreen knew Rylin was holding back something. She couldn't understand why he would keep anything from her now. She knew about his friends, his studies, how he felt and believed about his entire life. She knew his hopes and convictions as well as she knew her own. Hearing about the last couple of days in training caused Aimreen to hurt for him. Rylin spent hours holding buckets of water with his arms raised to the sides. He sat in meditation for as many hours. If the grand illumination detected a single thought in Rylin's mind, he was forced to start again. He was forced to stand still in sorcery-crafted blizzards, only to later withstand waves of fire. Aimreen admired Rylin's endurance. Even when her father trained her, it was never anything so severe. But this made her sympathetically ache for him too. His entire life was enduring one hardship after another. How much more could he withstand? Well, that was what today was about, wasn't it? Aimreen wanted to spend time with him. She wanted to give something back for his efforts. Aimreen knew Rylin watched her as she moved. From any other boy, she would have found it revolting. She wanted his blue eyes on her, though. It wasn't as though Aimreen wasn't watching Rylin anyway. She might be more subtle about it. She watched him from the corner of her eye. It was part of the day she enjoyed. While her own dress received rips from the forest growth and mud from spots of wet dirt, he seemed aware of his surroundings in a casual way. It was true that he had been born and raised close by, but while he watched her, he never seemed less than sure of his own path. She could imagine him gliding through the forest, untouchable and soundless. Aimreen knew that much of his continual awareness was part of his training, but she wondered how much of it was actually grounded in his considerate and selfless nature. Could his training be causing something of his nature and potential to come together? If so, knowing Rylin had only just begun his training, she believed he would become something wondrous. She wanted to watch him as he became what he chose to be. She thought it would be breathtaking to witness. But how much of Rylin's life would be in the Enlightened Sun? Did he feel the same way for Aimreen as she did for him? Were they just sharing a few days as friends did? Did he want more as she did? She needed to know before the Order of the Enlightened Sun departed Malkanor. Aimreen suspected Rylin wanted to be close to her. She read it in his hesitation, in the way he moved, but it wasn't something she wanted to force him into. If Rylin felt as strongly as she did, she knew he would have to say something soon. After all, this silence was already painful to her. How must it be feeling for him? The tree line receded, and the outskirts came into view. Rylin gaped, stopping where he stood. Aimreen realized that Rylin hadn't seen his home since the Enlightened Sun began their work. The homes were made of gray brick held together with mortar. Wood stalls sat to the sides containing tools that weren't in use. The streets were paved with the same stones as the streets of Palantir. The people that weren't in the fields wore brightly colored clothes. Some of the people carried solid woven baskets filled with food that was either farmed or made. Am I dreaming? Rylin whispered in a gasp. Aimreen felt a tear threaten the corner of her eyes for him. How much joy must he be feeling to see such a wonderful change? Aimreen pulled Rylin back to the secrecy of the woods, then turned him around. She began to lift away her crimson silk dress to reveal a simpler white dress with a belted apron. She wrapped her dirty red slippers in her silk dress and untied a pair of brown shoes hidden beneath her skirt. All right, Rylin. Do you think I will blend better? Aimreen asked. Rylin turned, and Aimreen withheld her amusement as he blushed to look her over. From a distance, though up close, you were known to too many. I wasn't known to you before we met, Aimreen countered. My mind was in the field for years, he shrugged. Aimreen led the way back into the outskirts. She visited the outskirts a few times since the changes were completed. She wanted to see how much better life was for everyone. She had to sneak away from home alone to do this, but she loved seeing the farmers and families so much happier now. As a result, Imrine led Rylin along the streets without a moment's pause. She wanted to guide him by holding his hand, but she resisted the impulse. It was only a few short moments before Imrine heard the familiar loud clang of steel. They were close to their first destination. She knew Rylin would be familiar with the growing sound, but it would be different as it came from indoors. Ernic's forge was no secret to most nobles of Malkanor. While most hated his self-impoverishment and refusal to serve their coin, Imrine and her father held him in the highest regard for his moral implacability. If the master smith ever needed anything, her father made it clear that the Tekers would gladly provide it. Smoke poured out of a chimney on a wide block of a building. 2 of the front windows were open, allowing the cool air to enter, while waves of intense heat blasted out. There were 2 racks set to either side of the doors, holding gleaming tools. Imrine climbed the 2 steps leading to the large oak door and knocked twice.
"'Tis a shop, not a home. Come in,
bellowed a gruff, accented voice.
I cannot stop my hammer for everyday passerby.
Imrine opened the door, bracing herself against the heat and smoke, as well as the smell of metal and sweat. Ernic raised his eyes from his work. He smiled and raised his head while putting down his hammer.
Lady Tekir, your visits are frequent these days. It's a privilege for us.
It's not that many, Master Ernic, Imrine chuckled dismissively. I was last here several weeks ago, I think. It might have been longer, but Imrine couldn't remember. Ernic looked like he was about to say more, but his eyes drifted past her, and his smile broadened.
Rylin, lad, it's good to see you.
Ernic strode away from his work and picked up Rylin in a massive bear hug.
Though, I guess 'tis Flame Rylin now, isn't it?
Not for you. Well met, Ernic. Rylin laughed, and Imrine enjoyed the sound.
Well met. Seems they are teaching more than magic,
Ernic observed, putting Rylin back down on his feet and looking him over. I've learned a lot, and they're treating us well, Rylin explained meaningfully. Ernic nodded.
I have no doubt my daughter would be in good hands. How is my girl, Rylin?
She was always clever, but now she's a force of nature, Rylin answered. Ernic boomed with laughter.
A force of nature! I always knew she had spirit in her. Oh, if her mother could have lived to see it.
It was the first Imrine heard of Ishell's deeper past. She only knew her to be the daughter of the greatest smith, Rylin's closest friend, and his strongest rival. Hearing Ishell lost her mother caused Imrine a sympathetic pain, as well as admiration for her strength.
So, what brings the 2 of you to my forge?
Rylin looked at Imrine silently, sharing Ernic's question. Where can we find Flame Rylin's mother and father? Imrine asked, ignoring the smile and shock on Rylin's face. Ernic rubbed his chin thoughtfully.
Most days, right now, they would be deep in the fields. With the plentiful harvests and the foreign caravans the Order brought in, coin has been generous. They might be at home or the market square. Days end slightly earlier now, and Kylor and Liane are doing well for themselves.
Thank you for your time, Master Ernic. We'll try their home first, Imrine thanked, curtsying politely. Ernic waved his hand dismissively.
No need for that, Lady Tekir. Rylin, tell my daughter I love her and miss her dearly. But I couldn't be prouder as a father.
Rylin smiled. I will. Chapter 25. Ernic gave precise directions to the home of Rylin's mother and father, and it wasn't long before they arrived. It wasn't as large as some of the merchant homes in central Palantir, but, by Rylin's gaping expression, it was still much more than he remembered. It was a 1-story square-squat structure of gray stone with a sloped wooden roof. 2 steps ascended to a single wooden door. It didn't seem very different from many of the other structures in the outskirts, but Imrine knew the gift they were to all the people. Imrine turned to Rylin and stepped aside. Perhaps you should knock. Imrine watched him approach the door nervously. She wondered what it must be like for him to return home after 2 seasons. So much had changed so quickly. The Enlightened Sun brought both its magic and its influence to resurrect a dying economy in such a swift order that it seemed another nation. Rylin knocked, and it wasn't long before they heard movement from within. A sun-darkened figure answered the door. Though he didn't have Rylin's brilliant blue eyes, his dark, angular features and thoughtful expression seemed only a more mature version. His dark hair was shorter, but it came with a short dark beard. He wore a farmer's white shirt and brown pants, tucked into low brown high boots. He stood only a couple hands taller than Rylin. Kylor didn't wait to wrap Rylin in a tight embrace while calling for his mother.
"It's been 2 seasons, yet it feels so much longer,"
Liane said into his shoulder, weeping as she held him tightly. Looking at Liane, Aimrine still didn't know where Rylin got his nearly glowing blue eyes. But her posture explained his grace and poise. Were it not for the plain cloth farmer dress, Aimrine would have believed her to be a noblewoman. Dirt and calluses on her small hands marked her as far less fragile than any noblewoman. Her complexion and long hair were sun-blasted and dark, though far younger and smoother than most farmers. All in all, she was beautiful in a way that wasn't common in the outskirts. Liane pulled away while leaving her hand on Ryland's shoulders, looking at him and weeping.
"I thought it would be years until we saw you again."
"I think I should introduce you to the one that changed that. Mother, father, this is Aimrine Takare." Ryland stepped aside to allow them to see her. Aimrine felt herself blush as she curtsied to them both.
"It's a pleasure to meet you both."
Liane laughed.
"Nonsense! We should be bowing to you. We are merely farmers, milady."
"None of that now." Aimrine rejected the formality.
"I am simply here so that he can see you and I can meet you. He speaks so much about you. I had to see for myself."
"Come in and join us," Kylor invited. "We were just about to sit down for some water."
"No, I have something else in mind." Rylin grinned knowingly. Aimrine and Rylin followed them to a tiny dining room and a white-polished wood table. Liane passed around tin cups, but Rylin stopped her before she could pour the water from a clay pitcher. He closed his eyes, and Aimrine knew he was about to demonstrate a little of what he learned. The minutes passed, and Aimrine knew why, by the sweat beating on Ryland's forehead, that this was no ordinary magic for him. All his work with chronomancy and a few other spells came with almost instant ease for him. He once told her that the cloak was almost easy enough for him to cast with nothing but a thought. What was this that was so difficult for Rylin? Then an odor came from the pitcher. Aimrine recognized the smell of a form of peach tea the Enlightened Sun favored. Then she felt a slight chill from the direction of the clay pitcher. Rylin opened his eyes and smiled. "If it's all right, I think we should have time to enjoy it. The afternoon is already half over." Aimrine smiled knowingly. The emerald glow followed his fingers, and Aimrine knew that Rylin cast the cloak on the home, as he did on the two of them, for so many mornings. Rylin exhaled loudly and sat down. Aimrine gave him a sideways glance. "Chronomancy, especially cloaks, come easy, Aimrine," Rylin explained wearily. "But temperate alteration and transmutation aren't my strongest skills." The time passed generously slow within the cloak. Rylin told his mother and father all about his time in the Enlightened Sun thus far. They asked how Rylin and Aimrine both met, and they both avoided telling them about Amorlik's violence. Instead, they told them about the first day in the throne room. They told them about the many mornings they spent talking and reading, about how Rylin came with books on medicine and healing for her to study while he trained. All the while, the flavor of the tea was by far the best drink Aimrine ever tasted. It was cold and sweet in a way that soothed after a long trek. When the pitcher drained, Aimrine helped Liane gather the cups to be washed. Liane looked at her pointedly, and Aimrine knew she was right to assume they would talk, alone.
"I would tell you not to trouble yourself with this kind of labor,"
Liane told her as she approached a wash basin.
"Nonsense. I don't believe anyone to be above anything."
Aimrine rolled up her sleeves and retrieved a nearby wash rag. Liane lowered her voice.
"I hope you know what you're doing, young lady."
Aimrine knew the direction their conversation would go, but she was still a little confused.
"What do you mean?" "I know that look,"
Liane sighed, scrubbing intently.
"The one my son gives you, and you give him. Maybe you don't know it yet, but I know where this leads. After all, I went that way myself, and I never regret it."
Liane stopped to level her stare on Aimrine. As fair as the Takares tried to be, it was unusual to be spoken to so candidly. But Aimrine understood. Where mothers and their children were concerned, no one was beyond reproach.
"But you know that you defy both Her Majesty and His Highness. I want my son to be happy. I can see that happening with you. Those two won't care about that. You and I both know that they think you belong to them. It's wrong. Everyone understands that. But that's the way they see it.
Liane paused, sighing deeply.
So what do you think will happen when they see you with the son of a farmer? When they become angry, young lady, they turn their ire on everyone they can reach. Maybe my son will become too powerful for them to attack, but you won't. Have you thought about how much that will hurt him?
Emerine didn't know how to respond. It was a very blunt and true assessment. But there was one point left.
He hasn't said he feels the same as I do. He may not.
Liane chuckled mirthlessly.
He does. So, he will soon. It was the same with my husband, you know. What would you have me do?
Emerine deferred, sincerely and respectfully.
Simply be cautious, Emerine to care. I won't be foolish enough to stop either of you. Just remember the risk you take, and move forward with care.
The warning remained in the silence. Emerine continued to reflect on Liane's words as she continued to help. Rylin grew tired of holding the cloak over the home. He and Emerine left shortly after. He shared long farewell embraces with his mother and father. Then they departed. He didn't know what she had in mind next, but there were still several hours in the afternoon. They were both silent now, lost in thoughts they struggled with on their own. They walked autumn streets bustling with promising activity in a way he had never known in the outskirts before. To see the outskirts so strong and vibrant erased Ryland's mind. It was hard to believe such a change could occur in such a short time. Gone were the dirt hovels, the filthy clothes, and the starvation. The outskirts were now equal to the merchant square of Palantir. There would be a handful of souls staying behind to make sure everything remained as it should be. Ryland's mother and father would be all right on their own. That was a relief to him. He could concentrate more on his studies and his place in the order. Did Emerine know that the visit would help him in that way? He looked at her, and she looked at him. He smiled. "Thank you for taking me to see them," Ryland said as they left the outskirts to the south. Emerine smiled back, and Ryland savored the moment as he always did. "I know the Enlightened Sun will depart Malkanor soon. I didn't want you to leave without all of you having one more moment together. All of you needed to see how well off you are." So she did know. Ryland found himself amazed at the depth of her understanding. "I guess we're even now," Rylin observed nervously. Emerine tilted her head to the side. "What do you mean by that?" "I've met your father, and you've met my mother and father." They were well outside the southern outskirts. It was deep into sunset on the golden plains when Emerine chose to add to Ryland's observation. "You know, meeting parents is customary in courtship," Emerine pointed, fidgeting nervously in a way unfamiliar to Rylin. Rylin laughed. "A strange coincidence." Emerine looked at Rylin directly. "Rylin, firstly, I don't want you to hold anything back from me. Your time in Malkanor is short. When you leave, your heart should be free. No secret feelings unshared." Rylin felt his breath catch, and his heart pump aggressively. "Second," Emerine continued, "my arrangement with His Highness is conditional. I don't know how. Only my father and His Majesty know the final agreement. My father didn't shun you, as he did dozens of daring noble boys, so I take that as a good omen." Emerine took his hand in both of her own. "Tell me," she said softly. "I want to come back to Malkanor when I'm ready." Rylin read her disappointment. "Why?" Emerine asked, giving back his hand. Cicadas and crickets were sounding in the fields, their only witnesses now. Rylin reached up to cup her soft chin in his hands, raising her eyes to meet his. He allowed a moment to look deep into her emerald eyes, searching her eyes as she did his. He didn't say anything. He knew that his actions now were saying far more to her. At last, with his blood pounding thunderously in his head, his lips met hers. There was no refusal or hesitation from her. Emerine waited for him to do this. Their lips melded together, perfect and smooth. Her hands climbed his shoulders and entangled in his hair. His hands slid slowly down her waist to her hips before clasping beneath her lower back. They breathed heavily, unwilling to let go of the moment, of a first kiss that waited patiently to be found. Rylin would have cast a displacement cloak, but the world fading into dusk and its night song were welcome company now. Starlight came to a moonless sky when they finally pulled apart. They only did so because Rylin knew they wanted more from that moment than was safe for them to claim. He knew they would have to grow and become stronger as individuals before they could claim each other as completely as they wished. They held each other tightly in the night. Aimrine rested her head against Ryland's chest. He lost himself in the moment, in having the warmth of her body press close to him. Every curve and movement felt as tangible as though they were his own. "You would come back for me?" Aimrine asked softly. "Here, the Kassaran Empire, the far north, wherever you are," Rylin vowed. "I will wait for you. I promise on my soul, Rylin." Aimrine raised her eyes and he felt the depth of her oath. Many promises like these could be made with the passion of the young. Rylin knew many stories that confirmed this, but this was no flippant or fleeting moment for them. He felt a fateful weight to it, that he thought Aimrine felt as well. He believed with an unwavering certainty that they were promised to each other in a way that nothing in the world could ever break. Chapter 26. When Rylin returned to his bedchamber in the lodge, it was late into the night. Many of the flames and solas were asleep, or they would have felt him sneaking his way back inside. It was the second fold step Rylin cast that night. The first one saw Aimrine return to the same place they met for the start of their day. The rose bushes and oaks were colorless and dark in the night, shrouding their return. The fold step came surprisingly easier. Rylin felt the way the spell worked more intricately. Rylin wasn't simply in all those locations at once. Now he focused on the instant and location, pulling it toward him. When the two locations met in time, Rylin could choose one and release the other. Maybe Kara sensed this, to a degree, and knew this was why it worked for him in the contest. Rylin wondered if this knowledge is what made the fold step easier. He suspected it had more to do with the grueling challenges Elysian put him through. He knew he was now able to hold on to the displacement cloak for much longer. Regardless, he could now go to locations he knew in an instant. His bedchamber was dark now. The stars of a moonless sky didn't break the cover of the trees outside, so he saw nothing. There was a slight shift in the endless current, and the candle at his desk lit up with a tiny orange flame. Elysian sat at the chair at the desk, which was turned to face Rylin. The small glow cast his face in ominous shadows. His eyes were serious, but Rylin couldn't read any disappointment or frustration in his countenance. "It's a slightly late hour, Light Rylin," Elysian observed. Rylin wasn't sure if he should lie and make excuses, or if the truth would be any less damaging. Elysian saved Rylin the trouble with a current read. "It's not forbidden for one of our order to fall in love, if that's what worries you. It shouldn't worry you, you know. What should concern you is what you've already heard several times." "Did Ishell speak to you?" Rylin asked. "Not at all. Light Ishell has honored her agreement on the contest of the Magus. Flawlessly. I simply know what I see, and I deduce the rest. Come, sit, and let's talk," Elysian invited. Rylin sat at the edge of his bed. "I'm not blind to these things, Light Rylin. I am some years Maloric's senior, so I've seen and recognized a few things. I know what I saw when I brought you to the throne room for the first time. The only thing I wondered is how long it would take for the two of you to come together." "Then what will you do, Spark Elysian?" Rylin asked, worried that he was in trouble, but confused that it didn't seem that way. "I'm no harsh parent, Light Rylin. If you were forbidden to see her, I would have stopped you already. The only matter that displeases me is that you snuck in late at night, like an unruly child. You are a flame of the Order of the Enlightened Sun, and I expect you to act accordingly, so I will give you one chance to avoid penance." Rylin raised an eyebrow. "What is it, Spark Elysian? What was the fate of the 21st Chronomaster?" Rylin suppressed a smile. Elysian thought it was possible that Rylin forgot to study in his haste to leave. He thought maybe the trials had exhausted him too much for the time to read. The 21st Chronomaster acted in haste to assist in a territorial dispute between two now extinct nations. He failed to plot his fold step. It said his body was trapped in a cliff when he died. That wouldn't have been known without several of the Magus from the Emerald Spectre clan. "What skill level does the fold step fall under?" Elysian quizzed. "It's an expert skill, Spark," Rylin answered, warily now. Do you know what skills and spells are the prerequisite for learning and practicing the long-distance fold step? Rylin was suddenly stumped. He didn't even really learn the long-distance fold step from one of the tomes of chronomancy. He simply thought of a way to perform it, and did it. Tomorrow morning, I'm going to give you several tomes of the history and practice of the final 3 centuries of the Golden Hourglass clan. I expect you to finish reading before the order departs for Catan in 4 days. I will test your knowledge when we arrive. The news hit Rylin like a blow to the gut. He and Imrine had only just come together, and now he would have to leave her. Elysian leaned forward and placed a hand on Rylin's shoulder. Departing from here may be painful for you. You should know, in the time that I've been here, I've taken a measure of the young lady to care. Declaring her heart for you is no small thing for her. She does not give it easily. You both have many obstacles ahead of you, but I believe distance will be the weakest and least of them. She will wait, Light Rylin. You must be as patient and as enduring as I have faith she will be. Rylin felt a hot tear form at the corner of his eye. He battled it back with a wave of determination. Elysian was right. He would have to be strong and face his training. He could do little as a boy in love, only barely learning sorcery. He needed to grow into his talents if he wanted to accomplish anything. Rest, Light Rylin, Elysian ordered, standing up. There is much to do yet, and you will need all your capacity. The candle snuffed out with a twitch of endless current, and Elysian left Rylin alone. The thoughts of what lay ahead were painful and exhilarating. He allowed himself to bask in the warm memory of a day spent with his mother, father, and the girl he'd fallen in love with. The next dawn was dim and cold. Rylin shivered as he threw aside the covers. The floor was painfully cold against his bare feet, and he hurried to dress himself. He favored a long-sleeved brown wool coat over his blue shirt today. The promised books were waiting at his desk. They were thick, hard leather bound, with gold etchings. He felt the thrum of protective enchantments that saw them safely through the thousands of years. These waves were invisible, tangible only to those who would study them. Rylin wanted to know more about these wards, but he knew he didn't have enough to understand them. Rylin didn't think he had enough room in his knapsack, so he selected only one book. Rylin left his bedchamber and felt heavy-hearted as he joined the other flames for a brief meal. Ishell sat across from him. At first, her smile was excited and knowing, but as she looked at him, her expression changed. Either she refused you, and I'd singe a hair for it, or she didn't and you've heard we're leaving, Ishell guessed. Rylin raised his eyes and sighed. We kissed, Light Ishell. It was the most wonderful feeling I've ever felt. Ishell furrowed her brow before attempting a smile. If you feel like this for something so wonderful, I don't want to see what you would be when you're upset. Rylin looked at her, dismayed by her use of levity. I'm sorry, Light Rylin. That was thoughtless of me. Neither of us has been in love before. For you both to fall for each other, only for you to leave so soon. I can't imagine how much that must hurt you. It was bound to happen. I know you knew that, but I guess that really wouldn't help you at all. I don't think I could have prepared for it, Light Ishell. I have to tell Imrine today, and I want to spend so much of that time with her. But a Morlik would lash out for sure. He would know, Ishell reminded him. He'll know sooner or later. There's no avoiding that. What no one knows is that their arrangement is conditional. I think he ignores that. Ishell's eyes widened. This was clearly new information to her. Conditional? Fates, Light Rylin? How so? Rylin sighed. I don't know. It's between her father and the king. Ishell giggled. That must be so vexing for the queen. I bet it would be something that would make her more furious if she knew what it was. Ishell, Rylin pleaded. Ishell cleared her throat. You know she'll wait for you. She's a Takare. That's what Elysian said. That's what she promised, and I know she will. I certainly know that my training is what's best for both of us. I truly know that being this way solves nothing, but I can't seem to make myself stop. Then, you need to stop thinking about it and focus on your training, Ishell advised firmly.
What are you learning? Rylin chuckled, causing Ishell to smile. I learned to do a fold step too far, so I have a lot of reading to do. Fold step? That's how you avoided Sparkera's attacks? Rylin nodded. Then he remembered how well prepared she was for the contest of the Magus. What are you learning, Light Ishell? You seem to have a grasp on elemental affinity, almost elemental potency. Ishell looked at Rylin with a surprised expression. How do you know about the 2 elemental tiers? Sparkera says no one else will learn about them until deep in their training in Catan. Rylin tapped the side of his head. I have a younger copy of the last Supreme Magus in my mind, remember? So, your spark has decided you are to be an evoker. Ishell nodded. At first, she used the elements like any spark would with their flames, but at some point, she changed her mind. You feel the elements well, Light Ishell. Rylin complimented, earning a smile. Solus Kara probably noticed that early on, and decided it would be your strong point. Ishell laughed. Look at us, Light Rylin. 2 seasons. We haven't even left Malkanor, or earned our robes and staves. Yet our sparks have a future in mind for us. At the mention of the future in leaving Malkanor, Rylin remembered the day before. Imrine took me to the outskirts, to home, Rylin told her, and Ishell leaned forward intently. Ernik says he loves and misses you dearly, but he couldn't be prouder. Ishell visibly choked back a tear in a sob. You saw my da? She asked in a quaking voice. She took me to see my mother and father. We saw him to ask directions. It's so different, Light Ishell. It's so much better, like the city now. I know they'll be all right. Ishell sniffed and chuckled. Good. I was worried about how that lug would live without me. Looks like the Order knew how hopeless he'd be. Rylin laughed. He enjoyed seeing her banter with her father. Right now, it might be a mask to return her mutual feelings, but he found it refreshing. Rylin arrived at the western side of the palace 2 hours early. Though it was cold and still somewhat early in the morning, Imrine arrived only half an hour later. Rylin stood up, placing his book of history on top of his knapsack, and ran to Imrine. They entwined into each other's arms and instantly locked into a feverishly passionate kiss. They only departed company the night before, but so much happened. So much would soon happen, and he would take any kiss from her for as long as he could. Imrine pulled away with visible hesitation, looking into his eyes. Look at us, Rylin, she laughed. Aren't we too young to be this way? Rylin shook his head, his gaze turning away solemnly. No, not with everything changing. Imrine leaned back to take in Rylin's gaze. What do you mean? What's changing? The Order is returning to Catan in 4 days. So soon? Is their work truly so complete? Rylin sighed. I imagine they will leave a select group of Solas behind to watch over Malkanor. Tears formed in the corner of Imrine's eyes, and she held Rylin even tighter. This is so much sooner than I expected. I thought we would have more time. I can change that, Rylin offered. Imrine shook her head, crying. I want you to. It's just not right for you to use your powers to cheat everything for me. Rylin didn't say as much, but he would be willing to do that, and so much more for her. She was right, though. It could become too easy to defy time, and they would become too jaded for it. Their time together should never be taken for granted. Rylin only allowed them to use the usual displacement cloak for that 1 hour. The two of them were content to hold each other. The first half of the day passed uneventfully. With the knowledge that the Enlightened Sun would be leaving, Garrick allowed Rylin to study the Order's lore freely. There was no point in continuing mundane studies he couldn't finish. Rylin was very grateful for the sudden final change. If he didn't have the hurried need to catch up on the history of the Chronomasters, then it was also a good diversion from his melancholy thinking. Outside the windows, the sun climbed slowly in the autumn sky. The light was unimpeded by the clouds, and he felt the warmth on his back. The first book chronicled each Chronomaster's rise to mastery. In that alone, Rylin found out how little he knew, and how dangerous his experimentation could be. The fold step was far more dangerous than Rylin knew. He chanced long distance on what he remembered from a location. If anything changed in the slightest, the difference could physically become part of those involved in the step. Grass and rocks could be trapped inside the feet. Insects could be trapped in the heart, killing within moments.
The meld walk was always considered safer. A sorcerer would always move with currents of energy and decide where it would be safe to stop. Rylin met Imrine's quick, furtive glances with a smile that hid a pang of guilt. Each footstep he cast with her was an ignorant and potentially fatal risk. He wouldn't take that chance again. He would learn what he needed to know to make his magic safe. Noon came quickly, and Rylin found himself walking in the light of the south wall of the palace. The warmth soothed and relaxed him. He let his mind wander, free from the strain of constant reading. His eyes ached in the sunlight, and his body felt stiff. The sun and the faint breeze refreshed him. As Rylin approached the courtyard at the southeast corner, he heard shouting. One voice was unmistakably the angry shrill voice of a Morlik. The second defensively retorting shout was Imrine. A dark haze settled over Rylin's vision as a familiar voice filled every inch of his mind. Before you go investigate the conflict, I would ask what you would do, came the voice of Rylin's vengeful nature. Obviously this can be discussed. Wounds can be healed, Rylin answered. You are no healer, and he is not reasonable, the other Rylin spat. Then how would you have this? Rylin challenged. Simply this. If he strikes her, let me speak and do one thing. Rylin thought at length at what could come of this. When Elysian cast the rite of separation, Rylin understood why. The other Rylin was cold and malicious, taking his perception of justice too far. He viewed predators like a Morlik with deadly resolve. Even when the other dispatched a Morlik, Rylin knew that wouldn't be the end of it. On the one hand, the other was likely right. Rylin's passive approach to talk and reason would fail. A Morlik proved to be little more than violent and sadistic. Rylin knew that he could fight and defend. He did so to protect his choice to court Imrine. Would it be enough to disperse the Crown Prince's aggression against Imrine? In Rylin's last conflict with a Morlik, the other's aggression did bring a halt to any further conflict. One condition, Rylin responded at last. You do nothing unless Imrine is unable to defend herself. Accepted. With that, the dark haze lifted from Rylin's vision. He didn't realize it, but the world slowed to a crawl under that overcast gray. Bright sunlight and sound filled his senses all at once. Rylin thought about this further as he quietly approached the argument. Was that a form of displacement cloak from the other? Did he somehow quicken his mind by subtracting from the other's senses? How did the other hold so much power when he remained disembodied and at the mercy of the endless current? Elysian told Rylin that the other would be caught in a ceaseless assault from the endless current as it dissolved his being. After nearly half a year, the other's voice should be a whisper. Rylin rounded the corner of the palace unnoticed. At a stone platform commonly used to train palace soldiers, the noble children of Malkanor stood in a thick circle. There was a tense, expectant silence as they waited for violence, like vultures above a dying animal. At the center, a Morlik approached Imrine, shouting. Imrine didn't step back once. I am no object for you to claim. You need to cease this foolishness at once, Imrine shouted warningly. I am my own person, and I will do as I will. You don't have any authority to alter that. Regardless of whether or not you're mine, and we know you are, do you give any thought to any of this? A Morlik screamed. He's a mud-rolling swine, and you are a Takare. You disgrace your entire family and bloodline with him. He is a sorcerer, you dolt, Imrine reminded insultingly. So then, you admit you spread your legs for power. Imrine's answer was a round punch that was too quick for a Morlik to stop. The motion was as fast as a snakebite, and it cracked loudly against the side of his jaw. A Morlik reeled back before returning with a forward punch for Imrine's nose. Imrine easily sidestepped the blow, grabbed his shoulders, and yanked his chest down into her knee. She dealt an upper-cutting punch to the side of his ribs, and then punched down to the side of his head. A Morlik fell sideways to the ground with crushing impact. If you can sully my honor with your words, get up and try to take back your own honor, Imrine challenged, her fists up and ready. A Morlik rose slowly, hutched against his ribs. He lashed out with a handful of dust from a pouch hidden in his doublet. The spray hit Imrine in her open eyes. She couldn't see him rise and unsheath a dagger that was also strapped beneath his clothes. As Amorlik stood, shifting the knife to stab the momentarily blind Aimreen, the other took hold of Rylin. The aspect of vengeance hurled the displacement sphere at Amorlik's arm. The ball took hold and trapped the thrusting appendage in a time stasis. With Amorlik unable to move his arm in the slightest, Rylin approached and circled him, scowling icily. Again and again we come to this, don't we, tyrant? The other asked, his voice quiet and as cold as winter.
What have you done, you pig?
Amorlik screamed. It takes time to heal wounds. It takes time for new life to be born. The other played before stepping in front of Amorlik to lock him in his stare. It takes time for an arrogant fool prince to stab and kill a blinded young lady. Your treacherous arm is outside of time. It cannot move.
Release my arm at once!
Amorlik commanded. So that you may kill the daughter of your father's greatest ally? So that you can run her through while she's blind? You are a coward, and you fight like a lowly thug. Something changed in Amorlik's face. He whined in pain and looked at his paralyzed arm in horror.
Let me go!
Amorlik screamed, shrill and desperate. You and your mother have judged many thugs, haven't you? Rylin's voice didn't rise at all. Do you know how many of them were sentenced to die? How much agony was inflicted in their last moments? You're so much like them. Perhaps I should pass the same sentence.
Rylin, no! Aimreen cried. You go too far!
Rylin hesitated, the aspect of vengeance and himself momentarily warring in his mind.
It's enough. I can see now. If he wants to continue this foolishness, cowardice will not help him prevail a second time,
Aimreen reassured, resting a hand on Rylin's shoulder, well out of reach of Amorlik's dagger.
Let him go. Something is wrong in what you do, and I don't think you see it.
Rylin wordlessly looked over Amorlik, assessing the stasis. As he looked at the shoulder of his right arm, he noticed the moisture seeping through the crimson velvet. Combined with other signs, Rylin figured that Amorlik was bleeding at the part of his shoulder outside the sphere. Immediately, Rylin shoved the other out of his awareness. He hastily broke his hold over the Crown Prince's arm. You're still letting him live? The other shouted furiously in Rylin's mind. How can you allow yourself to be so weak? Rylin didn't answer. His shoulders slumped. Do you have any idea what you nearly did? Ulyssean's voice thundered. The endless current roared through Rylin so fiercely, it nearly bowled him over face first. Ulyssean's meldwalk ended only a few feet in front of Rylin, his expression enraged. Did you study the effects of the displacement sphere focused onto one part of the body? Did you read about what it does before you employ that skill? Ulyssean interrogated angrily. No. Rylin knew that he held no justification for what happened.
He acted to defend my life, Your Radiance.
Aimreen stepped forward, unknowingly embarrassing Rylin before his mentor. Without thinking of the alternatives, my lady, Ulyssean retorted. Light Rylin, come along. We have much to discuss. You may bid Lady Takea farewell. You'll not be returning to the palace soon. There was so much Rylin wanted to say. He wanted to kiss her, to hold her. In the presence of the Crown Prince, any intimate moment shared would endanger Aimreen. She might be a better fighter than Amorlik, but he would resort to any method he saw fit. Instead, Rylin cast one more displacement cloak on Ulyssean, himself, and Aimreen. As usual, the world beyond them moved slow and lethargic. Amorlik and the noble children wouldn't be able to perceive anything involving the three of them. For those outside the cloak, only a split second would pass. It must have been what Ulyssean counted on, because he didn't protest. He simply turned away and waited for them to say goodbye.
It didn't have to end so soon, Rylin,
Aimreen chastised, while visibly struggling with tears. I couldn't watch him kill you, Aimreen. Even without the aspect of vengeance, I couldn't stand by and allow it. Rylin wrapped his arms around her waist and let her hide her tears against him.
This can't be the end of us,
Aimreen vowed, determined. Rylin shook his head. It won't be. If you will wait for me, I will return to you. Rylin kissed the top of her head, taking in the rose smell of her hair one more time. I love you, Aimreen Takea, Rylin whispered. Aimreen looked up at Rylin and then kissed his lips deeply.
I love you, Light Rylin. Give your light to the Order and the world first. Then,
Come back and give it to me for the rest of our lives.
I will, Rylin promised. We leave now, Light Rylin, Elysian ordered curtly, turning to face Rylin. Release your displacement cloak after we leave. You may want to depart with this concealment as well, milady. Aimrine nodded, then turned away. As she left, Elysian shaped a meldwalk with Rylin. Before the world began to blur, Rylin watched her walk away. He wanted his mind to fully absorb the sight of her. It would be some time before Rylin would see Aimrine to care again. Chapter 27. The meldwalk was much longer than usual. All of the familiar landscape passed long ago, and still Elysian led him forward. Rylin was as lost as he was confused. When the blurring slowed and the world resolved around them, Rylin gaped. The courtyard of glittering white granite sprawled 3 times as large as any at Malkanor's palace. The wall to the west stood 5 stories high and held an odd curve to its design. A polished, thick, double door stood at the east. Above the door, on the towering wall, a gleaming brass sun emblem sat with a blinding shine. Opposite the door, to the west of the courtyard, a tall white marble arch led into dark corridors. The early fall air seemed colder here. Rylin distantly heard the high-pitched cry of birds and the alien sound of crashing water. He thought it might be colder so close to the ocean. The bright afternoon sun cast the entire structure in white brilliance, worthy of the namesake. The displacement sphere can be one of Chronomancy's most deadly attack spells. It was reserved only for the direst of war times. Do you want to know why? Elysian allowed a thoughtful pause before continuing. As you know, every movement requires time. If you isolate any one part of the body, blood will not flow there. If the rest of the body moves, the isolated part may be torn away as easily as a page from a book. Furthermore, blood in the rest of the body continues to flow, even when it cannot move through the temporal barrier. It continues to flow and build until it bursts veins at the point of the barrier. Elysian allowed a moment for the horror of it to sink in, and Rylin felt it keenly. At the height of their days, Chronomancers were more feared in battle than any other sorcerer. Soldiers would rush them only to leave their torsos behind by several feet as they fell in a bloody heap. Entire wars could be left in the hands of 2 opposing Chronomasters. The bravest of warriors simply would not stand in their way. Rylin never considered the possibility of such destruction in his craft. Most of his uses were fairly mundane outside the contest of the Magus. It made Rylin wonder why he was allowed to study chronomancy in the first place. Seeming to read Ryland's thoughts, Elysian continued. In contrast, it has been used to halt battles altogether, permitting leaders to solve such disputes without such wasteful loss of life. Entire farming fields became a fully ground harvest overnight. The stasis displacement cloak allowed healers to save people minutes from death. Rylin understood his mentor's meaning, and he felt like he could never have been a bigger fool. His particular craft was full of countless alternatives to every situation, limited only by his creativity. Perhaps it would be true for sorcery in general, but chronomancy certainly embodied that truth. What's worse, Elysian continued, ominously quiet. You let your separate aspect take control. I have no idea how you did that. It certainly has never been done before. More to the point, I can't understand why you wanted to. Rylin knew he could try to excuse his action with the defense of Aimrine's life, but Elysian was right. There were far too many options available to justify what he did. If Rylin wanted to be honest with himself, he simply wanted a swift end to all the suffering a Morlick brought with him. He allowed himself to enter in such an ego contest, and he never stopped to think that Aimrine didn't want that. Perhaps, in having power, Rylin wanted to demonstrate how much more he held than a Morlick. I can see you are beginning to grasp the stupidity of what you did, Elysian observed. Until the rest of the Order returns to the Citadel, you have a task. A tiny flow of current flowed to Elysian, and he extended a waiting open hand to the darkened corridors. In minutes, a small straw broom floated eagerly to meet the Grand Illumination's grasp. For the next 3 days, you will sweep this courtyard. You will not stop sweeping until we arrive. You will not stop to eat, sleep, drink, or relieve yourself. During that time, I want you to contemplate the different ways you could have diffused a Morlock's violence without using any of your own. When I return in 3 days, I expect you to recite 20 flawless alternatives from what you have learned so far. Elysian gave Rylin a moment to absorb his penance. You will sweep from north to south, then south to north. When you are done, you will start again. I do not want you to halt for night or unfavorable weather. Understand, Light Rylin?
Yes, Spark Elysian.
It was a hard penance, but Rylin understood the need for it. Elysian nodded and handed the broom to Rylin. With only the endless current for warning, Elysian Meld walked away, presumably for Malkanor. All alone now, Rylin fought back his tears and began sweeping the granite. A Morlock sat inside the rolling carriage. Across from him, Queen Macelin of Malkanor seethed in silence. Her glare on her blonde, irrationally tempered sun was undisguised and acidic in its anger. The murky haze outside the window seemed dark and ominous, which was just as well to Macelin. Her mood towards her son was always dark and ominous. Macelin admitted to herself that she felt calmer than she was a couple of days ago. At that time, she couldn't even look at a Morlock. She would have killed him then. He nearly jeopardized everything she planned and worked for. And for what? For the exclusive affections of a girl? There would be time enough for that later. It was time for him to understand that. Today would mark the first day for a Morlock to learn to channel his anger into focused goals. He would learn that superior individuals knew how and when to place their cruelty. There would be no more going into the outskirts to bloody his knuckles like some dirty, degenerate tavern brawler.
What are we doing in this stinking swamp, Mother?
A Morlock asked.
Hold your tongue, brat, Macelin snapped. Consider yourself fortunate I didn't fetch that upstart slave to finish his work.
Macelin was satisfied to see his chagrined expression play between fear and quiet anger.
Might I ask why we are so far away from home, Mother?
A Morlock asked from between clenched teeth.
Because Narranmore made me. It is time for the same to be done to you. We're in fallen Narranmore, the swamp nation of the fallen kings.
Macelin laughed.
And here I thought you weren't paying heed in Garrick's study hall. Already a good sign for your survival.
A Morlock paled at her words.
My survival?
He squeaked.
Narranmore will be for you as it was for me. You will work and you will struggle. You will either be proficient or the swamp will swallow your corpse.
Macelin warned a Morlock coldly. He was her only son, her firstborn and heir to the entire ruthless legacy. If he couldn't become better than the thugs she so often employed, she would discard him as easily as any of them. She understood that rising to build an empire meant being both cold and calculating. Soaking her hands in blood, even the blood of her family, was inevitable. But every death had to be both untraceable and brutal. It was time for a Morlock Morinrogue to learn these truths or die trying. The carriage came to a halt in the courtyard of Macelin's favored compound. The slave kennels were nearly empty. She grated irritably at her quiet, lethargic place of operations. The Enlightened Sun cut her flow of slaves and coin by over half in less than a year. She used her anger to fuel her next words.
What were you thinking when you threw dirt into Lady Takere's eyes and tried to murder a blind opponent?
Macelin demanded. A Morlock stammered the beginning of a reply, but Macelin cut him off.
You could have started a civil war! Did you know that? With what enemies? Most of the houses are our allies, a Morlock retorted.
Macelin reached and slapped a Morlock's cheek hard.
When a ruler rises, blind to his enemies, he is vulnerable to assassination from any direction.
Macelin used the masculine sense of the word to drive the point home for her son.
For one thing, our allies are only our allies through coin, titles, or land. Their loyalty is as fickle as it is cowardly. Second, the other nations need very little reason to annex Malkanor, adding it to their own rule. Had you killed Imrine Takere, Marcel's would have demanded your head. If your father refused, Marcel's could have gone before any one of those thrones and found a sufficient force to seize Malkanor. All three of us would have been executed.
Macelin seized a fistful of Amorlic's blonde hair and yanked him to his feet. She slammed the door open with her free hand.
Your lack of thought nearly cost us everything. You will stay here until you learn to use your mind or until you die, whichever occurs first.
Macelin hurled her son out the door, satisfied to see him land on his rump. It would be fitting for him to start from the bottom as she had, both figuratively and literally.
An announcement to slaves and soldiers alike,
Macelin declared, standing at the topmost step of the carriage.
As of now, you are all apprentices to the smiths, interrogators, and refining chemists. Only one among you may claim the throne after me. I care not who it is, but I don't want to discover evidence that you've been killing each other to get it. Consider this a contest for the throne of Malkanor.
Macelin turned away, allowing her driver to shut the carriage door behind her. She ignored the stunned expression on her son's slack-jawed face. At the moment, he remained too stupid to be any better than a liability to her. But she also held no doubts for the outcome. She had cast him into a killing field made of cunning, but he was her son more than her husband's. Amorlic would become a methodical predator here. He would have no equal in the end. Of that, Macelin Morinroke was certain. Ishell felt as though she was the only flame required to exhaust herself in assisting the deconstruction of the lodge. Sweat beaded on her arms and forehead in gleaming droplets as she focused on returning each stone to dust or energy. The Solas moved swiftly, often breaking down 20 stones at a time. It seemed unfair for them to perform with such ease. Ishell also felt out of place in the presence of such skilled superiors. Many of the initiates from Malkanor were already gathering their belongings, or saying their final farewells to the families they would leave behind. Solas Kara ordered Ishell to assist the Solas here. It was morning. It was cold even with a mid-morning sun piercing the thick canopy. Also, Ishell was hungry. The task began before dawn, allowing Ishell time for nothing but dressing herself. Furthermore, Ishell's sweat didn't warm her as she was accustomed to. Instead, the wet feeling made her colder. She was surprised that her concentration didn't fail her. In a positive view, at least Ishell no longer felt groggy. The last lethargic vestiges of sleep left her over an hour ago. This particular magic required 2 weeks for Ishell to master to its current point. She understood the different vibrations given by stone and wood. There wasn't much difference she could find between them and fire and water. They only felt calmer and steadier, a ceaseless push against her skin. But then, Ishell learned to alter those vibrations, imposing the changed energy onto the object. Feeling and changing those energies still taxed Ishell's will greatly. If it were any other tasking adult, Ishell would have abandoned the chore as soon as she had been left alone. Ishell learned months ago that Kara knew her every move, even if she wasn't physically present. It was easier by far to sneak away from her father than it was to deceive the Solas. A stone 3 times as large as Ishell floated before her. Her attention was centered on taking a measure of its ambient energy. When she felt 3 light taps on her shoulder, Ishell jumped and gave a startled cry, while the giant stone fell to the dirt with a solid thwomp. It caused an explosion of dust that made her cough. As Ishell cleared the dust from her eyes and throat, she turned to meet a modestly well-dressed noble girl about her own age. The other Solas turned their attention briefly to the dark-haired girl, but resumed their task after a glance. She was very beautiful, and Ishell knew who she was right away. No entourage could be found, so it seemed pretty clear that the girl made the trek alone, on foot. Ishell knew the Tekers didn't have a sense of vanity as other nobles did, and they favored self-reliance. Ishell could understand why Rylin fell for her so easily.
I would kneel to address you, my lady, but I know the Tekers hate that. You would be right. From Light Rylin's description, you are Light Ishell, correct?
Imrine asked politely.
I am,
Ishell nodded.
And you are Imrine Teker. Yes, a kneel would be more fitting coming from me, From what Rylin told me, you are easily 5 times my superior.
Ishell blushed self-consciously.
I'm sure there's been a few tales taller than the truth. What were you doing?
Aimrine asked, looking at the huge stone lodged in its soil crater.
We are just trying to leave this clearing the way we found it, or better. Sparkcara says it's what we have to do when we stay any place for a while.
Ishell noticed Aimrine watching the other Solas at work.
You are returning everything to earth and air,
Aimrine observed. Ishell found herself amazed at Aimrine's powers of assessment. She clearly held a greater intellect than her fellow nobles. Aimrine held wit, intellect, endurance, and self-reliance. Ishell liked what she observed about the only child of Takare. She found herself agreeing with Rylin. Letting Aimrine marry a Morlik was nothing short of wasted potential. Aimrine reached deep into the sleeves of her light blue dress and retrieved a folded wax-sealed letter.
Where is Light Rylin?
Aimrine asked, scanning the clearing.
I meant to give this to him before the order leaves.
Ishell sighed.
I don't know what happened yesterday, but he's in a deep way, Aimrine. He was sent ahead of us to Catan to serve penance.
Aimrine looked sadly dejected at the revelation. Ishell saw plainly how much this meant to her. She knew she wrote nothing that would break or hurt Rylin. At least she would give the noble girl that benefit of the doubt.
I can give it to him if you wish,
Ishell offered. Aimrine's emerald green eyes brightened immediately.
You would do that? I know you have so much to do yourself. You ask if I would assist a fellow girl in need? Certainly.
Ishell laughed, drawing a laugh from Aimrine.
Thank you truly, Light Ishell.
Ishell was taken aback by the open gratitude from a noble girl. Instantly, she found herself inwardly vowing to protect what Aimrine and Rylin had together. As long as they were both willing, she would fight for them. Ishell accepted the letter from Aimrine. Chapter 28. Ishell steadied herself, bracing her hands against her knees. The blurring world around her came to a lurching halt that made her feel queasy. There was a cool, pleasant freshness to the air that helped settle her belly and calm her shaking nerves. She inhaled long and deep, savoring a mix of wondrous smells. It was alien to her, and it filled her lungs and blood with a giddy rush. With her sense of nausea subdued, Ishell admitted to herself that it was her longest meld walk yet. The Solas were aware of this, and they chose an emerald grassy rise halfway to the towering ivory structure. Many of the new initiates were not yet accustomed to the lengthy meld walks. More than a few of them fell to their hands and knees to vomit. Ishell felt a reassuring hand on her shoulders.
Welcome home, Light Ishell,
Kara greeted warmly. Ishell turned and smiled to her mentor before turning her gaze up to the wondrous sight of the white zenith citadel. It was hard to make out much from such a distance, and from only one angle. It was certainly massive, standing 5 stories tall, as wide as 4 new outskirts combined. There was an oddity to its behemoth shape, though. The polished white walls seemed to round out from the center to form multiple points. There were at least 4 points that Ishell saw from her point of view. It was also difficult to see in the blinding glare of the noonday sun. In the cloudless pinnacle of sunlight, the walls reflected the brilliance, and Ishell shielded her eyes. When the cacophony of nausea and moaning subdued, Ishell heard the distant shrill cry of birds in the east. Ishell looked and saw a massive dark gray city sprawling before a glittering ocean that stretched to the edge of sight. The bird cry sounded from large white birds that circled and dived above the city and water. Until now, Ishell only heard about ships and boats. Now she could see dozens of them in the distance. It was difficult to make out much more than the towering poles and billowing colorful masts. The rolling green hills and sharp rocky drops, the ocean, and the citadel were all so breathtaking and wondrous. Ishell thought she might be dreaming, that it would all dissolve into the dark sleep of her mind. How could something so great be real? Ishell spent the next 15 minutes helping the walk-sickened initiates recover. She projected an invigorating rush of air through each. The air passed through her study mates, cleansing them. It was a new spell to her. With as long as it took to shape the spell, she could only help a few. The Solas quickly aided everyone else. Ishell stopped, out of breath, and watched the Solas conclude their work. She watched some holding different objects absently while they worked. A few held polished glowing stones. These men and women were tall and impossibly large with bulky muscles. There were wispy thin solas who clutched bird feathers. How did she not notice these differences until now?
I wondered when you would notice the elementalists.
Kara startled Ishell as she spoke suddenly beside her. Ishell inhaled deep, recovering her composure.
Why do they need objects? What are they? Those are their focus. They are charms they use to better reach the endless current,
Kara answered. Ishell already felt the endless current after so many elemental spells. She knew she wouldn't have lasted 3 blinks in the contest of the Magus without it. Her awakening wasn't as loud or grand as Rylin's. It was only an outward breeze that gently blew through her fellow lights in the lodge. Now Ishell couldn't imagine sorcery without the endless current. She certainly couldn't imagine needing an object to reach into the infinite energies. Kara seemed to read into Ishell's confusion.
Look at that young Solus over there.
Kara pointed at a dark-haired young woman.
What can you tell me about her, Light Ishell?
Ishell's eyes narrowed as she carefully studied the grey-robed woman. She was in the middle of cleansing magic on a boy from one of the southern baronies of Malkanor. She didn't speak, and her hands remained open above his belly. There was something different about her, in the way her grey robes billowed in the wind. There was a gentle calm to her that seemed as fluid as the way her robes moved. Then she saw the leather water skin tied to a belt at her waist. Ishell knew Kara could simply conjure water at will, should she ever become thirsty. A ball of glowing water formed between the soulless hand and the boy's belly. Ishell knew the ball would cleanse the boy of his nausea.
She's a hydromancer, Kara explained. She's an elementalist that draws power through water. She has such a strong affinity for it that her body and demeanor are one with it. If she uses her water skin, she can pull far more of the endless current. With it, she can shape spells that are not related to water, though with more difficulty. She can find water in a barren desert. She can tell what sort of poisons or toxins corrupt any water close to her, simply because she can feel the difference. Her water spells will never need incantations or weaving, because the water is an extension of herself. So then, each elementalist,
Ishell thought out loud,
each elementalist is one with their chosen element. The difference between an elementalist and an evoker begins there. They can feel only one element. We train to sense them all. We can't tell why the earth is barren like a geomancer might. We can tell if it's an earth, air, or water magic, often before it truly forms. An elementalist will master their favorite element with rapid progress, compared to us. Do you understand?
Ishell thought on it a little while, mulling over the new information. She nodded tentatively. She understood at least a little. Kara smiled and inclined her head to the Zenith Citadel.
Come now, you will understand everything about the different lights as you train here. I have only explained a portion.
Kara led Ishell up the grassy rise.
Why does the Citadel look so strange?
Ishell asked.
The aeromancers have told me that from above, the Citadel is a giant white sunburst.
Kara explained before she shrugged.
I have never summoned a gust of wind that would take me safely so high, so I wouldn't know.
As they walked, Ishell reflected on the different forms of sorcery. All the knowledge and experimentation for so many individuals seemed amazing and overwhelming. She thought on how similar it might be to her father's forge work. When he had the raw ore to create something new, he told her nothing would ever come out the same twice. Was that what it was like here? Could new knowledge in different lights make the outcome so different? Ishell dipped her hands into the fold of her brown robes and felt the crinkle of Amreen's letter for Rylin. It was the only object she brought with her to the nation of Catan Shah. As her hands touched the folded parchment, Ishell thought about Rylin and his future in the Order. Her warning to him to be careful had already seemed to fall on deaf ears. He did some fool thing or other, and it probably involved Amreen somehow. Ishell liked Amreen. She knew the Duke's daughter couldn't have done anything to deliberately sabotage Rylin. But neither of them seemed to remember the danger a Morlock posed for them. Rylin didn't seem to understand his own importance to the Order. Ishell was already aware that Rylin and herself were the two strongest initiates from Malkanor. They were much farther in their training than their mentors could have expected. Ishell also knew that Ryland's time magic was a rare gift for the Enlightened Sun. That he could grasp so much innately and quickly was mind-boggling. Ishell sighed. These truths also meant that Rylin needed to focus all his attention on his training. Where Aimrine Takare was concerned, he was too scattered and thoughtless. Ishell would not throw the letter away. She wasn't heartless enough for that. But Ishell believed it was not yet time to pass it to his hands either. She would tuck it away for now. Chapter 29. Elysian, grand illumination of the Order of the Enlightened Sun, stood alone on the plains of western Malkanor, close to the border of the west coast nation of Vodus. Before him, at the heart of a sprawling estate, sat a dark, abandoned three-story manor. Its glass windows were broken, its grey stone walls were withered and breaking, allowing free entry without the use of the doors. It was a place that Malkanor's residents forgot eagerly. From time to time, the younger nobles might come here seeking a thrill. Elysian knew that the last of these dare-seekers fled this place 20 years ago. Everything they encountered would have broken their resolve and filled them with deep terror that would fill their sleep for years. It was late into a cold autumn night. The sky was clear, filled with the pale light of a half-moon. Stars glittered in a blanket of glittering darkness, unimpeded by torches of the city. There were no manors, villages, or towns around for miles. Malkanor used to have many such places. Over 2,000 years ago, it was shrouded in darkness and death from one border to the other. The Demon Slayer King, Calcis Morinroke, changed all that. It was a history that all Malkanor would have been proud of, if they had been allowed to keep it. All that was left was a city center and an ancient palace with his giant crystal sword, made black with the massacre of thousands of demons. Now this manor was the last of Malkanor's dark places. Elysian only discovered it after many hours of meditation and scrying with a map and a small crystal pendulum. The pendulum would not deviate from this location, no matter which way the Illumancer pulled his hands. Illumancy was once a prerequisite for the Supreme Radiance clan. It was an art that allowed a magus to tap into most forms of spell shaping, as long as light was present as the focus. The endless current could pass through an Illumancer with unparalleled ease, ready to shape any element or spell needed. Now the art of Illumancy could only find a practitioner every 3 generations. Keltesius was grateful that Elysian was one such heir to the selective art. Illumancy tended to be one of the most potent weapons against demonic possession and infestation. It was one of the biggest reasons why the catacombs of the Citadel were empty and its giant metal guards lay dormant. Elysian's sandaled feet crunched against the dry grasses and thick patches of weeds as he walked the unattended grounds. He found the remains of stone walls and broken statues. The divine and angelic faces were cracked. In the faint light, they appeared agonized and fearful, caught in endless screams. There was once gardens and courtyards. Dust stirred in the wake of his steps as he came within 100 feet of the broken, rotted doorway. This used to be a carriage path. It seemed not so different from the Takare estate. He guessed its gardens and courtyards would have surpassed their modest grounds a long time ago. He could easily imagine banquets and balls that would have been hosted in such a place. They must have been great events, to be sure. Elysian climbed the 3 wide steps that led to the broken double doors. The hinges were covered in rust, while the rotted wood sagged to the side at odd angles. Elysian was happy he favored his travel wear over his formal robes. He could only imagine the dust and grime that would be caked inside. The Illumancer raised his right-hand palm towards the door, and theatrically leveled a blast of raw will into the entry. The door shattered into tiny fragments that sprayed the forbiddingly dark interior. He wanted to make as loud an impression as he could. He had a point to make clear to the manor's current resident. Elysian walked into the dark and created a white fist-sized ball of light to hover above him as he moved forward. The inside of the manor was made of a white marble, covered with a dark brown crusting on the walls and thick layers of dust on the floor. Elysian ran his fingers on the wall and examined the thick brown grime. Rubbing it between his fingers, he discovered it was long-dried blood, just as he suspected. He didn't think it belonged to anyone among the living. Bleeding walls were fueled with the blood of the damned as a way to profane a location. There were pieces of wood and rotted cloth littering the floor. Elysian also found bird and rat carcasses buried and decayed in the dust. Nothing alive would be able to stay that way in this place for very long. Elysian came to a stairwell leading to a dark cellar and descended. It was filled with rotted shelving and bits of broken glass on the floor that crunched beneath his feet. He walked to the center of the room, feeling the unmistakable sensation of being watched, and stopped. His light created a moderate radius of illumination around him, but that also made the darkness around him so much greater. "You can come out now," Elysian declared loudly. "You don't stalk as well as you believe." In answer, Elysian heard a low, throaty animal growl fill the room. It seemed to come from everywhere, sounding from each dark corner. The hatred and lust for violence in that sound would have sent many brave men fleeing with terror. Elysian was not a stranger to that sound, or any of the discoveries he found in the manor. "I know you are capable of speaking in our modern language. You can introduce yourself, or not. It makes no difference to me," Elysian told the invisible presence indifferently.
"You die, Magus."
The presence threatened its harsh words, low and grating. As always, Elysian didn't need to use his full amount of endless current right away. He wanted to know more about this enemy before he put everything into ending the battle. He didn't need to bother. The strain of those words, the invisible stalking, the blood on the walls. The demon was strong in its own right. It just wasn't enough to warrant much of Elysian's full strength. This would end swiftly. Elysian identified the direction the threat came from, and he immediately began his work. Tapping an empty space of air in front of him with his fingertip, he materialized 4 free-floating objects: a tiny orange flame, a fist-sized ball of water, a small white round stone, and a black and white feather as big as his forearm. With a rush of endless current, the objects obeyed his will. Flying to surround the location he heard the demon's voice sounding from. "Your time is at an end, demon. Have you any final words before I return you to nothingness?" Elysian asked. The demon laughed, a terrible sound that filled the darkness. Elysian knew that the laugh would be heard outside the manor, were there anyone to hear it.
"You strike down so many of us, hunt so many of us. You believe the time of blood and nightmares is over. We will be flesh in your world again, and the Great Mother will swallow up your world like a plucked grape. The time comes, Magus. The time comes."
Elysian had heard warnings such as this before. It was nothing new to him. It was a way to instill fear and delay their inevitable obliviation. Each demon fared no better than the one before. Demonic habitations were among the easiest for Elysian to find and destroy. The 5 elements banishing was a specialty for Elumancers, and it always defeated their demonic adversaries. "Fire burn thee!" At those words, the ball of orange fire projected a ray of orange light into the center of Elysian's demon trap. "Water drown thee!" A spray of glittering crystal clear water showered the entrapped space. "Earth, bury thee!" The stone vibrated, dancing in the air, while 3 man-sized jagged stone spikes blasted out of the ground and into the center of the space. "Air, give thee rending tempest!" The feather spun in blurring circles, and a violent, raging dust devil swirled in the circle, throwing clouds of loose dirt and bits of glass everywhere. "All is known in the light!" Elysian shouted over the agonized roar of the demon and the raging 4 elements. His sphere of light grew and brightened, making every corner of the nook in the cellar plainly visible. "The light exiles the shadows!" The cries of the unseen demon were drowned out by the long, deafening shriek of force. The white light gathered and condensed into the ball it was before. A 10-second later, it blasted the center of the demon trap with a wide lancing beam of white fire. Some of the demon's vague, horrific form was visible. It was a human-shaped shadow that caught fire and screamed as it burned away. It had gathered enough strength to withstand the force of the endless current through the souls it collected. The force of the 5 elements stripped the extra souls out of its being, leaving it weak and vulnerable to the onslaught of the endless current. Just as with aspects torn away after a rite of separation, the demon quickly dissolved and vanished forever. Chapter 30. The wave's gift continued to toss, seemingly aimless, on a merciless, crushing water. The black clouds and furious winds seemed to follow the merchant ship everywhere, drawn to the darkness infesting its bowels. Torrents of rain hammered into the wooden sail relentlessly, a barrage that would have crushed any other ship into driftwood. Like the corpses that meandered about tasks that no longer held meaning, the wave's gift persisted beyond death. The enslaved souls of the crew were nothing more than an exercise for the spirits of the Void Triangle. Though they weren't visible, over a dozen of the dead sorcerers moved about the ship, steering the crew like marionettes. Moving them, controlling them, these forced the strain on their wills that made them stronger. The stronger their control over flesh and soul, the stronger the sorcerer became. In time, the Void Triangle would hold flesh together, even against inexorable rot. In the hold of the ship, the Book of Worms floated. Its sickly gray worms writhed and throbbed throughout the ship. It looked like a twisted parody of a human heart. In many ways, that's what the book could be considered. It radiated darkness and undeath, shielded by dead servants. More strength would be needed. The time cultivating power in the Void Triangle's new form was not complete. Bits of flesh still fell away from the shadows that bound the souls to the bodies. The crew attempting tasks that they remembered was a sign of persisting individuality that needed to be extinguished. The captain stood at the helm, groaning incoherently. An attempt to shout orders. Various others picked up rope that led to nothing, a memory of coiling and wrapping. It would all be eradicated, of course. The day would be soon when they would stand perfectly still and surrender the power of their souls willingly. They would act as an extension of their every dark wish. They would kill, devour, or simply walk into cremating fire, or nothing more than a whim from the book. Nothing the crew did affected the direction of the wave's gift. The storm was also an extension of their growing power. The winds and rain turned every cresting wave in the direction they chose. The lightning sought out threats and witnesses to their journey. Ships within view of the wave's gift were obliterated by dozens of furious lances of electricity, leaving only charred bodies and kindling in their wake. As much devastation and mutilation as the book wielded now, it wasn't enough. When it came time to seek out their homeland of Stratia, their capacity and cunning would need to be unrivaled. The book already traveled far and acquired much of its ancient power since awakening. The time spent above the wave's gift was inconsequential compared to sleeping and waiting 2 millennia in the earth. Had it been months since boarding the now derelict ship? More? Who could say? Time was as relevant now as the tasks being performed by the undead crew. All that mattered to the book and the spirits bound to it was their 2,000-year-old objective. That goal would soon come to fruition. Chapter 31. The emerald glow filled the wide, round, cavernous chamber in eerie light. There were no windows to allow any form of illumination. Several golden geometric shapes and designs were etched into the marble floor all around a silver circle. Rylin sat cross-legged, levitating several feet above the ground. Here, there were few furnishings and no means to interrupt the flow of the temporal and endless currents. It was the perfect chamber to develop whatever skills he wished, which was why Elysian allowed its construction. About a year ago, Rylin had been challenged with completing a unique task as part of his trial to rise to the rank of Candle. He chose to use temporal magic to create a study room. Outside, it appeared no more than a door set against the inside of the westernmost wall. It required space from a potential future that no longer existed. Pulling it was a difficult challenge in speed and will. Had he failed to isolate it correctly, the room would dissolve into nothing. The Solus considered the task to be monumental. It was purely theoretical to Rylin. Because of it, he skipped the rank of Candle and earned the grey robe of Torch. At the age of 15, he was one of the youngest to rise to his rank. He and Ishell were two from a handful of the youngest torches in the Citadel. Rylin often still refused to wear the robes of the Order. He still favored his blue shirt and brown loose pants. He had grown a lot since coming to Catan, though, and he had to find a tailor in the harbor town to make new, fitting clothes. He was 16 now. His shoulders were wider, he was taller and leaner. His dark-complexioned face had developed harder angles, wider cheekbones, and deeper set eyes. At the moment, he wore the gray robe of a torch open over his favored clothes. At the moment, Rylin tested the boundaries of his will in a meditation called temporal projection. The meditation allowed his awareness to travel any place within a given moment. The limits of this traveling awareness were determined by his will. The greater his will, the further he could go out into the world. Even with all of Rylin's developed skills in the last year and a half, his awareness would only travel halfway across Terrell now. It frustrated Rylin because he wanted to find a way to visit Imrene at will. So far, he could only travel half the distance safely and instantaneously. In 1 more hour, Elysian would send for him. Rylin would be sent out of the Citadel to assist the people beyond with errands and tasks. He would be doing anything from cleaning out a barn and healing injured animals to mending ships and loading cargo. From a point of view, it would seem like meaningless labor, especially without the aid of his magic at times. But every task was a trial of endurance, and each one increased his will. Each time Rylin returned to his study, his temporal projection stretched just a little farther. Wherever his will could go, he could safely fold step. Rylin saw illustrations of ancient chronomasters, and they made him chuckle. They were men and women that made Ernik seem small in comparison. They would push themselves to the limits of their endurance simply to withstand the temporal current. They would go on runs lasting days in the middle of winter. They would force themselves to carry 2 heavy buckets of sand with raised arms, as they trekked across dunes that stretched for miles. These sorcerers were a sharp physical contraction to their fellows among the mage clans. But Rylin toyed with ideas to get around this dilemma much quicker. Rylin seldom found the occasion to practice simulacrum. He was wary since his last occurrence copied Supreme Magus Yekrim's mind into his own. There was, however, a victory to that moment. He duplicated a mind. What if the mind could be copied onto an object? If he had several charms that were copies of his mind, each one could double his will. Unfortunately, the art of enchantment was reserved as a requirement for advanced torches as a trial before becoming the level of Solace. Rylin's leaps in the Order wouldn't be enough to change that rule. His trials for Solace were years away yet. Rylin released his temporal projection. He had gone as far as several homesteads and farms into the heart of Terrell. It was then he wondered why he limited himself to going west. There was an ocean to the east, and the legendary Kassaran Empire beyond it. Maybe it was time to be more adventurous. Elysian wouldn't send for him for another hour. Rylin also wouldn't have to go to Solus Merrill's history lesson for a bit longer than that. The young Solus was quite a lore keeper, despite his age. His recollection of ancient events was not only fascinating for Rylin, but Yekrim also found him to be very accurate. The only frustration was that the hole in history seemed more obvious in his study. Now, not only did he cover the events after 2,000 years, but he covered the history from before. The hole was at precisely the 2,000-year mark. Rylin remained sitting, gathering the calm emptiness that opened himself to the endless current. He forced his mind to fixate on the passing of seconds and minutes. His awareness of time grew until he could feel the passing of time as keenly as wind on his skin. He felt its cadence, a steady pulsing against his body. The vibration pushed deeper then. It began to course into his veins, perfectly in tandem with his blood. He felt it in the dust floating in the air, and in the footfalls out in the hall. Rylin's awareness of time and moments stretched, as his awareness became free to travel in that passage of moments. Rylin's mind flew on the currents of the present, free to wander far, picking any place he wanted to witness. Everything he saw was held in the same green glow as his magic. The difference was the pressure this glow pushed into his mind. It tried to push him back into the space and time he was supposed to occupy. Rylin pushed forward. He moved beyond the walls of the Citadel and into the city of Catan. Men and women went about their work, oblivious to his presence. He passed through the wooden stone of the buildings, as insubstantial as a ghost. He couldn't taste food or drink, and he couldn't feel the textures around him. But he perceived everything that went on around him. He heard and understood every conversation that took place for miles. Rylin pressed on to his destination, the oceans he had only viewed from the harbor and the beaches. It was time to go further. His awareness shifted to the skies above Catan, flowing into the air currents. In blinks that left Ryland's mind dizzy and disoriented, he moved further and further into the east. He was hundreds of feet above the rolling waves, but still far below the misty white clouds. Ryland looked into the water and found tiny black spots moving swiftly to the east. He moved down for a closer look. They were huge fish. Yakram called them sharks. They were extremely predatory, and judging by their swarming behavior, they were after a massive food source. Now curious, Ryland moved further into the east. As he did, he noticed the sight of ships broken to bits. Bloated, burned corpses floated randomly among the debris. Though Rylin was no expert in ocean travel, his time spent at the docks left him small perceptions. If the bodies and the volume of debris was an indication, many ships had been obliterated. The black scorch marks told of something very fast, hot, and forceful that had instantly destroyed the ships and their crews. Another fleet of ships couldn't cause this much damage without being noticed. Stratia would have gathered their own fleet to meet such a threat. How did this go unnoticed? Why was there no mention of this in Catan? How could this go as unmentioned as it was unnoticed? Rylin pressed forward, trying to discover the source of the destruction. Now the forces of time pushed harder against the tolerance of his will. He found clouds as black as night, rippling with jagged snaking white lightning. Below, the sea boiled and surged with destructive fury. Rylin tried to push forward, but now time was accompanied by another force. It was a cold, implacable presence. It felt as patient as it was sinister, like ages of hatred had congealed into its mass to create it. The second force also knew that Rylin was watching. It pushed him back to Catan with a roaring, slamming wave of aggression. Rylin fell down into the circle of his floor. He was gasping and covered in a sheen of cold sweat. He felt grateful that it was only his awareness that traveled. If anything more of him were involved, he knew he would vomit now. Rylin took a moment to collect his composure and assess what he knew. Something out in the ocean was killing and destroying everything in its path. Somehow the Enlightened Sun knew nothing of it. Somehow, Rylin heard nothing of this in the conversations while he was in temporal projection. This was all cause for investigation. Nothing of this seemed to have been mentioned to the Enlightened Sun, which didn't make sense. If Rylin was right, he would need to try to eavesdrop inconspicuously. But if no one said anything to either the Council or the presence of his projection, he thought it possible that they were forced to remain quiet in the presence of magic. Rylin stood up and left his study room. He walked along the white sphere-lit corridors, passing large numbers of initiates. His steps were hurried as he rounded corners and climbed the steps to the Grand Illuminations chamber. He knocked several times, infusing his hand with an identifying trace of his power. "Come in, Light Rylin," Elysian allowed. Elysian read his documents intently while speaking. "Have you made better success with the temporal projections?" "I haven't. I may need more labors to stretch the boundaries of my will." "It will come in time. Don't strain yourself to achieve what you seek," Elysian advised patiently, as he looked up from his work. "Both yourself and Light Ishell rush so quickly to accomplish your studies. If your journey is too quick, how can either of you be sure you have truly learned anything?" Rylin felt his urgency push him to make his point. "Spark Elysian, I would like to investigate an urgent matter at the docks." Elysian raised an eyebrow. "What requires such personal attention?" "I believe many ships have not made their destination. I believe this has somehow been kept secret from us. I want to confirm this on my own. I have suspicions I need to confirm before I bring this to the attention of the Council of Ard Solas. You're being very vague, Light Rylin. I might be able to lend you more aid if I understood more," Elysian bartered. "Please, Spark Elysian, I believe I will better acquire the truth if I act alone, instead of leading a team of torches." Elysian was stunned by Rylan's refusal for assistance, but Rylin knew he was weighing his words more heavily now. Very well. You may go into the city to discover more. I want to hear all about this when you return, regardless of what you find. Rylin nodded and left hurriedly and wordlessly. An hour later, Rylin leaned casually against a post between the docks. He tried to feign a disinterested expression, appearing to stare at nothing at all in boredom. The day was cool, with wide tufts of gray clouds occasionally shading the sunlight. Cool breezes came from the waves to the east, generated by the force of crashing waves into the shores of Catan. Rylin thought some of that force might come from the Black Storm, days into the east, but he couldn't be certain. Standing there for an hour, Rylin gained no further perspective, but as he listened closer to the conversations of the citizens, he did notice something unusual. Everything sounded not only too normal, but repetitive. Several times, Rylin heard the exact same prophet from a shipload of fish. At least several times he heard a father's son had grown an inch, walked their first steps, and fell skinning their knees in the exact same place on the street. Rylin listened, hearing details repeated exactly the same by different voices. He listened closer and heard the same emotional inflections, the same laugh, the same pat on the shoulder. He thought he nearly held all the evidence he needed, but he needed to make one more move to be sure. He felt certain that this obfuscating repetition reacted to the presence of those wielding the endless current. He needed to deceive this veil. Sending someone without magic wouldn't work. A veil like this would see most basic manipulations coming and adapt to it. Hidden magic created this. Only another hidden magic could dispel it. Familiars and scryers would be useless. Rylin knew that was too common an approach. If Rylin understood one thing about chronomancy, he knew that time magic proved versatile and creative. His experiences with it so far were fluid and adaptive. Maybe he didn't know the hidden truth in the docks now, but he wagered the secretive force couldn't stop every approach in chronomancy. He would simply return to the Citadel and study the lore of the Golden Hourglass clan intensely. 2 hours later, Rylin sat at a long dark oak table in the Citadel library with a stack of thick books before him. Most of what he read detailed applications of the displacement cloak and each application's consequence. The gold leaf letters gleamed under the light of a white hovering sphere of energy, maintained by a group of librarian flames. Rylin didn't disregard what he read, as he did before he came to Catan. He learned that applying knowledge without proper wisdom could be nothing short of disastrous. Even knowing this truth, there were still books of the Golden Hourglass clan that Elysian deemed too advanced and dangerous for Rylin's current skill level. Rylin continued to read with a single-minded determination that bordered obsessive. Hours passed while he read. Other members of the orders came, performed their studies more briefly, and left with only his vague awareness. In the back of his mind, one question assailed Rylin. How did that presence hurl him back in the temporal projection? How did it prevent the Enlightened Sun from discovering word of it while remaining undetected? As Rylin thought about the encounter in the sea, he realized there was also something familiar about this dark, hateful force. He witnessed something like it before, but he racked his brain to remember where and when. Rylin sighed in frustration as he closed another massive book on displacement cloaks. While they were the most useful and versatile tool in a chronomancer's collection, nothing in there would help open the conversations that were hidden from the Enlightened Sun. Rylin was about to pass over the intermediate studies in temporal projection when he paused thoughtfully. The dark force and its magic responded to the presence of those who held magic. The hidden conversations likely happened when none of the initiates were present in any way. He needed to be present when he wasn't actually present. So far, temporal projection let Rylin seek out any place and event in the exact present moment. Was there a way to choose another moment? The future would be nebulous and shifting. Actions in the present caused the future to shift constantly. He could gain nothing from projecting forward. But the past was permanent. Everything that had already occurred couldn't be altered. For example, a conversation that took place without an initiate present couldn't be changed. It already happened. If foreknowledge was impossible for Rylin, Retroactively preventing him from hearing what was said without him would be just as impossible for this force. However, Rylin was prepared to act on his own creative theory. Every time he did exactly as he was preparing to do now, there were consequences that escaped him. If he read about his creative options before performing them, he would have known the risk and potential side effects. Rylin exhaled loudly with desperate exasperation, leaning back in the wooden chair. He looked out the window and noticed the dark, moonless midnight sky. He had read for over 7 hours already. He would have used the displacement cloak to give himself more time, but only the librarians could gather endless current or shape spells in the library. The devastation was a few days to the east. If the obfuscation was any indication, Rylin believed the force would be coming to Catan, possibly bringing destruction with it. For the Council of Ard Solis to act on what he believed, he needed this last piece of evidence. If he didn't get it quickly, more people would die. That was the deciding factor. With so many lives to consider, this wasn't the same as Ryland's past gambles with experimenting. Time gave him no other choice. He quickly perused the book of intermediate temporal projections, looking for any reference to what he wanted to do. In minutes, Ryland found precisely what was needed. It was called reverse temporal projection. It required the Chronomancer to pull themselves back to a specific moment in time before choosing the place. The Chronomancer could accomplish this by pulling their full awareness backwards into the seconds and moments, mentally existing only in the past. If it was safe to do so, the usually green energies of the temporal current would change to a deep blue. If there was danger in any way, the currents would become an angry red. There were other dangers listed after, and Rylin would have given them their due attention, but time was already drastically against him. He closed the book, gathered the stack in both arms, and rushed to his meditation room. Rylin seated himself in the silver circle only minutes later. He pushed away his thoughts of desperation and worries of failure, steering himself in calm determination. He quickly slipped straight through the endless current and into the temporal current. That was when the strangeness and the strain of the challenge began. The first second wasn't so difficult. He allowed his awareness to lock into place at 1 second, while time continued to move without him. As predicted, the emerald hue around Rylin changed into blue, as though it had somehow cooled and frozen. Ryland's awareness left himself and circled a version of himself captured in the past. It was a split second before his awareness gripped the past, and yet he didn't know or sense that the result of his success watched him already. It was overwhelming to know that anything he wished to attempt this way, he would already be viewing from a point of triumph. Risk and result could meet in unison like this. Ryland didn't spare that any further thought. He pulled his memory farther back, watching himself stand, gather books, and walk backwards through the door. As time slowly moved back, the blue glow created a squeezing against his head. It was hard to understand as he experienced this only as awareness. He knew his body remained separate, but the further he pulled, the stronger the sensation became. The sensation also felt colder the further away Ryland's past self was from his present awareness. The pressure and cold combined might break his concentration. He quickly followed himself back to the library and the docks that afternoon. He needed to go back further. The pressure of the temporal current squeezed him tighter, testing his will, trying to force him to the place and moment he belonged. Rylin was no Chronomaster. His will wasn't developed by as much as their physical challenging. What Rylin did have was knowledge of what could result from failure. All those men and women with silent fears would die without breaking their pretense. So many lost loved ones, and they weren't even allowed to grieve. They couldn't demand justice or the return of their loved ones' remains. They were only permitted to act as though nothing happened. They would be murdered while being forced to pretend it was just another day. This knowledge fueled Ryland's determination. He wouldn't allow them to die. He would give them the justice they deserved, and he would set their tears free. He pulled harder against the implacable essence of the past. Ryland followed himself back to his meditation room, to the beginning venture into the sea. He needed to pull deeper into the afternoon before that. He needed a time when no one paid the citizens of Catan any attention, as they were too preoccupied. When Rylin arrived at the right time, he next pushed out to the distance east. The cold became a deep ache against his mind. He knew his will would not allow him to travel as far away in the past as he could in the present. The force of cold resistance was much greater. Every stone and inch became agony as he pushed ahead. As Rylin crossed the city, approaching the harbor, he listened and found exactly what he was looking for. "That makes 2 more that didn't make it back this week," commented a port soldier to a dockmaster.
"Nothing yet about your son?"
asked one older woman to another.
"No, not even his body to bury."
"I've been waiting for Southern Kassaran rugs for almost 2 weeks. When can I speak to the order?" a merchant demanded angrily of a city official. "I don't know. Let me know when you can," shrugged the magistrate. Rylin knew to expect this, but he remained baffled regardless. Why couldn't a Catan magistrate or a merchant speak to Elysian or the Council of Art Solas? He knew the obfuscation prevented the order from hearing about the troubles in the sea. He suspected the people were unable to voice their concerns, but he couldn't help but feel stricken by the magnitude of the silence. "It's great for fishermen at the docks, or those who stay close to the shore, but I own an imperium," complained one merchant to a stall merchant. "It does me no good to remain in a city where imports are impossible. If the fishing streak continues, you may be able to redirect your imports from all over Stratia," the stall owner offered. The importer threw up his hands. "So I can sell reeking mountains of fish, and then I can acquire merchandise anyone can travel for several days to buy at half my cost." He laughed mockingly. "My future prospects are glorious." Rylin continued to listen, amazed at the level of despair and fear secretly washing over the people of Catan. Again, Rylin found everything about this dark force unnervingly familiar. Again, his mind teased him with hints of a memory he couldn't identify. Nothing in his upbringing remotely hinted at the level of evil at work here. The most sinister things he encountered were the Malkanor nobility, and they were never as dark and terrible as this. But Ryland's mind continued to tease, relentless and annoying. What was it? Ryland discovered that the fish that frequented deep waters fled towards the shallows now. He knew from Yakram that the blood and bodies floating in the deep seas drew the sharks, driving them mad with hunger. The less predatory fish fled, avoiding the convergence. These were often the rare catches by skilled fishermen. They were now common fare to the shallows. As far as Ryland could count from the eavesdropping, 78 ships and 4,000 people were lost to the sea. This count was only on the Stratia side. Rylin knew the people believed Kassar was the obvious culprit. But Rylin knew they would have lost a large number too. This one victim view could prove dangerous later. He knew, but it wasn't his current focus. At last, Rylin heard enough. The people were scared and ready to abandon this city and country. He held a newly solidified certainty that something evil was coming. When it arrived, it would create death in Catan as it had in the ocean. Rylin allowed the presence of time to shove his awareness back to the present and into his living mind. He opened his eyes, feeling a throbbing ache in his skull. He stumbled to his feet, ignoring the pain. He staggered into the halls with weak legs, shielding his eyes from the glare of the magic light spheres. He braced himself with one hand against the wall. Other initiates looked at him worried, offering to help him, but he couldn't stop to respond. Another question sprang to mind as Rylin dragged himself forward. Why was the harbor open? 78 ships and 4,000 people was a huge number. Even if the order remained oblivious, why hadn't the monarchies and merchants simply ceased transport until this was solved? He knew firsthand that this dark force held enough power to feel his awareness and shove it back. But just how far did its powers and manipulations reach? At last, Rylin pounded on Elysian's study door with weak fists and didn't wait for an answer. He shoved the door open. "Light, Rylin! What is the meaning behind this rude intrusion?" Elysian demanded, shouting angrily. "I was right," Rylin gasped, forcing the words through his teeth clenched in a fiercely held determination. "Something is coming. Elysian and Rylin paused. Elysian stunned by his pupil's fervor. Rylin, seeing he held his mentor's attention. Current read me, Spark. It's all there. Rylin shouted before he felt his strength fail him. He knew he fell forward, but everything washed away in comfortable darkness before he hit the ground. Chapter 32. Rylin recognized the feeling of blankets and sheets on his bed. The red glare of the sun blasted through his closed eyes. He wondered how long he slept. There were 3 voices involved in heated discussion in his bedchamber. He didn't think there was enough space to accommodate 3 people. He recognized Ishell's voice and knew she could make herself at home within an offered inch. He didn't recognize the older boy and girl who spoke with her. I'm only pointing out that this is the 2nd city he's emptied. The girl sounded like she shrugged the point meekly. And you didn't live in the outskirts, light pora, Ishell countered angrily. She had matured a lot in the past year and a half, and her voice sounded more like that of a young woman now. A strong wind could have taken away our homes. Light Rylin merely accelerated the process at an opportune moment. When those muddy hovels were leveled, he drew the attention of half the Order as well as his radiance. And what of his murderous outbursts? Argued the boy. Several times he nearly killed the heir to the throne of Malkanor. Light Borvis, I know you come from a barony north of Terrell, so I know you don't know much about Malkanor. Do you know of Queen Mayselin or her son? Ishell challenged. Borvis paused. I know she's a shrewd thinker with a few secrets. Ishell laughed. Try a cold-blooded murdering highborn with a trail of bodies hidden somewhere in her victories. She's methodical, ruthless, and power-hungry. What was your point, Light Ishell? Pora demanded irritably. The prince is his mother's son, Ishell summarized. If Rylin had killed him, I'm not sure anyone would have spared a breath in mourning. So, he has no direct line of destruction, Borvis acquiesced. But it's a matter of time. Catan is empty. That is an early omen, Light Ishell. It portends as much as it has to do with Light Rylin. Nothing, Ishell countered. Rylin didn't want to hear his friend fight his battles for him. He opened his eyes and sat up. If the Council of Ard Solas evacuated all of Catan, then they made a wise choice, Rylin stated plainly, not yet looking up to his visitors. Then why are most of us still in the Citadel? Borvis asked, a wiry boy with a sharp-pointed nose and wide brown eyes. He wore the brown robe of the candles. Most of us? Rylin asked, as baffled as he was horrified. His radiance selected a number of Solas to go with him down to our now vacant harbor, Boris informed snidely. For some reason, they brought in Ryle tunics and silver staves. Rylin connected the information and didn't bother to conceal the shock in his eyes. In rail armor was a special lightweight alloy of iron and quartz, crafted with enchantment. It allows the wearer better augmented connection to the endless current, as well as protection. Silver made a great metal for manifesting the endless current. Both of these were common fare for the Enlightened Sun when going into battle. How many Solas? Rylin asked, feeling his belly grow cold. 57. Council included. All are of the Ard Solas. Pora, a heavy-set redhead from southern Naenmore, interjected. 10 of most Solas were enough to quell skirmishes at national borders. 57 Ard Solas, with the Council and Elysian, would be a number for an all-out bloody war. What did Elysian know from Ryland's information that Rylin didn't? Did he know who this dark force was? In any case, Rylin knew that Elysian made sure all the information wasn't disclosed to the entire Order. He didn't want to create a panic, and he wanted all initiates in training to remain in the Citadel, where he believed they would be safe. What's on your mind, Light Rylin? Ishell probed. I know the expression you wear when you're deep in thought. Rylin smiled wanly. He couldn't help but feel amazed, often, at how much Ishell had grown in a year and a half. She had read, trained, studied, and conversed. Her vocabulary, once no better than any other uneducated girl from the outskirts, had expanded tremendously. She became so articulate, so quickly, so naturally. She looked and acted more like a beautiful young woman and skilled sorceress now. It was hard to believe she was the same girl he grew up with. I really want to know exactly who they believe they're going to fight, Rylin answered. He still had that nagging feeling of familiarity. He wanted desperately to know why he felt he knew something about such a dark force. Why didn't Elysium believe it was something like a hurricane or a natural disaster? Rylin only remembered the storms and the devastation. How did his mentor conclude that there was an actual opponent to combat? Could Rylin really allow himself to believe that this force was natural or lacking intelligence? It sensed his awareness and slammed him back into his body. It was as secretive as it was violent and powerful. Rylin threw aside the covers and stood up. He was bare-chested and drew stares from his visitors. He was grateful no one had stripped him completely before setting him in bed. "How long have I slept?" Rylin asked as he pulled on his blue shirt. "It's been a full day since you fainted from exhaustion," Pora answered. A full day? Rylin knew by the speed of the dark force's approach that it wouldn't be long before it arrived. He might not be able to gaze at it directly, but perhaps watching his mentors would reveal a little bit more. Rylin approached his bedchamber door in determined strides, wordlessly. "Where are you going, Light Rylin?" Borvis demanded. "To my temporal study," Rylin answered, leaving his bedchamber without looking back. "What does time magic have to do with any of this?" Pora asked incredulously, even as the three of them stood up to follow him. "I want to know why there are so many Solas armed for battle and waiting at the harbor." "I will find out why," Rylin answered. "But they are there because of some report that you gave them," Borvis reminded. "You already know what they knew." Rylin shook his head. "I know what I saw and what I think about it." His radiance clearly believed something about it far more strongly. He left out the part that he knew this faceless enemy from somewhere. The halls were mostly empty. A few Solas strolled vigilantly with silver staves in hand. Rylin knew that the Order had raised their defenses in a way that nothing in recent history had ever called for. It made the hairs on his arms stand above cold goose flesh. Even in the state of alarm, the Solas allowed the 4 training initiates to pass without pause. As long as no one left the Citadel, and no one invaded, everyone was considered safe within the walls. They arrived at the temporal study quickly. Rylin immediately sat within the circle in the floor. He turned to his 3 guests who were busy gaping at the room they believed shouldn't be able to exist. "This may be the only way to find out what I think we need to know. Whatever happens, remain silent and don't touch or disturb me," Rylin instructed sternly. If Rylin tried to temporal portal into the past again, he knew he would fail. Aside from resting, he didn't do anything to restore and strengthen his stamina. Thankfully, he only needed to see what his mentor was doing right now. The pressure of time wouldn't be so great this close. In seconds, Rylin's perception entered the all-present emerald cast of the temporal current. His awareness moved quickly outside the Citadel and above the streets of Catan in minutes. Rylin found Elysian and his selected Solas just as quickly. Their armors and weapons gleamed brightly in the sunlight. Some stood as still as statues, eyes unblinking as they watched the sea. Others paced apprehensively, or challengingly, from one end of the pier to the other. But the endless current was a tangible, relentless wave, continually flooding to the gathered mage warriors. There seemed no doubt they waited for a battle that was certain to arrive. The port city stood under the direct protection of the Order of the Enlightened Sun. The determination of every man and woman standing warned they would give all their power and life to honor their obligation. At the center of those standing at the harbor, Elysian, the grand illumination, stood with armor, robes, and staff shining blindingly bright. His sharp countenance chiseled in an ominous expression that would have halted brave men in mid-stride. There was something else about Elysian as well, an emotion so well hidden Rylin could name it as easily as the terrifying enemy to the east. Rylin drew close, trying to read into his mentor's resolve, beyond the facade he permitted the Solas to see. For a moment, Rylin forgot all about the massacre on the sea and simply wanted to know what Elysian was truly feeling. There was a crucial truth in the secret the Grand Master Sorcerer kept, something that would shed light into the mystery nagging at Rylin's mind. Then, as Rylin came so close he could almost hear Elysian's heartbeat, his dark eyes seemed to look directly into Rylin's scanning gaze. As quickly as Rylin acknowledged this unlikely interaction, Elysian waved his hand in irritation, and Rylin's awareness was hurled back to the temporal study. Rylin gasped with the sudden shock of his return. His mentor must have taken time to study at least a little of chronomancy, enough to sense his awareness and bring him to task. "What did you see?" Ishell asked in a whisper. Rylin didn't dare to speak. Although Ishell stopped his search, he did not find one thing out, and it raised more questions. He thought Elysian's resolve was a mask, but the hidden emotion actually existed in tandem with it. Rylin felt Elysian's fear in his quickened heartbeat. He felt his mentor's growing dread. Elysian faced all manner of opposition, marched into battle before. So there came the question that chilled Rylin deeply. What kind of enemy was enough to instill fear in Elysian? The Grand Illumination. Chapter 33. Elysian watched the waters and felt his suspicions confirmed. Rylin might have breached his training regime, again, but he brought information that saved scores of lives. The psychological manipulation and years of preparation left little doubt to Elysian before. These signs happened once long ago. Unlike Yakram, he didn't need to see them before his eyes to understand the threat they posed. The problem was Elysian's vow of silence, made in secret when he was raised to Grand Illumination. It was silence meant to protect the world of the living, but it seemed foolish as he looked to the sea and felt the coming of their enemy. Only he had ever been permitted to know this enemy, to have a valued foreknowledge. His predecessors believed too widespread of it would turn others to the Void Triangle, just as it did 2 millennia ago. But Elysian believed it just made the Order of the Enlightened Sun as defenseless as the mage clans had been. He warred with his silence. He wanted to tell his fellows in the Order and arm everything, to arm them with the truth. Was his silence not the oldest mistrust of them all? Wasn't trust needed if they were going to stand together? Elysian stretched his senses into the endless current. Before he could stretch far, he felt Rylin. He floated about, scanning Elysian closely, his awareness flying just beneath the endless current. Elysian did some basic study on chronomancy this last year. He knew it to be unwise to teach a skill he had no experience in. As difficult as it had been for Elysian, certainly nowhere near the ease at which Rylin learned, he learned enough for just such an occasion. With the ease of swatting a fly, Elysian deflected Rylin's attempt to spy. That just left the hidden enemy coming. Elysian found that presence almost as quickly. The magic of the Order of the Void Triangle had one common trait. It was nearly impossible to detect in the endless current. It drew nothing from life or time, drawing its power from a much darker source. It took Elysian years of forbidden study to understand even a little about their magic. If he shunned away the history and lore as his predecessors did, he would be as unsuspecting and unaware as any magus in history. Elysian discovered from the few surviving relics of the Terrible Order that there was a way to sense their approach. The area within their power was a cold, stagnant void. The endless current passed through such areas hurriedly and with obvious trepidation. It was as though life was hunted within the presence of this cold void. Elysian felt them out in the southeast, still out of sight, but coming steadily. It seemed patient and inexorable. Yet, even as the darkness came closer, Elysian's mind buzzed with loud, unavoidable questions. Who was their enemy, really? He couldn't believe it was actually the Order of the Void Triangle. They were all exterminated 2 millennia ago. All their surviving lore and relics were under tight and secret guard by the Order of the Enlightened Sun. He wanted to believe this was something else. He had to believe it. Anything else made so little sense as to be maddening. There were no signs that anyone made a pact with the demons of hell. But what else could it be? It seemed logical that renegade Kassaran Magi found instructions to hell and... Elysian's train of thought was cut short as a collective gasp sounded from his fellow lights. He slowly realized his own mouth gaped. As much as he knew from the secret histories, he found himself unprepared for what he saw. To the southeast, the horizon began to fill with a darkness as inky and total as pitch. The black clouds writhed and boiled with barely contained fury, licking themselves with angry, jagged strands of white lightning. Thunder rumbled and growled endlessly, like an approaching predatory beast. Elysian tried to look deep into the coming black mass to find the source, but the frightful darkness was visually impenetrable. Whatever horror stalked within the killing blackness, it would hold the element of surprise until it chose not to. As the dark clouds came closer, swallowing up more and more of the bright afternoon sky, the waves began to recede further and crash into the piers with growing force. Soon, the violence of the coming storm would bring devastating waters smashing into the docks. "Do you wish to bolster the docks, or should we withdraw, your radiance?" Maticia asked from beside him. Elysian didn't turn his gaze as he thought on it. If they reinforced the ground beneath them, they would be using energies and focus they might need to fight. If they drew back into the city, their enemies would succeed in pushing them back before the battle began. Now was not the time for posturing, Elysian thought to himself. Their enemy appeared to be as formidable as they were dark. The gathered lights would need to bring all of their ability to bear. "We will withdraw to the harbor's edge of the market," Elysian shouted, turning to walk away from the docks. The Solus followed Elysian. As they walked, the blackness to the east began to darken the skies over Catan with thick gray clouds. The waves began to gather and hammer into the docks. Elysian heard the wood of piers creaking and snapping beneath them. He heard the grinding of stones as the edge of the harbor was broken down under the violent strain. As the skies darkened to night blackness, Elysian heard something else under the din of roaring waves and crackling thunder. There was a series of eerie moans and wet gurgles. He found himself afraid to turn around and look, dreaded to see the source of the haunting sound. He found himself becoming cold at knowing what he might find, feared what it might mean. "It can't be them! It's impossible!" Elysian's thoughts denied, fervently and desperately. Even as a magus who witnessed many years of mind-striking wonders, this was the one thing Elysian could not bring himself to accept. Yet Elysian listened to the wet sloughing away of drowned dead fish. He heard the sound of ghastly tortured moans following behind them. He knew his worst fears were in Catan this day. As they found themselves far enough away from the breaking harbor, it was time for Elysian and the Solus to turn and face the truth. The waves that washed over the breaking stones brought scores of burned and bloated bodies. Elysian allowed enough endless current to hurl a very large sphere of white light into the air. What he saw in the carnage turned his stomach cold. The bodies that landed on the shore slowly began to stand. Some wore the tattered clothes that held the dim, muddy hues of their once bright colors. Others were naked and black carcasses. Their muscles and eyes were burned away almost completely. Their lips and noses were cremated, revealing skulls barely sitting on narrow necks. Some of the bodies were partially eaten by predatory sea life. Legs and arms were missing. Those without legs pulled themselves on the ground, shredding waterlogged flesh and tearing away fingernails. Some were dragging lengths of ocean-washed entrails behind them as they crawled on bellies that ended at the hips. These were mostly the unburned ones, and their milky white eyes stared ahead blankly. "By the fates!" Maticia gasped. "Who would bring forward these soulless creatures?" Elysian swallowed back the truth as well as an answer. He knew what these were. He remembered reading from the written accounts taken during interrogation after the Void Triangle was captured. It wasn't really much of an interrogation. They didn't fear pain or cringe at punishment. They simply answered as though they were gloating about their grisly trophies. These poor sailors were not soulless. Their bodies were simply prisons of anguish for souls that were desperate to leave the living world. Their surrendered will powered the dark magics called forward. They were suffering puppets and sources of power now. One question remained. Who was their puppet master? Destroying their heads will stop them, but a strong wave of energy jolting to the center of their chest will set their souls free, Elysian declared, loudly enough for all the soulless to hear. This drew a series of shocked and horrified gasps from his fellow lights. They have souls? Elysian heard a younger soulless ask in disbelief. How do you know this? Maticia demanded. She paused a moment, visibly thinking, before her eyes widened with realization. Who are we fighting, Light Elysian? Maticia shouted as the wind became louder. It isn't like you to keep secrets from us like this. Even if I was certain, this is a matter sworn in secrecy. Elysian shouted back over the growing fury. Sworn by who? And why? This breaks all the most major rules of battle that we are all taught. This time, Maticia became as angry as the storm. If you don't trust us with what you suspect you know, then we may all die needlessly. Against what? These living dead? Elysian strode forward angrily, allowing his own inner reserves of will to boil. He shaped a ball of white fire and crackling electricity. The sphere condensed at his fingertips as he concentrated on the foremost corpses, still more than 100 feet away. Elysian pointed at a man whose chest was ripped open, exposing an empty rib cage and bowels. The sphere darted forward, faster than a launched arrow, making its impact in an instant. The tiny sphere blossomed into a towering dome of blinding hot fire and hair-raising lightning. Hundreds of dead sailors were caught in the explosion, flash incinerating and electrocuting them to ash in seconds. All weakest could bring them down unscathed, Elysian scoffed. Then why gather our strongest for this? An older gray-haired woman from the council asked. What is still on the way? Who are we really battling, your radiance? Who killed all these men at sea? It was wise to evacuate the city, commented a red-haired geomancer Solus. If the people of Catan saw their loved ones this way, it would break them. The shock could prove fatal in seconds. Elysian remembered a valuable point at the burly Solus's compliment. Do not let them get close enough to bite or scratch, Elysian warned. Even the smallest cut will kill and cast you into their fate. They will seek to devour your flesh and blood. They have to. It's the only respite they can find from their ceaseless agony. It was as much information as Elysian dared to reveal. Still, he believed it would save their lives, and their souls. The council evoker Dara, Elysian remembered her name, stepped forward calmly. Orange and azure flames wreathed her silver staff. She appeared short and frail, but as she pointed her staff, a wide horizontal arc of blue fire swept forward, gaining height and width as it gained momentum. It was clear Dara was anything but slight. The flames ignored homes and shops, but consumed dozens of unfortunate dead instantly. Come now, Lights, we have... Dara couldn't finish. She gripped her chest and doubled over, dropping her staff. Maticia rushed to her side as she fell to her knees. Dara clawed at her chest as her breath caught in short, choking spurts. Spock Dara, what's wrong? Maticia asked on the brink of frightened tears. Dara couldn't answer and couldn't cry out. All at once, her chest exploded in a spray of blood, bones, and bits of organ that covered her Ard Solus student. Maticia couldn't weep, couldn't even scream in horror or grief. She nearly bent down, cradling the bloody body of her mentor, while trembling with powerful conflicting emotions. Before Elysian could speak, a loud groaning crash of wood and stone filled the darkness with deafening force. A wave of blood and seawater washed the edge of the market up to their knees. Elysian knew two things that revealed his enemy then. The undetectable magic that killed the old evoker was an art of the Blood Gauntlet faction of the Order of the Void Triangle. He didn't know where the caster was, couldn't see a void hand anywhere, but the manipulation of flesh and blood and some of the deeper aspects of necromancy was their expertise. No one, past or present, could master and execute these skills as quickly and sharply as they could. Send a wave of lightning through her body, or she will rise to kill you, Elysian advised coldly, forcing himself to ignore his friend's pain. Who are we fighting? Maticia hissed, trembling now with barely contained rage. This is no time for questions like Maticia. Our guard is lowered, and there is a fatal mistake here, Elysian shouted angrily. This is far from over, Light Elysian, Maticia growled, dropping his formal title threateningly. You may yet have your chance, Light Maticia, Elysian foreshadowed as he walked towards the sound of the crashed ship. The second revealing bit was the ship. The cold feeling of emptiness strengthened in its approach, and felt far too strong to ignore in its presence. Elysian needed to board that ship and discover the truth of the Void Triangle's return. Before Elysian could walk forward, Dara's eyes snapped open. Unlike the undead washed ashore, her eyes were completely blood red. Her foremost teeth elongated into wickedly long fangs. Elysian moved too slow to assist, and was grateful the Geomancer didn't share his weakness. A wave of endless current snapped as tight as a whip, the only warning of the sharp spike of stone that blasted from the ground. It forked to spear into Dara's neck and head an instant before the Council Evoker's teeth could reach for her protege's neck. The old sorceress still thrashed against the impaling stones. Elysian realized she wasn't one of the dark creatures that washed ashore. Dara had changed into a raving blood drinker. These creatures were a rare creation for the Void Triangle, often proving very difficult to control. It was said by the Blood Gauntlet that their demonic masters created blood drinkers that held all their living skills and a twisted variation of their former personality. Martrone the Geomancer charged the stone spike with an electric earth energy that snaked along to their targets in emerald green lighting. Dara seized and convulsed as the electricity filled the gaping hole in her sternum. She went limp before several Aeromancers stepped forward and leveled their silver staves. A furious blast of wind vaulted into the sailors, ripping them to shreds with razor-sharp force. In answer, several twisting wide lengths of purple, blue, and red flame emerged from the darkness. Unlike Dara's flame wave or Elysian's explosion, stone melted into slag 20 feet around the myriad fire. The Aeromancers were allowed to scream briefly before their flesh melted away from their bones. Their bodies fell into piles of blackened smoking ash where they stood. The fires continued to dance, twist, and snake through the ranks of the Solas, flash incinerating everything that stood too close. 20 of them meld-walked out of reach while everyone else died in seconds. Not even the magic or enrail armor could withstand the assault. The purple serpentine flame doubled back for Elysian. He knew what this fire was and why it was so devastating. They were called Annihilation Worms, and the magic belonged to the Hellfire-imbued faction. They were void hands that wielded deadly hellfire flames and reveled in its overwhelming fury. Often, the fires would consume bodies and souls instantly. Elysian could only hope his brothers and sisters were allowed to move beyond this life. Elysian met the fire with a burst of pure white energy, mixed with equally pure water. The blast erupted from the point of his staff and slammed into the purple blaze, extinguishing the fire. It was a magic created by the Supreme Radiance Clan, the Mage Clan leaders. A massive rumbling sound filled Catan. Elysian realized with panic that the hellfire melted the supports and foundations of every building they passed. Much of the city was collapsing simultaneously. The ground shook, and only a quickly shaped meldwalk kept Elysian from being crushed as structures fell all around him. Fire began to catch and burn the wooden debris left behind, filling the air with a nightmarish orange glow. Smoke rose into the skies, its clouds thick and choking. Elysian was horrified. In 2,000 years, and an order of united magi, nothing changed. In minutes, the Void Triangle destroyed half the city, and killed half of their fighting force. The Enlightened Sun were as unprepared to face their demonic fury in battle as the 5 mage clans were. One thing was certain, Elysian didn't need to fear the consequences of sharing what he knew. It seemed no one would live to see the end of this day. No one would use this knowledge to recreate the Void Triangle. As Elysian stopped his meldwalk at the west end of the darkened city, he held onto the strong flow of the endless current. He allowed himself to think of every ancient history he read, every secret passed from his mentor. He thought of every dark relic the Enlightened Sun stored away because they failed to destroy them. He thought on all the information gleaned from interrogations performed against the captured Void Hands 2 millennia ago. Every fact he knew of the Void Triangle came to mind, and then Elysian pushed it all into the endless current. It was a reversed current read that allowed his brothers and sisters to read into his thoughts. Watching so many skilled good soulless die, he knew it had been a mistake to hide this from them. Chapter 34. Elysian felt their minds an answer to his thoughts. He once believed as his predecessors, if centuries passed, even the residual fear the Void Triangle left on the future generations would pass, and the memory would fade away. Now, he felt ashamed of ever being part of this clandestine legacy. The anger and horror directed at him were like physical blows. He stood, allowing the emotional barrage to assail him. He betrayed his beloved order, his family, and over 30 of them died for it, while thousands of innocent lives were lost. So, Void Hands are real, and we're fighting them, Maticia mused, startling Elysian from behind. What's our plan for stopping them? Elysian was about to question his old friend's change of heart when she cut him off. The matter of conspiracy is far from concluded, but it's obvious we have far more pressing matters. Elysian felt stunned that Maticia's foresight and pragmatism won out over her grief and anger. But he knew her better than to press the matter. That ship that crashed is the source of all of this. I don't know how, but it's all coming from within the bowels of it. We can try to destroy the entire ship from the outside, Elysian advised. Maticia shook her head. Our ignorance has been too deadly to us thus far. With as much planning as they've done, I doubt they are simply going to allow us to smash it to kindling. Elysian nodded his agreement. Many times he wondered why his mentor didn't choose Maticia for the mantle of the Grand Illumination. She was as powerful and knowledgeable as himself. She cared about everyone's well-being, and her foresight and pragmatism created a wisdom far greater than his. He supposed her only flaw was that she wouldn't have kept the secret for as long as he did. She would have disclosed it all to the Order in the hopes of finding better solutions. After all, Maticia came directly to Elysian in hopes of finding initiates in Malkanor. She always wanted to know all the options, to create the best possible outcome. All right, let's get on board and give a warm welcome to our old friends, Elysian jived, adopting a bold smile. Maticia smiled slightly, but would clearly allow no more before they meld-walked. The walk was aimed for the docks below, but they were both overcome by a sudden wave of cold ache that seized their brains, shattering their concentration. The walk halted in the broken remains of the harbor, amidst a horde of shambling, crawling corpses. Maticia acted quickly, conjuring a length of white electricity from the length of her staff. What was that? Maticia asked. She recovered quickly and began lashing at the surrounding dead, whirling the lightning like a whip. That was a ward of grinding will, Elysian answered, taking a moment longer to gather his fragmented concentration. I guess the only reason the Shadows Eternal didn't join the attack was the defense they maintained. Elysian forced his thoughts to calm. He shoved his hands forward, sending a wave of white fire through the dead and into the hull of the ship. Elysian stepped through the opening, with Maticia backstepping behind him. She lashed at the closest of the dead. It wasn't needed. The living dead maintained a fearful distance from the ship. The inside was illuminated by a dim bluish-green glow. The reek of rotting meat and coppery blood was a thick, sickening stench. The wood of the ship was weak, creating a spongy sensation with every step. Elysian and Maticia proceeded slowly and waringly. The glow didn't allow for much sight. Neither of them dared to create more light, fearing to draw attention to themselves. They didn't believe they held the element of surprise, but any move too early might cost them any advantage. They followed the glow to its source, finding the walls and floors writhing all around them with repulsive tentacles. The thick ropes of slime were part of the soft feeling of the floors. They descended a set of stairs, and when they approached the end of a narrow corridor, they discovered the source of the glow and the devastation. All the mouths that were revealed in the writhing mass were sickly worms covered in jagged red veins. Amidst the revolting swarm, the entire dead skeletal crew knelt in a final supplication with their faces pressed to the ground. A massive book floated above a wooden crate, filled to the rim with worms. It radiated the blue-green light in a throbbing pulse, followed by gusts of cold wind. Around the book, a dozen figures floated, wearing tattered black robes and gloves. Their faces were concealed in impenetrable shadows, and they held long, black, semi-transparent staffs. They looked like wraiths set loose from imagination and nightmares. They radiated a chilling aura of palpable dread. They stood at attendance to the glowing, worm-lifted book. Then, their faceless heads turned, in unison, to face the two lights. They brandished their black staffs in perfect synchronicity, threatening. "Don't let their staffs touch you!" Ulyssean's thoughts projected to Meticia. "Each is imbued from the elements of hell. Contact can have the effect of the element." Ulyssean spun his silver staff and stepped forward. Even as he challenged the Void Hands, he still assessed what he saw. The book was clearly the source of all this. Ulyssean thought back over the final accounts of the Order of the Void Triangle, and knew exactly what the book was. For 2,000 years, each grand illumination spared some contemplation to the words that were titled Emel's Riddle. Until now, those last words were an unsolvable mystery. Now, half of the mystery was answered. The glowing book could only be the Book of Worms. Sparing a glancing examination, Ulyssean saw the cover was bits of crushed bones and organs. The open pages looked like perfectly preserved layers of skin, covered in wet, fresh blood. The pages were held into the cover with sinew and tendon ground into paste. The book solved the mystery of the missing Void Hands. If Ulyssean was right, Emel explained that his fellows sacrificed themselves to create this vile tome. Two wraiths intercepted Ulyssean. One sent a pool of darkness along the ground at Ulyssean's feet, while the other did a yanking gesture at the desecrated remains of the crew. Several femurs and ribs were ripped into the air and sharpened to deadly pointed shards before they launched at him. Ulyssean gathered a powerful wave of endless current. He slammed his staff into the ground, creating a shockwave of white light and forceful air that obliterated the two attacks. The two Void Hands moved behind their offensive spells, their weapons spinning, moving to strike the arms and legs of their enemy. Ulyssean allowed the endless current to maintain its flow through him, altering his speed. Even so, he barely managed a clumsy block from side to side. He wished he could call on Ryland's chronomancy then. This battle would require Ulyssean to ponder the motives of the Void Triangle, as well as forcing him to maintain a pace with them. Ulyssean found an opening and swung his staff in a wide arc for the one on the left. The strike passed through the figure like smoke, but the Void Hand was unharmed. Then Ulyssean understood another aspect of their enemies. These dark-cloaked figures were ghosts. Their spirits were connected in some way to the book. With sudden horror, he realized the Void Triangle sacrificed both body and soul to make the Book of Worms. So now Ulyssean understood why no one ever found the rest of the Void Triangle. The book must have remained in hiding for 2 millennia, waiting for now to resurface. There were still many pieces missing to the puzzle, however. For one thing, why wait until now to surface? Ulyssean could barely withstand the might of one Shadow Eternal and one Blood Gauntlet. There were at least hundreds of Void Hands that were never executed, likely sacrificed to the book. With that kind of power, the Enlightened Sun wouldn't be able to survive against them. The book could have claimed the world any time the spirits wished. 3 hot staves swung for Ulyssean's head at the same time. Ulyssean quickly released another wave of force to push them back. The 3 hellfire-imbued stumbled back, slightly off balance. Meticia moved in, swiftly lashing her lightning staff. She swept at the legs of the 2 closest. The attack didn't cause them to fall as she hoped, but the electricity caused a wave of spasms to course through their dark shapes. Ulyssean seized the opportunity, leveling his staff and sending 3 jagged forks of azure electricity into the 3 Void Hands. The lightning danced and arced wildly, creating havoc and convulsions among them. One of the Shadow Eternals answered the attack, creating a swirling, human-sized vortex of blackness. The void swallowed up air and debris hungrily, powerfully sucking up anything too weak to resist its pull. Elysian and Meticia grabbed onto the wooden beams of the hull. The lightning was drawn away from the hellfire imbued and lost into darkness. Hundreds of tiny bone shards were lifted into the air, unaffected by the vortex. They darted at Elysian's back and legs. He couldn't raise a defense in time. His thighs, calves, and back seared with hot pain, as the bone fragments ripped through his enrail armor and flesh. A length of purple flame emerged from the black staff of a hellfire imbued, and the ghost lashed at Meticia's back, searing her skin away from her collarbone and spine. The vortex subsided, and Elysian and Meticia turned, staggering. They both gritted their teeth against the sickening pain that threatened to overwhelm them. In the paused moment, Elysian also wondered why the Void Triangle came to Catan at all. The last words of the leader of the Hellfire Imbued were, "The Book of Worms shall rise before creation ends." The spirit of the Void Triangle could certainly bring the entire world to its knees again. But it wasn't enough to end all creation. The Void Triangle chose here and now to rise. What in Catan could give the Void Triangle the power to destroy everything? Nothing in Catan drew them out, until now. What was it? What changed in the port city in the last 200 years? It would have to be something with godlike... Elysian froze and his eyes widened. He knew why the Void Triangle awoke and came to Catan. He knew why their power was so overwhelming, and yet not enough. Elysian at last understood Emel's riddle, and the knowledge devoured anything resembling hope within him. A dark, saddening despair struck him like a blow, instantly creating tears in his eyes. Never had he felt something so terrible, as though the entire future of everything had been ripped to shreds before him. "No. Please, no." Elysian wept quietly. The grand illumination was answered with the cold, terrorizing laughter of the entire Void Triangle.
"At last, this weak Supreme Magus comprehends,"
their unified voices mocked.
"He knows he doesn't have the power to stop us. All he can do is beg."
Meticia watched her friend and saw the impossible occur. Elysian's iron resolve broke. Even as the battle raged, she watched him. Meticia watched his mind play in two different directions. His thoughts were intensely divided. She knew he was trying to figure out their ancient enemies. In battle, it was both Elysian's strength and weakness. He would lessen his power to get inside the mind of his opponent. When he could understand them, he would concentrate all his power. The resulting calculating attack would slash through defenses with ease. While they were both in agony that threatened to bring them to their knees, Meticia fought on with a faith that her old friend would assess them and find a way to shatter them. But understanding created the opposite effect this time. Elysian understood his enemies, and the knowledge destroyed his fighting spirit. Worse, something about this actually broke his heart. Meticia never saw her friend broken to tears and pleading. It cut her deeply just to see it. "We have to stop them," Elysian muttered, his head lowered, his voice quaking. "How? They've been... We have to stop them, Meticia!" Elysian shouted, turning to her with tears streaming freely from his eyes. There was desperation in him. He didn't just want to defeat his enemies. He needed to prevent them from their desires, whatever it was. "All right, Elysian," Meticia projected through the endless current. "How do we do that? If you have something in mind, now is the time." Meticia watched him sigh, gathering his resolve. "There is only one way we can stop them," Elysian sent back to her. "Do you acknowledge that every other way is lost to us?" Meticia's eyes widened. That was a very meaningful question, and she understood its relevance. "I can't do this alone. I need someone as strong as me. You know that's you," Elysian explained. Meticia felt tears form in her own eyes. She felt the weight of his words press on her. "I acknowledge that this is the only way. I will help you." Meticia stepped beside her old friend, allowing the endless current to wash into every fiber of her being. A golden nimbus of eldritch light began to surround her. She reached for Ulyssen's hand and held it in her own. His own capacity for the endless current filled into her, their gathering powers uniting. As if in answer, those that survived and battled in the streets of Catan projected their gathered endless current into the two lights. They were all tired, battered, and overwhelmed, but the Enlightened Sun would combine their powers to halt the Void Triangle. Wind and light created a furious maelstrom, swirling around Meticia and Ulyssian. The Void Hands shielded their faces as their black masks dissolved. They were pushed back by the raw power before them. Meticia looked at their faces, their cold, pale skin, the whitewashed eyes with tiny black pupils. These were the men and women that filled 2,000 years of nightmares. They filled generations with innate fear. They would be stopped here. Ulyssian and Meticia turned to look at each other as they truly embodied the word light. Meticia thought the death of her mentor would create hatred for Ulyssian, that she would blame him. Looking at him now, she realized she couldn't bring herself to do that. She saw what he was at his center, what he had always been. He was her friend. He was her brother in the Order. He would do no less than live and die, standing by her side. She smiled at him warmly, before they turned to face their ancient enemies one final time.
All is known in the light!
Ulyssian and Meticia spoke in unison. Beyond the wave's gift, the surviving lights intoned the words as well.
The light exiles the shadows!
With those words, the united power of over a dozen lights flared to blinding, expanding from the two lights and stretching beyond the ship. Thank you for helping me save him, old friend. Ulyssian sent her in farewell. He is my every hope. He is your student, and so he is my family. I can do no less, Meticia returned. It was that last thought that they shared, as the light reached the furthest edges of the decimated city of Catan. Then faded. Chapter 35. A Morlick Morinroke wondered if sunlight ever reached the bogs of Narrenmoor. During a sunny day, the mists blocked the bright rays and cast everything in a cold, overcast gloom. At night, the mist swirled with luminous gases that created a 3-foot layer of glowing green vapor. He wondered if the gases came, in part, from all the bodies the swamp claimed. A Morlick hated Narrenmoor with every fiber of his being. He was sick of wearing dirty leather smocks and boots. He despised continually disposing of corpses, and he loathed being placed as an equal with slaves. He understood why Narrenmoor had no ruler. Who, in their right mind, would want to rule over this mud pit? The endless cloying stench made him vomit in the first few weeks. So why were so many nobles fighting over this land of filth? What possible reason could any of them have to stay here? The Enlightened Sun should have burned this nation off the map. No consideration for evacuation, just complete destruction. Anyone living here could only be as mad as they were filthy and dangerous. It would be a favor to true civilization. A Morlick scoffed in retrospect. When could those bumbling peasants do more than half the job right? They always stuck their nose in everyone's affair, and then left an animal's mess in their wake. How anyone could let an order of swine have so much influence was beyond him. Madness, madness, madness! His entire world had turned over and soaked in insanity the first day they came. And it never ended. Betrothals that were sealed by royal decree were rendered questionable. Peasants were allowed to strike their betters. And now he wasn't a crown prince anymore. Just a poisonsmith's corpse disposer. It was all insane, degrading, and disgusting. A Morlick let himself dwell on his angry thoughts too long, and tripped over a hidden snag in the thick swamp waters. He fell face first into the mud, bringing himself face to face with the body of a woman. He was sure he brought her corpse there last week. More than a year ago, the sight of the bloated blonde woman would have made a Morlick gag. Certainly, being face to face wouldn't have helped. But he brought dozens of corpses out to the swamp, just in the past 3 months. Some were cleaned by insects and carnivorous reptiles. Others were simply swallowed up by the muck beneath the waters. A Morlock looked closer at a scar that decorated the length of the woman's left cheekbone, and he laughed. He knew this foolish wench. She had been a barmaid just outside of Malkanor, and was brought in chains when she wouldn't pay her tribute to Lord Barcells. All that was unimportant history, except that she had conspired with a deserter soldier to drag a Morlock out to a den of alligators. If he hadn't caught wind of it, his body would have never been found. Getting rid of her was a simple plan. A Morlock waited until nightfall and cut the soldier's throat in his sleep. Then he planted the bloody dagger in her belongings and washed himself. He drank a non-lethal poison that mimicked swamp fever so that no one would suspect him. "I had her leave the barracks," a Morlock lied in a weak voice when they found the soldier's body. The rest was an inevitable conclusion. He was given tonics to cure his fever, while she had been injected with an acid that devoured her heart. A Morlock listened as she begged and pleaded while she was dragged away. What a Morlock found amusing was that he never even knew her name. Not that it much mattered, of course. What was one animal when there were so many? A Morlock stood up from the muck, and last week's victim. She didn't really deserve so much time dwelling on her. This was the game his mother had set for them all to play. It was disgusting, laborious, and demeaning. But after a while, he had come to appreciate it for what it truly was. It was his mother's way of making him stronger and smarter, better suited to rule. The path to most thrones was littered with the dead and soaked in blood. His father couldn't see that because the crown had been given to him as part of his birthright. There was no contention or dispute, just the weak complacency of tradition. This wasn't an easy contest, though. In the first few months, a Morlock had been stabbed a dozen times, drugged 30 times, and almost poisoned to death 20 times. The throne lay open to the last one standing, and everyone wanted to first remove the original heir to the throne. As if in answer to nearly dying so many times, his true cunning and cruel nature answered the challenge. They soon discovered he wasn't simply a Morlock Morinrogue, Crown Prince of Malkanor. He was Macellin's son, the most ruthless and clever queen to have ever lived. No one survived against her wrath, and they would soon fall before his. A Morlock grabbed his twin rusty hooks embedded in the male corpse's shoulders. He started trudging through the murk, dragging the body behind him in heaving bursts. This was one of the new men, probably one that tried to leave Malkanor, or didn't pay a tax. He didn't know, and it didn't matter because he was dead now. His entrails and liver had been cut out, and a great deal of his nerve endings were burned away. He hadn't lasted 2 days before meeting his end at the hands of a metalsmith. To warrant that fate, he must have tried to steal from one of the compound masters, or tried to escape. Admittedly, a Morlock had become much stronger in the last year and a half. Hauling corpses, working metal in hot forges, and carrying barrels of dubious liquids did much for him. He spent years believing he was stronger than his inferiors, his betrothed beating him notwithstanding. Now he knew he was much stronger than ever. This game, this culling of the weak, it would come to an end soon. There weren't many slaves left, maybe a few dozen. Every time he brought another would-be usurper to their end, the others lost their nerve for a while. In a few weeks, another would gain the courage to try again. A Morlock found the perfect place to leave the corpse. It was a small clearing in the mossy willows, a big circle where the water deepened. During the night, this place would be fatal. Alligators on the prowl in the swamps throughout the day would be returning here at nightfall. They would sleep, of course, but bodies in their midst would quickly disappear. A Morlock would have brought last week's victim here, but the effects of his poison still lingered then, and it was close to dark at the time. It was more prudent to trust the mud to do the work. A Morlock shoved the body into the vacant clearing, being careful to retrieve his hooks, and began the journey back to the compound. In the early days, he found it difficult to navigate the swamp. He often couldn't tell one fallen log or leaning willow from another, He was lost for days, contracting flu and mosquito sickness that should have killed him. His anger and dumb luck provided miracles that saw him safely returned. In time, luck changed to awareness and skill. Now he could be in the swamp for a week with only snakes to eat. Hours later, a Morlik came within view of the orange torchlight of the outer walls. He had become one of the most dangerous predators of the bogs of Narranmore. Perhaps it was time to think about how to execute the remaining slaves. A Morlik would have to be careful about it. His mother had been very clear about the game. In the end, only one could win. But don't get caught murdering. Every death needed to be dealt with ruthless skill and stealth. It was the same for her when she was just a noble girl in this filthy mud heap. She would require the same of him.
Did you hear Catan was sacked?
One of the guards asked another.
Aye, the city is in ruins. No one can get in to rebuild,
the other answered. It was peasant chatter, but a Morlik paid close attention as he came closer to the gate.
More to it. The Order took some kind of beating, lost a lot of their best, even the Grand Illumination,
the first guard continued, reaching to open the gate. A Morlik paid much greater heed with that last bit. He never forgave the Order for allowing that peasant to do as he pleased with him. The lot of them needed to be burned. It was only fitting for those who meddled with the natural order of things. They're calling back all negotiators and transmuters. Guess they need to lick their wounds. A Morlik barely contained a triumphant laugh. It serves those upstarts right. Now they were too hurt to meddle in other people's affairs.
They say what happened? Was it an attack?
The first guard asked.
People say it was, but no one knows who,
the other answered.
If you ask me, bet it was that Kassarian Empire. They're the only ones that could hurt the Order so bad. What with their Havoc guilds?
A Morlik had to digest the crude language as he always did these days. The point was obvious, though. The Order was wounded, with a potential war on the horizon. He needed to end this game quickly. Chapter 36. Ishell walked the quietly occupied halls of the Citadel. Her grey robe flowed behind her. She avoided making direct eye contact with her fellow lights, still unwilling to take in their shocked belief, confusion, and grief. It wasn't that she didn't share in their pain, even though Kara was left behind at the Citadel, and so was spared. It was just that looking at them made her own disbelief that much worse. No one could fathom how nearly 6 of the Order's best lights could perish in under a couple of hours. No one knew what the Order would do without so many of its leaders. The Enlightened Sun was effectively crippled. All wayward lights were recalled to the Citadel. The Order's new priorities were to train as many inexperienced lights as swiftly as possible, before the Order could extend its aid and reach again. As if anyone could train at the moment, Ishell thought to herself. The signs of the wounded Order were easy to identify. The current spheres were dimmed to little better than candlelight. Dust and cobwebs were left unattended, and many of the lights hadn't bathed in days. They would all have to find the strength to at least present themselves better. In a little over a week, the Order would host a memorial ceremony for the fallen lights, the dead sailors, and the ravaged city. Kings and queens would arrive to pay their respects, including Malaric Morinroke. The Order needed to show Stratia that they were still a strong, steadfast presence. Ishell allowed her right hand to dip into the pocket of her robe, reassured she didn't lose her delivery. It was her reason for leaving her studies, for seeking out the one light all younger lights needed present. It couldn't be helped, Ishell allowed. Rylin lost his mentor, an understanding, hopeful, and stern teacher. She knew his pain was inevitable. But Ishell thought Rylin would need a shoulder to weep into, a friend to rely on. He always demonstrated some emotional vulnerability, so she thought she knew what to expect. Instead, Rylin closed himself in his temporal study. The strange meditation chamber she witnessed was his only activity. She knew he was attempting the same thing since the destruction of the city. She found it ironic that a sorcerer so dedicated to the study of time could be caught in one stagnant moment. He was completely obsessed with finding what he believed to be the killers of his mentor. Ishell wasn't so sure there were killers to be found. Only a strange, deadly cataclysm. Ishell stood before the large single wooden door of Rylin's study. She didn't hesitate to enter without knocking or breaking his concentration. As deeply as he delved into this, being too nice and polite wouldn't bring him around. Rylin fell on his backside from his levitated sitting position. His study was completely dark. Ishell wrinkled her nose at the reek of body odor that lay thick in the dark room. She grew up around many bad smells, true, but even her father knew when to find a river. She was sure some of the drunk miners didn't smell this bad.
Fates, Rylin!
Ishell exclaimed with disgust.
If you were going to neglect yourself, you could have at least created some windows to air this room out.
You intrude on my investigation to tell me this, Light Ishell? Rylin massaged his backside as he spoke, irritably. Ishell allowed a current sphere to reveal the study. She held her distaste and pity as she looked at Rylin. His favorite tunic and pants were wrinkled and faded by some sort of grimy discoloration. His face was adopting an ugly layer of stubble. His normally radiant blue eyes were clouded by bloodshot veins of deep red. Only a week passed since the destruction of the city, but his body seemed frailer as well.
When was the last time you ate or slept, Light Rylin?
Ishell chastised. How many days has it been since our mentors were murdered? Rylin countered acidly.
Light Rylin, who do you think you're helping by driving yourself to ruin?
Ishell challenged.
The Order is in shambles and we need everyone, and that means you too. But like this, I'm amazed you can even continue that search of yours.
Someone did this to them, Light Ishell. I know we only felt our mentors' energies, but they were fighting someone, Rylin pressed.
Even if you're right, let's go over the obvious. Whatever came from the sea blocked you out.
Ishell began counting on her fingers.
Elysian blocked you out, and that spirit barrier they put up is blocking you out. They all blocked you with ease, when you were at your strongest. Look at you now.
What would you have me do? Rylin growled.
Take a bath, get fresh clothes, eat, then sleep.
Continue on like nothing happened?
Continue on for the living, to honor the wishes of your teacher.
Ishell reached into her pocket. She pulled out a piece of paper she held onto for a year and a half. She offered it to Rylin. What is this? Rylin asked, off-balanced and confused.
I was supposed to give this to you a while ago, Ishell explained. I thought it would steal from your focus, keep you from doing your best. I think you need it now.
Rylin opened Amreen's letter, and Ishell watched the play of emotions on his face. There was a mix of sadness and longing, and he gave her a glance that spoke of her betrayal. That last hurt her, but she accepted it, unflinchingly. She did no less than what she believed was right for him at the time. She held no regrets, and would gladly accept his recriminations. Rylin chuckled slightly. If only I could see her, Light Ishell.
Why don't you? Ishell asked. She would see you. As we both know, you need it.
Because I have tried again and again to stretch my temporal projection in Fold Step as far as Malkanor. I can only go as far as Terrell. Ishell thought on Rylin's dilemma a moment, then laughed. What do you find so humorous about it? Rylin sounded as wounded as irritable.
For all you try to be anything else, you're such a boy.
Ishell laughed so hard she doubled over, finding it hard to breathe. What by the fates do you mean? Rylin was becoming more irritable with each passing moment.
How often do you make any journey in one step, Light Rylin?
Ishell watched and only laughed louder when Rylin slapped his forehead. I should go see her today. Rylin rubbed the bridge of his nose.
No.
Ishell didn't try to hide how distasteful she found that idea.
You are in no shape to do anything. You're a mess. She may be one of the kindest noble girls ever, but she is still a noble girl. She'll tolerate your smell less than I will.
Rylin stopped to sniff his clothes, then gasped. Fates, that's vile. I could current cleanse.
No!
Ishell cut him off hastily.
As rancid as you are, find a river and wash.
Ishell was about to leave, when she turned and saw 3 large stacks of books on his study table. Rylin had yet to read any of them, but Ishell knew they were from Ulyssean's personal library. They couldn't pass him the entire library, yet. He was still a torch, but the collection was still impressive. Most of it would be chronomancy theory and history. She thought it was impressive how much remained from a magic that was abandoned for millennia. Would anyone have demonstrated a desire to restore time magic if Rylin never revealed such skills? She found herself distrustful that the Grand Illumination should hold so much knowledge about something nearly taboo. How did chronomancy outlive the obvious holes in the 2,000-year history? There were so many questions that always tugged for reignition in her mind. Ishell sighed. There was a point of knowledge that she held that perhaps Rylin didn't.
There is something you should think on, Light Rylin.
Rylin looked at Ishell expectantly.
It's common knowledge that, as the Grand Illumination selects a student, he is also choosing a successor.
Ishell allowed him a moment of stunned realization.
He had hopes for you, Light Rylin. Every Grand Illumination is chosen to surpass the one before. The Enlightened Sun will recover. When it does, it will need you.
Ishell left him then, and returned to her own solitary training. Chapter 37. Aimrine Takare barely parried a lunging staff for her face. The attack was quick and unforeshadowed. The weapon was a lightweight, slender longsword. The wielder was a boy half her age, who managed to elevate every skill she ever taught him. Aimrine favored a curved short sword with a disc-like handle guard. It was what her father taught her to use most. In these training sessions, she also preferred loose-fitting red silk pants and long-sleeved blouse, as well as low brown hide boots. She might have a more developed woman's figure, but formal noble clothing tended to be foolishly impractical with her protege. The boy was the youngest of a lowly merchant family. His name was Jorikin Bernal. He preferred loose-fitted pitch-black clothes, from his short-sleeved tunic to his pants. He also preferred soundless black dye hide shoes. He kept his long brown hair in a tight braid behind his neck. He had midly dark skin and corded, whip-lean muscles. He was also half Aimrine's size. His dark brown eyes were deep and intense, seeming to pierce through her, analyzing her for weakness. Today they trained in a cobblestone courtyard, hundreds of yards behind the Takare Manor. It was built so far away so that fathers and children could train without distraction. There were 4 black granite pillars set into the 4 corners of the yard, as well as a wrought iron fencing that came up to the hips. It was cold, still the end of winter. The snow still weighed down the tall grasses, even as the sun shone down from a cloudless blue sky. Aimrine's heavy breathing misted in front of her. Sweat ran down her face and arms, soaking her clothes. Even though the 2 blades were dulled for training, there were still rips in her blouse and pants. She felt the sting of half a dozen welts she knew would be bruised by dawn if she did nothing for them. Though Aimrine scored at least 7 strikes on Jorikin, the boy seemed as unfazed as he was unfatigued. His dark clothes held no hints of tearing at all. Steam didn't rise from him as it did her. She thought that was hardly fair of him, though she refused to pout about it like a brainless ninny. Jorikin moved towards Aimrine with a rapid series of 12 strikes. She blocked 2 at her legs, backstepped 1 for her ribs, parried 1 stab for her face, deflected 2 slashes at her belly, and jumped over 2 more low-diving cuts for her legs. He managed to slap both her elbows with his blade before she blocked up at an overhead cut. She cartwheeled away from a following upward slash. Aimrine lowered her sword point to signal a halt.
You're fast, Jorikin, but you don't want to over-rely on that driving thrust for the head,
Aimrine advised, trying to catch her breath.
Any move you use too much will become expected.
A slight look of disappointment crossed his dark features. Aimrine put her free hand on Jorikin's shoulders.
In battle, you would have taken my arms, cleaved my head, and cut me up the middle. Don't lose heart. You're already dangerous with a sword.
A year ago, as Aimrine walked alone through the woods, she first met Jorikin. A small group of bandits attacked him, thinking his merchant status would be worth a wealthy ransom. His father only sold soft brass craft, so the improved times only meant his family did a little better. Jorikin kept the bandits at bay. He only held a polished walking staff. At first, it seemed Jorikin's capture seemed inevitable. Aimrine watched from the concealment of trees as his swings seemed wild. As the fighting continued, Jorikin adapted to their movements, smacking sword hands and striking for the gut and groin. He anticipated some of the club wielders who attempted to knock him unconscious from behind. Aimrine was amazed. Jorikin demonstrated an aptitude that her father would have paid handsomely for in grown men. It was no difficult conclusion that Aimrine rushed to Jorikin's aid. She threw a fist-sized stone at one of the bandits' heads. He fell, face first, into the dirt path. She drew 2 long daggers and rushed to cover his back. The fight lasted only a quarter of an hour more before the bandits withdrew. From then on, Jorikin Bernal was her protege. Aimrine's remembering was cut short by a sudden unexpected appearance. In the center of the courtyard, Rylin stood, as if called from mid-air. Aimrine dropped her saber in disbelief, gasping. She looked Rylin up and down. He was taller, but twice as lean as she remembered. He still favored a simple blue shirt and pants. She ran to him and wrapped her arms around his neck and shoulders, weeping as she held him. She buried her face in his shoulder. He smelled more of books and hard stone than turned earth as she remembered. But his smell and warmth were more than she hoped for. She felt his hand come up to stroke her hair behind her neck, while he kissed the top of her head. Aimrine pulled back to look at her favorite features about Rylin, his brilliant blue eyes. His dark skin and raven black hair still seemed to make his eyes glow more. Now, though, there was a haunted sadness, as well as a hardened determination in Rylin's dark visage. It hurt Aimrine to see him saddened. She knew it couldn't be helped. Everyone knew of the catastrophe that befell Catan. Everyone knew that many of the Enlightened Sun's leaders were dead. Aimrine knew that Rylin lost his teacher, Ulyssean. They were all gone. Their bodies could not be recovered, and no one understood why.
Rylin, I am so sorry. I heard everything.
Aimrine offered her sympathy. Rylin's blue eyes turned downcast, and Aimrine knew that so much of his pain was too fresh for him to face.
All I have of him is books, Aimrine. Because of what he wanted for you, love. It's what we all want for you. He wanted you to become your best.
Aimrine watched Rylin's expression change. The sadness gave way to the determination, allowing an almost bleak intensity. I will find whoever made him do this, Aimrine. Rylin vowed, his voice as hard as steel. Someone forced them to raise a barrier out of their souls. No one can get in or out of Catan. Someone made them desperate, and I'm gonna find out who. Aimrine didn't need to ask what he would do when he found this mysterious culprit. Her father had worn this kind of obsession before, but it was more frightening coming from Rylin. It made her think of the times he struck a Morlock in her defense. Something cold and menacing came forward in him then. A fraction of that aspect was with him now. She knew it was the aspect of vengeance, as Rylin called it. It was the part of him that was castigated from him during Ulyssean's rite of separation. Like those times, Aimrine knew that someone needed to reach him and pull him away from his desire for revenge. She did it before. She would try again.
What would that do for everyone, Rylin?
Aimrine asked gently.
Turning all your attention to a killer won't really help honor his Radiance's memory. It's not what he wanted for you, Rylin. Don't you see it? If they put up such a barrier, they wanted to trap their killers inside. He didn't want you to face them.
Rylin appeared to consider it. His intensity lessened. I don't know what I should do, Aimrine, Rylin sighed. I saw them coming. I broke through their manipulation and gave us a warning we weren't supposed to have. I was so certain I held the power to bring them to justice. It was only then that Aimrine noticed, peripherally, that Rylin put up one of his displacement cloaks. To do so much so quickly, she knew he had grown much stronger since he left. To further her observation, she noticed that the late winter cold seemed to have no visible effect on him. That made his feelings so much clearer to her.
Rylin, I know it hurt you greatly. To have so much power and feel so helpless. I know how much he meant to you. I know this is the first time you felt such loss. But you're only human, and you did all you could.
Imrine reassured Rylin, holding him tightly and keeping his gaze. What should I do then? Rylin asked.
Claim the tears that are owed to you, Rylin,
Imrine advised.
It is time for that, and the only way to face your pain. When it is done, live stronger than before. Honor his wishes.
Rylin chuckled quietly. She was right. I needed to see you. You always make the right path so plain to see. Imrine smiled.
We ladies tend to band together for what's right.
Rylin's gaze looked Imrine up and down, then found Jorikin standing outside the displacement cloak, seeming frozen, with his longsword in hand. For a lady who's done with soldiering, I find you at it quite frequently, Rylin assessed dryly. Imrine blushed and punched Rylin in the arm lightly.
He's a talented boy. He could be one of the king's elite one day. I would be a fool to ignore the chance to train him.
Rylin turned to study Jorikin closely. I know him. He was a babe when I first started helping my ma and da in the fields. Imrine had never heard Rylin slip back into speaking like a resident of the outskirts. It was endearing to hear the nostalgia and familiarity from him. There was a sudden lurch of motion all around them as Rylin released the displacement cloak. Imrine knew that the world was not stopped around him, but that his magic hastened time for them greatly. Everything else seemed to stand still. It still felt odd to see everything else catch up to them. Jorikin looked to Imrine. Then his dark eyes widened when he found Rylin.
I thought you were in Catan, he gasped.
I will be in a few moments. You look well, Jorikin. So much bigger and stronger than I remember. I hope you're going easy on the lady to care. Jorikin snorted and rolled his eyes.
Only an idiot would go easy on her. I think she could best her father.
Rylin looked at Imrine and her tattered clothes again. Yet, she seems the worse for wear between you two.
Only because she's holding back,
Jorikin explained. Rylin looked at Imrine and arched an eyebrow. Instantly, she felt a new heat rise in her cheeks.
I've done no such thing,
Imrine defended meekly.
She moves her legs like a Caesarian pit fighter, Jorikin pressed. That's 2 more limbs she doesn't strike with. And how do you know so much about Caesarian pit fighters?
Imrine demanded, laughing while embarrassed.
You've never left Malkanor.
Jorikin rolled his eyes.
Everyone knows about them and their kicking.
Imrine said nothing in her defense. She didn't think Jorikin was studying her that closely. Apparently there were times even she underestimated the boy.
Very well. Next time I will attempt to strike you any way I can. Will that satisfy your thirst for challenge?
Jorikin nodded.
All right. I need to apply a salve to all these fresh wounds you gave me. We are done for today.
Imrine turned and winced as she walked to the northwest pillar, where a blue crystal decanter and a rag waited. What mixture is that? Rylin asked curiously.
It's a solution from the book you let me read, love,
Imrine explained.
It works wonderfully against some bone injuries and torn muscles. It excels against welts and bruises.
The one made from rum and beetle bones? Rylin asked, surprising Imrine. They shared books and readings so long that she wasn't sure he would remember the small details. Imrine supposed that wasn't fair of her. She remembered everything Rylin ever explained to her. It was easy for her since those memories were connected with his smell and him sitting close enough to feel his warmth. It was so easy for her. Why wouldn't it be easy for him? The medicine takes hours to work. Sit. Allow me to make this quicker, Rylin offered, waiting for Imrine to sit on the stone, resting her back against the pillar.
Are you certain, Flame Rylin?
Imrine teased.
Healing isn't a form of time magic, as I recall.
Rylin chuckled. No, but the mend spell is one of the first any light is ever taught, and now it's torch. Imrine didn't bother to hide her amazement. It was no surprise that he advanced so quickly, though. She wondered if the next time she saw him, if he would be carrying a soulless staff. She watched the concentration in his luminous blue eyes as his hands waved over her. He looked like he was searching her with his hands, hovering several inches away from her. He did pause at each point that pained her. At each injury, Rylin's warm, calloused hands touched Aimreen, and she found it difficult to keep from blushing. She savored his touch, though she wouldn't say it. His magic pushed gently against her welts and cuts, mending each in seconds. She wanted to laugh at his modesty when he kept his eyes on his hands whenever he touched her. It was as though he thought looking at her so closely would offend her. The pain disappeared quickly, and Rylin stood up. He helped Aimreen stand up, but she quickly found it was only an effort in manners. She felt as well as she had before sparring with Jorikin. "I wish I could stay longer," Rylin told her apologetically. Aimreen shook her head and put her fingers to his lips. "I want you here as well, love. But I know what Ishell knows. You are needed at the Zenith Citadel, now, more than ever. You'll be mine alone one day, but it's not here yet." Aimreen said nothing more, but didn't allow Rylin to object either. She wrapped her arms around his neck, letting her fingers sink into his ravenous black hair. She pulled him into a deep kiss, savoring a moment she knew must end. She couldn't know when they would see each other again. For now, the cold spring air was lost on her. The heat of being so close to him became a welcoming, banishing warmth. Aimreen pulled away, opening her eyes and finding Rylin's blue eyes. It was a sight she didn't want to forget. It reflected how she viewed him. They were lights set permanently against a backdrop of darkness. For her, it was like looking into the essence of hope. "Thank you, Aimreen. I didn't realize how far lost I was until I came here. You always bring me back to myself." "I love you, Torch Rylin," Aimreen told him quietly. "I love you, Aimreen Takare." Rylin smiled and then vanished. Chapter 38. Maloric thought it was right that a gray overcast day brought a miserable cold drizzle. He hadn't visited the harbor city of Catan in decades. Now it seemed he never would. Marcel's Takare stood beside him. With him was a personally selected squadron of honor guard to accompany them to the ceremony. It was a massive ceremony. Colorful pavilions were erected to keep the rain off the rulers of the 5 nations. They were placed more than 100 feet from the white marble monolith, set before the dome of impassable energy. Almost half a mile up a slope, the white granite of the Zenith Citadel gleamed. Maloric often wondered how the sunburst-shaped stronghold could be in such a looming position while still seeming a glittering beacon of hope. Was it the architecture? Was it the centuries of practice in magic? Whatever it was, he was amazed it seemed this way, even on its bleakest of days. The survivors of the Order stood closer to the white rectangular stone, of course. Students and friends would pay some sort of homage before the departed Solas. The evokers would use intense fire to engrave the names of the fallen. Not that this had ever been done on such a large scale. Even in battle, sorcerers would live more often than soldiers. Funeral rites for the Order tended to be for those who passed of old age. Maloric and Rylin would be expected to approach the stone for Elysian. Fates! He didn't think either of them could do it alone. The death of his childhood friend still seemed so far-fetched. Maloric often viewed Elysian as stronger than himself as they grew together. His power alone was awe-inspiring, but he was always prepared to make hard choices that would make any king weep. He always did that with his hard, grim expression of resolve. He had always been such a beacon of determination, and Maloric thought Elysian would long outlive him. It was reasonable to think so. Maloric thought his own heart would give out from a king's stress decades before the sorcerer would show signs of old age. Maloric certainly didn't think Elysian would need to give his life and spirit in a struggle beyond understanding. Yet, there it was, a barrier created from the souls of dozens of Stratia's most powerful Ard Solas.
"I can't say I'm fond of the way they've gathered,"
Marcel's murmured into Maloric's ear, gesturing vaguely at the white and gold pavilion for Peralson.
"Lysendric Darren was always a schemer,"
Maloric murmured dryly.
"I thought the rulers of the Gleaming City would at least wait until after the ceremony."
Maloric sighed.
I should have put him in Mayselin's sight when she was looking to marry a king. I don't think he would have been malleable enough for her, and she would have needed to travel much farther to establish her connections,
Marcel's observed.
Lysendrick was already married to Berain anyway.
Maloric snorted.
That brainless tart? Why do manipulators always go for those who they believe are easy to control? That's just it, your majesty. Ease of control. Most things in nature seek the path of least resistance. What do you suppose they're talking about?
Maloric asked, craning his head in curiosity.
Nothing you'll know if you're such an obvious spy. Direct as ever your true self, your majesty. You should simply go and hear for yourself,
Marcel's advised. Maloric rubbed his arms covered in blue wool sleeves. He pulled his thick brown leather cloak tighter around himself. Fates, he didn't think Catan would be colder than Palantir.
Do you truly believe I should? The ceremony could get underway at any moment. I don't want to delay it in the slightest.
Marcel's arched an eyebrow.
I haven't seen one brown or grey robe move an inch.
Maloric turned his gaze to the 150 members of the Enlightened Sun. They stood in 3 square groups of 50, stoic and coldly disciplined. It was one thing to see the Ard Solas display these traits, but a few of the flames were small children. Nothing would happen until the order was ready. Maloric looked at the gathering a moment more. The only shelter they had was the hood of their robes. The slow, bone-soaking rain found them without opposition. Their endurance was impressive. Even the younger flames wouldn't so much as shiver in the spring chill. Maloric left the color of the blue and black pavilion, pulling the thick hood over his dark brown hair. He realized the warmth in the pavilion was limited to the body heat of the honor guard grouped so closely together. Even their metal skull caps and chest plates did little to mute the heat. Outside the pavilion, the cold struck him instantly. Maloric breathed deep, inhaling the invigorating smells of fresh rain and the sea. He mentally berated himself for being so weak in the face of his friend's death. This wasn't the side he wanted to bring to honor the memory of Elysian. It was time to find his king's backbone and find out what mischief the other kings were up to. Someone needed to prevent any nonsense from happening. Lysendrick's pavilion was far more excessive, both in size and comfort. It was made from a thick, white, fur-like material, edged with gold-threaded tassel. It was twice as tall as the Malkanor pavilion, and 4 times as wide. There were at least 5 wrought iron braziers placed evenly, each holding piles of brightly burning coals. They radiated enough heat to make the occupants forget about the cold. Many of their honor guard were stationed back in their own nation's shelter. Most of them rubbed their hands close to the warmth of the braziers. Only a few guards accompanied the 4 kings and queens in this pavilion. There were also a few fortunately selected lords and ladies, though most sported the white pants and doublets embroidered with gold. Lysendrick also brought a serving man and a woman to distribute silver cups of wine. Maloric supposed Mayselin would have been angrily jealous. He thought all of Lysendrick's successes were an insult to men and women who died bravely. Coming in out of the cold? Maloric turned to find the speaker, a short man with red hair and beard, favoring a brass crown and a maroon tunic and brown pants. Maloric smiled brightly.
Talik Senis, how are you? The plains of Terrell still farm well for your people?
Well enough. I heard your own was spared another killing winter, the King of Terrell commented.
Aye, one,
Maloric commented wryly.
Without the Solas to watch over us, I think hard times will come again.
It was a dangerous admission. In front of any other king, Maloric wouldn't have been so open. But Terrell was a small nation known for agriculture, rarely ever war. Talik was as practical as he was honest. Anyway, what are you doing in King Fancybritch's domain? You looked so content in your cold and misery, Talik asked. Maloric shrugged his shoulders.
I'm not very current with the other nations, as you fully know. I thought I might get a rare sense of things.
Maloric Moranroke, are you spying? Talik teased.
Marcel's thought so too, but I'm just checking to see if my ears still work.
Talik sighed. Then here's some exercise for them. We all see Catan in shambles. If you get close enough, you can see the black timbers and melted stone. The stone was melted quick. I think we can rule out ocean storms.
You think it was magic?
Maloric stated, more than asked. Talik chuckled and reached up to pat Maloric on the shoulder. The big bear isn't as slow-minded as everyone believes.
Don't patronize me, Talik. You're better than that.
Talik raised his hands. I didn't. The others genuinely believe you're too slow to keep up. Anyway, we have a decimated harbor city. The order is withdrawn. It will be licking its wounds for a while. Meanwhile, trade to the east is at a standstill. The monarchs have no advisors and negotiators. What's worse, without the wandering newly appointed solars in the torches, streets are beginning to fill with refuse.
None of you know how to handle waste without the orders transmuting?
Maloric observed sarcastically. We're not losing our citizens to the swamps of a dead nation, either. Talik jabbed acidly. Those who live in glass palaces shouldn't throw stones, Maloric. Maloric nodded. The verbal attack wasn't fair of him.
My apologies, old friend. I was out of line. Anyway, where are you going with this?
I'm surprised you don't see it already, Maloric, came the steady, measured voice of the tall, white and gold-dressed Lysindric. This was clearly an attack, and it hurt all of us greatly. Magic, on an extremely large scale, was involved. I think we can all agree that the most likely suspect is the Kassaran Empire. Lysindric's pale complexion and narrow angular face were unreadable. His round steel-blue eyes were waiting for Maloric to fill in the remaining gaps. Honestly, Maloric found the wiry-figured king insufferable. Maloric rolled his eyes in exasperation.
You couldn't possibly be implying a war with the Kassaran Empire.
At this stage, all I can do is imply and suggest. A fair notion, considering we have no advisors to do so for us.
That's slow, Lysindric,
Maloric growled.
Coming from the king of the fairest nation, I expect better when we have to honor the fallen.
Honoring the fallen is exactly my point. We are fairly certain that the Kassaran Empire is responsible for this. Lysindric continued, unfazed by the reprimand. I won't ask this of you, Maloric, as Malkanor still has little to offer. The rest of us should unite and make the Emperor and the Crimson Empire answer for this transgression. There was a murmuring of agreement among the kings and queens. Maloric had to resist the impulse to punch the delicate platinum blonde king in the mouth. In spite of being on the coast closest to the Kassaran Empire, Peralson tended to be far removed from armed conflict. Katansha usually answered most of Kassar's threats, though these tended to be renegade, overly ambitious warlords. Lysindric was not only a young, intelligent manipulator, he also had a boyish enthusiasm for combat. Most of his battle thirst was the fact that kings stood far back and merely watched. To Lysindric, even though he didn't neglect his people, he did view soldiers on the battlefield somewhat impersonally. So of course the young fool king would advocate a war with a vastly superior force.
Tell me, Lysindric, what great force would you challenge the Empire with?
Maloric asked, feigning a smug smile. Lysindric rolled his eyes. Are you hard of hearing? With Stratia's combined might. Maloric shook his head.
That's not a great force, compared to their frequently conquering armies. That's a ragtag band of misfits. You're also short on critical advantage. The Enlightened Sun is in no shape to fight, and they wouldn't rush to your battle even if they could.
Then how would you bring them to justice? Lysindric challenged.
I would start by making sure they did this.
Lysindric pointed towards the harbor. That's a Kassaran ship.
That's a Kassaran merchant ship,
Maloric corrected patiently.
It's battered, a long way off its course, and its crew is dead.
Lysindric looked a little stunned. How did you come by so much information?
I asked my Enlightened Sun advisors what they could tell me about all of this. Look, I don't hold it against any of you to be upset about the damage that's been done. I know all of you want someone to blame, to bring to trial and justice. I only counsel all of you to look closely and be sure. We don't truly know who did this.
As if on cue and to Malaric's relief, Rylin approached and stood beside him. With a need to pay his respects, Malaric would leave with the last word in the discussion. He hoped that this would help his fellow monarchs consider his words deeply. Malaric turned, surprised to see how much his friend's student had grown in a year and a half. Rylin must have grown a head and a half taller. His long gray robes failed to conceal the whip-like muscles the youth developed. The two departed Paral Sen's pavilion, walking into the rain.
Fates, Rylin, you look as strong as half my army. You have grown much,
Malaric exclaimed. It's only been a year and a half, Your Majesty. I couldn't have grown that much, Rylin objected bashfully. Malaric laughed. He'd forgotten how humble the boy could be.
Rylin, there's two things I don't want to see. I don't want you to call me anything other than my name. And I don't want to see a sorcerer being modest just because I'm a king. It's like watching a giant kneel before a mouse.
That drew a chuckle, which made Malaric smile. They began to walk between two of the columns of 50 gray and brown robed members of the Order. As they came closer to the white monolith, Malaric saw the ruins of Catan more closely. Malaric knew that ruins wasn't the proper word for what remained. They were slick trenches left in the streets and in the piles of ashes. The entire city was completely leveled. Everything was cooled black melted stone or ashes. He remembered the city being gray and clean, sloping down to the harbor, while the 2-story shops and 3-floor inns lined each side protectively. The entire city always seemed to convey the message of the Order. Come here and prosper, while we gladly shelter and keep you safe. Only now, the black heaps and deep lethal trenches told of a force that destroyed the city and murdered its greatest protectors. The destruction seemed to spite and mock everything the Order stood for. It's frightening to see, isn't it, Malaric? Rylin broke the silence. Malaric sighed, trying to relieve the weight of the sadness and disbelief that settled in his lungs.
I suppose it's just so much worse knowing he's gone, like Rylin.
Malaric purposefully used his title among the Order.
He was always so strong and clever. A part of me began to believe he was indestructible. Perhaps immortal. No king or continent could stand in his way, no matter that he always told us otherwise.
What will you do in Malkanor now that the Solas have withdrawn? Rylin asked, plainly concerned. Malaric hesitated, measuring Rylin. The boy seemed to know there would be long-term consequences with the Order withdrawn. He looked at the dark young man, realizing anew that he was an individual of unfathomable depth. It was always clear why Elysian believed he was the one to teach him.
It is improper to lie to a sorcerer like Rylin, so I'll put it to you directly. The Solas kept the nobles and my wife at bay. There were plans to evict the baronies and promote lesser lords from Terrell and Vodis. But the Solas were the muscle we needed to complete the shift. Now, there's nothing to prevent us slide back to the way things were.
It was harsh and brutal to lay it out for Rylin this way. Malaric hated doing it. He knew the young sorcerer was concerned for his mother and father, but he would honor his friend by paying Rylin the same respect he had always given Elysian. Rylin remained silent, and Malaric knew this darkened his mood more. He needed something to bolster his determination, to help fight the pain. Well, what king didn't know something about inspiring his people?
Like Rylin, I know there are hard times coming. I know you and I both took a dagger to the heart when we lost Elysian. None of it is fair and just. I will stand foremost to sponsor the truth. But Elysian will never have lived at all if we cannot move forward and carry his hopes and wishes on our shoulders. We cannot let despair claim us. It cannot claim you in particular.
Rylin looked baffled at Malaric. Why am I the one in particular?
Because, among all Elysian's hopes, you were the strongest and the brightest.
Malaric gestured at the ruins of Catan.
What do you see there, like Rylin?
Rylin studied Catan, and Malric watched him measure his answer thoughtfully. I admit, I only see the devastation. The lives lost and those who will be destitute. Malric shook his head and understood how Elysian must have felt giving these cryptic quizzes.
I see the sight of a battle to preserve everything they ever hoped for. Think on this. The Zenith Citadel is far to our backs, where you and every other light in training waited. All the devastation stopped at the city's edge. Rylin, I believe they were fighting for something other than the city, or even Stratia itself. They gave their lives to make sure that this threat never reached the Citadel. In all the years I've known Elysian, he was never one to think he had to give his life for anything. He wasn't sure he would find a worthy successor either. That day, I believe he found a reason for one in finding the other.
Malric spoke in hints, but he allowed all his unspoken meaning to sink in.
I believe he was ready to give his life and spirit because he knew all his hopes could be left with you, Light Rylin.
Rylin didn't say anything, and Malric knew that perhaps he was speechless. It was a lot to put on a boy, even one as unique as Rylin. But he also knew that Rylin could draw strength from the faith his mentor held in him.
So, we may respect him in the ceremony, but you must honor him by becoming the best man and sorcerer that you can be, Light Rylin.
Chapter 39. Rylin stood at a west-facing window in a dusty corner of the library. The window was open, allowing a freshly rain-scented breeze to spill onto his face from the southwest. The library was situated on the second floor, so Rylin enjoyed a view of distant rising cliffs and rolling emerald grassy hills. The sky was still overcast with thick, low dark gray clouds that blocked the mid-afternoon sun. It lent a gloomy feel to the already long and mournful day. Rylin didn't allow himself to feel that way, though. Elysian's name had already been etched into the memorial stone. Rylin and Malric had already shared tears and stories for their friend and teacher. As was pointed to Rylin 3 times, the Order needed him to rise quickly in his skills and wisdom. Perhaps that was the part that stuck more than anyone would have liked. Instead of continuing his tears and reflections, he was pondering how he would move forward with his training. Even with as many solas that returned from all over Stratia, Rylin was a bit of a pariah. Many of the initiates that lost their mentors resumed their training under new solas. He wasn't going to pout about it like a sullen child. He could understand how fresh their own sense of loss would be. Elysian was a great leader to the Enlightened Sun, with a history that surprised Rylin to hear about. Elysian's parents were strong, cunning, self-reliant survivors of the frozen wastelands to the north, a land no king would claim. Their strength was passed on and nurtured in him. Rylin reached under the folds of his open gray robe and into the pockets of his brown pants. He pulled out the folded parchment of a marine's letter. Since Ishell gave it to him, Rylin carried it everywhere. He paused, looking at the broken wax crimson seal. He opened the letter, examining the rose-colored mark of her lips at the bottom. A kiss from a marine that he would always have. Rylin, go forward with our love, and make the world better with it. Love, a marine to care. It was a simple letter with few words, but Rylin felt his determination rise each time he looked at it. A marine always knew how to banish his darkness in any form, and it helped him bring his best self forward. He guessed that was how being in love really worked. He put the letter back into his pocket and looked out into the fading rain a moment more. Malric told him the people of Malkanor would suffer again because the Order was too weak to maintain its presence there. Then, the solution was simple to Rylin. He would have to help the Order regain enough strength to send its presence there again. He would make himself strong enough to tend to Malkanor, if that's what it took. He would personally protect his mother and father. He would honor the throne of his mentor's childhood friend. As far as learning and training, that matter was also simple. If no solas would instruct him, then Rylin was fortunate to have learned so much from Elysian. Leaving the library, Rylin strode down the halls, his open robe billowing behind him. His fellow lights parted in front of him. He didn't know it then, but his bright blue eyes were alive with such fierce resolve that they were like twin azure flames. A few of them gasped at his approach, feeling power and determination radiating from each long step. Rylin walked to his temporal study. If no solas would train him, if no art solas would help him, then he would train himself. He would push himself as hard as he could to quickly become a chronomaster. He would better grasp his secondary craft of simulacrum. Rylin entered his study and threw a sphere of white light overhead as he began looking through the new books. He searched for the books on theories of temporal projection, since that was the last skill he safely acquired. He quickly discovered he underestimated the depth of that skill. Rylin already knew that temporal projection could be used to search backwards in time for hidden truths. It could search the world or beyond, looking for safe places to fold step. One could also hold their ground in one still moment in the past, bolstering their will by withstanding the push of the temporal current. Often, if a chronomancer didn't possess the fortitude for a skill, they would simply stand in temporal projection. Once again, if Rylin had simply read a little more, he would already be able to fold step anywhere in a single step. He pinched the bridge of his nose, frustrated with disbelief that he was still making the same mistake. What would Ulysseans say? Rylin sat at his reading table in silence. The turmoil of the citadel was as blocked from Ryland's study as the other lights were. It wasn't that he tried to closet himself away from those who would need him. He simply knew if he would study and practice more fiercely than when Ulyssean trained him, then his focus needed to be absolute. Perhaps to honor Ulyssean, or maybe because he thought he understood a little more, Ryland backtracked over everything he learned. This time, instead of learning techniques and applications, he read about the philosophies and risks more intently. Ulyssean tried to impose the need for deeper understanding over brazen experimentation. Ryland's past experience taught him how right his mentor had been. Ryland spent several hours reading chronomancy this way. He didn't simply read the words, and he wouldn't let his mind lull into drowsiness. He forced himself to absorb the meaning of all he read. He knew now that chronomancy wasn't to be taken as lightly as any other form of sorcery. Many of the dangers of failing to respect the temporal current were exactly why the last members of the Golden Hourglass clan went insane. In time, their wanton disregard led to the disbanding of the clan altogether. It wasn't yet clear to Rylin how they showed such disrespect. There was simply an adamant written declaration, dating back exactly 7,000 years ago, closing off further practices in the Golden Hourglass. There were no listed transgressions or lists of wounded persons. It was all very vague. Rylin leaned back in his chair, rubbing his eyes and forehead wearily. There was something that troubled Rylin even more than their elusive disillusion. If chronomancy had become so taboo, why was their lore so well preserved? Granted, the Grand Illumination kept their knowledge under lock and key, but there was enough knowledge to raise an initiate from Flame to Ard Solis Chronomaster. Rylin would find a way to answer these questions later. He didn't know what time of day it was. Ishell was right. He could do with a window. But he opened a book on the basic instruction of simulacrum. What he discovered almost instantly astonished him. Rylin once more felt like a fool. For so long he had put the craft of mimicry at a lesser priority because he believed it to be another method of transmutation. There had been no clan dedicated to it, and the differences between the art and object alteration were never really clear. Now, Rylin began to see that a master of fabrication didn't simply copy objects all day. Their fabrication ranged from replacing a damaged brain to copying and storing spells they believed would be useful later. Even more alarming, Rylin discovered the depths of the fabrication they wielded. An object didn't simply function and appear like an original object. It was the same in every way. A chronomancer couldn't tell the difference in the time the object came into being. Then, Rylin found another fact that caused him to berate himself further. When a fabricator student would learn to store and replicate spells, they did so through a series of charms etched with runes. Some runes would absorb the incoming energies, while others would project and multiply duplicates of the spell. It was more of the intermediate studies, of course. The basics were a study of copying movement and personality, but a fabricator would have to enchant any small charm with a rune. Fabricators were required to learn enchantment much earlier than any other sorcerer. Rylin rubbed his face. Fatigue was beginning to claim him from long hours in front of the books. Perhaps it was time for some practical work. Maybe that would dispel his lethargy. Rylin wanted to discover how much of the temporal projection he could endure. If pushing himself against the temporal current would quickly improve his will, then he wanted to begin right away. He pulled away from his reading table and its massive stack of books. He sat cross-legged in the silver circle. It didn't take long to let the endless and temporal currents flow through him. He was almost as quick to let the rest of time go without his awareness. The emerald world of time was all around him, endless and still in its perfection. This time, Rylin wasn't simply here as an intruder. He was a challenger. Rylin floated through the halls and noticed there were 5 lights loitering just outside the door. Their past selves were frozen in a perfect temporal stasis. These versions of the people he knew were nothing more than a portrait painted seconds ago. Staying too close to his true location would accomplish little. Rylin flew out beyond the citadel, far into the west. He went far past the rolling hills and steep cliffs, past brightly colored villages and sprawling noble houses. Khatansha was nothing like Malkanor. The villagers were often merchants and traders accustomed to procuring anything at the port city of Khatan. What they didn't have on hand, they could order with ease. This made every business at least mildly successful. Every family lived comfortably, with frequent leisure and celebration. That was beginning to change, though. Many of the traders came to the Solas, desperate to know when Khatan would be rebuilt. Rylin put this out of his mind and pushed further into the west, into the flat square farmlands of Terrell. Terrell was a nation specifically, not to mention magically cultured for farming. For thousands of years, geomancers, healers, and farmers were united in their effort to make Terrell an earthy breadbasket nation. Their efforts were successful. The harmonious efforts between earth and geomancers yielded a land with the softest, richest soil in the entire world. Entire massive square fields stretched for miles around single homesteads, invisibly appeasing neat patches. It gave the nation the look of studded flat blocks. Rylin often wondered how the people of Malkanor ever believed they could keep pace with Terrell in agriculture. Rylin found his favorite solitary bluff that overlooked the low squat palace of Terrell. There were several miles of distance between the two, but Rylin always thought that the rise hovered protectively over the tiny home of the king. Given the continual presence of the geomancers, maybe it was placed there for that reason. Rylin pushed himself a little farther back in time, watching the insects and birds move backwards as he did. The pressure of the force of time pushed back against him. The air seemed to squeeze him as it changed into a slightly cold blue. That is where Rylin allowed himself and time to stop and stand still. Several actual hours passed before Rylin gasped and opened his eyes. The color and light of the presence would hurt his eyes with a tired ache. He was covered in sweat that soaked through his clothes and dripped from his nose. He felt cold and stiff, fighting to stand as his muscles protested. He almost fell back down several times before his wobbling knees straightened. Rylin allowed the endless current to flow through him, banishing the atrophy and soreness, revitalizing his mind with refreshing clarity. Rylin opened the door to his study to find Ishell standing just outside, hands on her hips, while Kara stood beside her. Light Ishell has expressed the concern that you may be too closeted and obsessed with a matter that is beyond all of us. Kara spoke in a calm, even manner that Rylin knew Ishell wouldn't be able to manage. She claims she has already spoke to you about this, and believed you had already reached an agreement at the time. Rylin wanted to laugh. He tried to find a window to see how much time had passed. He knew it was long enough to make Ishell worry that he had reverted. With his stamina restored, Rylin could already feel a bit of growth to his abilities. Maybe it was time for a demonstration. Rylin allowed the full force of the endless current to wash through him. Ishell and Kara stepped back with wide eyes. I've kept my word, Light Ishell. The Enlightened Sun needs us to grow stronger, as you said. That's exactly what I've been doing. As Rylin explained this, dozens of candle-top orange flames appeared in the air around Rylin, circling and floating. Their glow caused shadows to dance on his face. Elements were still not Ryland's strong point. Until now, creating a free-floating flame required weaving and incantation. His will had grown enough to create dozens of playful fires with a thought. With a sweep of his hand, the fires darted out into the reaches of the hull, where they flew amok like large fireflies. With one more thought, dozens of shimmering spheres of temporal energy formed in a perfect stationary row before him. Ryland winked, and the stasis spheres darted after the free-floating flames in unerring dashes. They found their targets and swallowed them into stillness. Rylin snapped his fingers, altering the spheres from stasis to quick aging. The hall filled with a bright orange warmth before the fires faded and died in an instant. Rylin chuckled. Imagine what I'll be able to do in a week. This has been The Chronomancer and the Book of Worms, Book 1 of the Destiny of the Void Triangle, written by Jason Harrington, narrated by Mason Hamilton. Copyright 2019 by Jason Harrington. Production copyright by Jason Harrington.